Chapter 501 How Tall is Mount Tai? Come let me show you what it means to be number one, declared Ridra, as he smirked looking at the 10 rankers standing against him. His sane mind told him that he had absolutely no chance in hell to beat the 10 of them working together to get him. However, the challenge of the situation is what got his creative juices flowing, as he felt excitement at trying to find a way to do the impossible. He was at nearly full HP, losing only 10,000 to the surprise attack by Lorenzo. Except that he was intact with only slight blood dripping from his chin. Naturally, the top 10 rankers of the Dark faction were not going to sit still after such a provocation, as what followed were 4 seconds of insanely rapid move exchanges. The frontline assaulter classes charged towards Ridra as the other classes prepared their spells or summoned their undead preparing to engage in battle. As Ridra faced attacks from multiple angles at insane speeds, 3 swords were coming towards his temple, neck and abdomen, while 1 was coming towards his back. All at once with a fraction of a second for him to parry, as 4 attackers had caught him from 4 different angles. While the average brain might hang or not even be capable of reacting in time to this situation, Ridra was a cultivator. He grinned as he chose to perform Twin Blade Hurricane, a move that provided a 360 degrees defense as to parry all 4 incoming attacks at once, with 1 sword, while giving a beautiful return gift with the other. This was only possible for Ridra to achieve, as he practically had nearly double the stats these other guys had, and because of his absolutely precise control over his sword. However, the exact instance as he countered these 4 attacks, he had to panic dodge the 5th one, as it was Lorenzo again, with his short sword coming at Ridra with blistering pace. The attack grazed Ridra on his cheek, as Ridra realized that Lorenzo was an agility-type build player, someone who had most likely invested 70–80% of his stats inside agility, making him insanely fast, probably around 20% faster than Ridra. 20,000 a damage appeared over Ridra's head. However, for Lorenzo to miss his target 2 times in a row was a massive blow to his confidence, as this had never happened before. With his triple damage only applicable for 3 moves, after which he could only inflict normal damage even with his insane speed, something he was not ready for. But while Lorenzo had the luxury to be shocked, Ridra did not, as apart from the 4 assaulters neck-to-neck pressing on him, there were also 3 different spells coming his way. A fire spell, a lightning spell, and a dark spell all at once, as he had to ball up behind the retractable shield to take the attack head-on as the impact blasted him towards the barrier wall. 2,600. Brute force impact caused damage appeared over his head as a result. However, with the assaulters not giving him an inch, Ridra had to instantly try and bust out of the corner he was pinned in, as having 1 less side to maneuver to made him an easier target to be hit. The elites watched in horror from the outside, as they could see that even though Ridra was fighting a brilliant fight, he was thoroughly outnumbered here in a fight where he fought players of his own caliber. However, none of them could do a thing to help their guild master, except for watching on, as the pink barrier would not budge no matter what they did. However, the only person who was desperately trying to break the barrier, Vice Guild Master Karna, suddenly stopped his attempts as he caught a glimpse of something. Ridra was actually having the evil smirk plastered all over his face, as he was pinned in the corner, and while nobody else recognized that grin, Karna did for sure, as he knew very well that it was the look that Ridra had on his face when his enemies played right into his schemes. Having utmost faith in Ridra, Karna was now intrigued as to what Ridra was up to, as he watched on in rapt attention trying to see if he could learn some valuable lesson from today's fight, as it was not clear if he would ever have a chance to witness a battle of this caliber again. Karna was indeed right in his speculation, as Ridra, despite being on the back foot in the fight, was actually performing much better than anyone had anticipated him to perform, as 3 minutes into the fight, he had only lost 5% of his total health pool, with his stamina and mana reserves not even being scratched yet. The only thing Ridra was doing up to this point in the fight was defend. He had not brought out a single of his big moves yet. He had not even used the basic moves like Blink. When Karna realized all this, he realized that there was more to this fight than it seemed to be on the surface, as the tide of the whole battle was about to flip upside down once Ridra actually got serious. The ridiculousness of this thought made gulp in a myriad of emotions. The top 10 rankers were trying to beat a single man together. In practicality, it should not even be a fight at all. Yet no matter how Karna looked at it, he felt like things were about to change once Ridra exploded with a flurry, as he shouted in his heart, "Go, Guild Master! Show these Dark Faction F********** s how high Mount Tai actually is. / guys, I am actually dropping the GT target from 500 for a bonus chapter to only 400 for one this entire month. Hence, let's make the most of it and make me write a bonus chapter every single day. Currently at 373/400. Hopefully bonus will be today itself. // Chapter 502 The Demon from Death Valley. Rudra observed the Dark Faction players' attacks and understood that these people trying to work together to take him down was actually slowing every one of them down, as it was more detrimental than if one guy fought with him one-on-one and the rest only supported him from the sidelines. However, now that they were not fighting Rudra one-on-one, everyone attacking had to also watch and make way for their team members to attack Rudra. This disrupted their own flow of attacks, as being in a team not really in sync broke the momentum and flow of their attacks. If they had been a cohesive unit, fighting together all the time, like Rudra, Karna and Neetwit, such problems would not arise. But this sudden make-do team had no coordination in their attacks, as this gave Rudra the opportunity to push back. Rudra used Blink, as after continuously being suppressed by the attackers, he had finally decided to bring the fight to them. However, his target was the classes that were weaker in hand-to-hand combat first. Rudra had already tried to teleport out of the barrier the moment he was trapped by using Blink. However, for some reason, he could not escape the barrier as Blink failed. Hence, when he used it again now to teleport inside the barrier, he was actually gambling on it to work, as if it did not, he would be punctured by swords from 3 different palaces. But it worked, as Rudra suddenly vanished from his position, throwing the attackers off balance as their sword thrust only went through plain air. Rudra had disappeared, only for them to hear a clear sling, followed by the spurt of blood, as the top 10 Dark Faction members turned in horror to find that the number 10 ranker of the Dark Faction, Nero, the Necromancer, had been decapitated and killed with a single sword strike from Rudra. Rudra had used World Slash, as he used Eyes of Truth to follow the intended path to produce the maximum critical damage, as he decapitated Nero with a single move, cutting down the 10 men down to 9. The billions watching worldwide were in shock as everyone forgot to breathe for a second, as Rudra gave a firm swing to his sword, draining the blood clear from it as he looked coldly towards the remaining rankers, sending a shiver down their spines. Karna cheered from the outside, as he let out a war cry filled with energy. He knew this was coming. Rudra had finally started his counter-attack. Rudra activated the Golden Avatar, as a 70-foot-tall avatar nearly hitting the ceiling of the barrier manifested itself. The faces of the 9 alive Dark Faction members were aghast, as what was supposed to be an easy fight was turning into a dungeon monster fight, as things were not going like they expected it to go. Rudra started his fierce counterattack, as he let the spells hit the golden body without bothering with defense, as he swung his massive sword to tear the very earth apart. Bam! For Dark Faction players were sent flying in all directions, as they were unable to evade Rudra's strike in time, as those who dodged used their large moves to counter Rudra. 2 enormous sword strikes landed on Rudra's legs as his knees buckled and he fell to one knee, taking a 20,000 damage. However, he bounced right back up, as he unleashed a flurry of his own to counter the attacks coming his way. "Monster!" exclaimed Dark Knight Vader, as the fear of God entered his body, as he realized that the 9 of them were being pushed back alone by one Rudra. The pride of the Dark Faction rankers was shattered, as the world watched on in shock as well, as one single man was driving a hard fight against 10 of the enemy faction's finest. It seemed impossible and unreal, as a large golden avatar having impenetrable defenses dominated the ongoing battle. The Light Faction players from all across the world were rooting for Rudra now, as they had hoped that he could achieve the impossible, and maybe beat all of these Dark Faction back. The elites gathered outside now started to beat their chests and stomp their foots as they cheered Rudra on with vigor, with a consistent chant of, "Shikuni of the elites! He is Shikuni of the elites! You Dark Faction players can sue is D cause you will never be as good as Shikuni of the elites. Go!" For DutyPie, who was recording the fight from the outside, it was like he was watching a hometown hero take on the outside villains, with there being a crowd favorite underdog being cheered on. It was phenomenal, as it drove viewership numbers through the roof, as no matter what faction one belonged to, even if they had not heard of Shikuni of the elites yet, were watching this monumental fight, as the number 1 ranker from the Light Faction took on the 10 highest rankers from the Dark. Dronacharya was also watching on the fight. To him, the outcome of this fight did not carry any consequence. However, the height of Rudra's avatar did. To see the enormous avatar, he understood that his calculations were way too off regarding Rudra's true strength. He knew the secret behind Rudra's avatar, and his knowledge actually put Rudra's avatar size 20 feet below what it was currently, about 1 year ahead of now, which meant that Rudra was much ahead of schedule. He was calmly noting down Rudra's strength and weaknesses, as he critically analyzed his every move. // bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Thank you everyone for the tickets. Special shoutouts to Dois2x79p. And Pass Mimini for the 5,000 coin magic castles. Thank you so much for the patronage. And since there are 2 super gifts, I will naturally try to give 2 more bonus chapters today itself. // Chapter 503, giving them a run for their money. Shadow realized that taking on Ridra was a greater challenge than anyone had expected. However, he was not completely dejected, as even though Ridra was in control of the battle, it was not as if the Dark Faction rankers were completely outclassed or completely out of moves. It was exactly the opposite, as it was Ridra who had shown his hand early, as the Dark Faction players were yet to unleash their big moves, choosing to prove his point by action rather than words. Shadow prepared to use his best offensive move on Ridra, as the towering golden avatar was busy taking on the assaulters. Shadow cocked in 2 sonic arrows on a bow, and shot it towards Ridra's avatar's ears. "Sound attack!" declared Shadow, as everyone immediately covered their ears. Everyone except for the mad dog Roigar, who with his tongue out and his sword in hand charged directly to meet the 70-foot avatar's sword strike head-on. "Might of 1,000!" shouted Roigar as he met Ridra's sword blow for blow, with this one attack containing 1,000x his strength, as it was successful in giving Ridra a knockback. The knockback was followed by 2 screeching sonic arrows exploding by his avatar's ears, temporarily making Ridra dizzy and lose balance and focus. This was the opening that the mage needed, as it blasted Ridra with its ultimate tier 4 spell, Hell's Acid, as powerful acid bullets that burnt into hellfire upon contact with any substance shot towards Ridra's avatar, making sizzling damage whenever it hit Ridra's avatar. 1,200. 1,200. 1,200. A series of damage depleted Ridra's HP bar as it fell down to 70%. While for his avatar to still function at full combat capacity, the size had to be reduced from 70 meters down to 50 meters, considerably reducing Ridra's avatar power. The crowd cheering from the outside felt gloomy again, as the momentum the guild leader had built was suddenly broken. However, with Ridra quickly coming out with a flurry of his own long-range moves like 10,000 sword cuts and Thunderblast to return damage to the mage, it could be said that it was a nearly equal exchange. However, the problem was that for Ridra, the damage dealt was to different people, while the damage received was by him alone. Hence, although it was a balanced battle on the surface, in actuality Ridra would lose out this battle if things progressed this way. "Why are you after me?" Ridra asked, as from the 10 rankers appearing in the Light Faction territory without a reason, to them working together to take him out. He did not know the real purpose of their visit. "You have something we need." "As to what?" "You don't need to know," said Lorenzo, the makeshift leader of the group, as he used blistering footwork to throw feints and weave attacks to puncture Ridra's avatar and get to him. However, Ridra was a master of his art when it came to dual-wielding swordsmanship, as he smiled and said, "Well, good luck with that." Ridra used Doppelganger, as 9 identical copies of Ridra just took up the entire space inside the pink barrier, with every single one slashing down upon one member of the Dark Faction at once, while 8 doppelgangers were just shadows and not matter. It was impossible to figure out who was who in the short 1.5 seconds that the players had. Hence, with everyone blocking the incoming sword attack and August 9th doppelgangers turning to dust, there was one attack that flattened a Dark Faction member to the ground. It was Roigar who Ridra targeted, as he had realized with fighting for so long that the most talented 1 versus 1 fighter was Roigar. Hence, he needed to be taken out early from the game. Ridra followed up with a Darkness Bind and used 3-step combo to attack all the 3 vitals of Roigar, and finishing him off with a powerful Stormbringer lightning strike, just in time before using Blink to escape a plethora of attacks coming his way. The crowd outside came unglued as the second Dark Faction player had fallen to Ridra, while the top 10 rankers were stupefied from the situation. While it was hardly a 6-second move exchange, the 6 seconds changed the whole dynamic of the battle. This was peak combat, as the remaining 8 rankers understood that Ridra was worthy of being number 1 and commandeering the respect he commandeered, and that they had to be much more vigilant in fighting this man, or a assured victory would slip from their hands. The first priority was definitely to destroy the avatar of Ridra. That gave him incredible defensive as well as strength abilities that completely tilted the scale of the battle. They believed that once they got rid of the avatar, they would make short work of Ridra. However, that was not at all the case, as they would soon find out, as Ridra had not even started with his real special moves yet. Meanwhile, the real world. Max looked on innocently at the TV with rapt attention, as he watched on live news the battle his brother was raging on with his parents. A tense atmosphere was observed in the Rajput household, as Father Rajput was worried about how his son was tackling things, while Mother Rajput, being combat illiterate, just kept commenting on how handsome her son looked on TV. However, for young Max, it was peak fascination as he cheered on his brother to take down the bad guys, getting happy at every strike he made on the enemy, while getting sad at everyone that he received, punching the couch pillow while watching the fight. Max made power-up noises as he shouted to Rudra to punch and bite the enemy hard through the TV, as if Rudra could actually listen to him. The world of Omega seemed more and more alluring to little Max by the day. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Passmemony. Sorry for a little delay. A second bonus coming right back up, while the GT counter is also moving fast. Hopefully we hit the next GT target soon too. / Chapter 504 Forced on the back foot. The avatar that Rudra had manifested was extremely troublesome for the Dark Faction players. However, the mana drain the avatar had on Rudra was also astronomical. Hence, while the enemy was trying to reduce the avatar's size and land blows through its defenses, Rudra had to reconsider the size of the avatar, as he had to voluntarily shrink as to reduce the consumption to mint in the avatar. The 8 alive Dark Faction members hence dominated the next phase of battle, as it was a slow bleed for Rudra. His HP steadily fell from 70% to 50%, as the avatar shattered when Rudra did not wish to send his mana reserves below 30%. A full 35 minutes after he first manifested the avatar, Rudra was once again just a normal human, as he looked increasingly tired and out of options against the 8 remaining Dark Faction players. Shadow said, "I've got to hand it to you, Shikuni. You did a pretty good job. However, your road ends here." Rudra also looked as if he was a defeated man, as he had no comebacks for this SNY remark, as he braced himself for what was to come. The billions watching worldwide also thought that while Rudra had fought magnificently up till this point, without the avatar, the fight was going to end quickly. Everyone expected the downfall of Shikuni of the elites. Shadow cocked his most powerful arrow onto his bow, as he pointed towards Rudra. A black thunder appeared on the bow string as it was stretched back. It was the tier 4 move, Black Thunder Arrow. A terrifying move for a 1 versus 1 fight, as it was practically unevadable with the blistering speed at which it came towards the opponent and caused extremely high damage. Hence, when that move was released, everyone had a single thought of it's over, as the Dark Faction members were each ready to use the item given by the church on Rudra's death. That would temporarily stop him from undergoing the rebirth process and redirect him to a meet with Lucifer. However, to their horror, when the blistering quick lightning did approach Rudra, the attack was met with the Elven Sword, as a death gleam was evident on Rudra's eyes as he said, "Full counter!" Rudra countered the Black Thunder and returned it with double intensity towards Shadow, who tried to sidestep the attack, but the blistering pace of the attack made it impossible to do so, with the attack just nicking the side of his arm. However, since he managed to avoid taking the full blow of the attack, it went on to hit the Dark Mage behind him, who was killed by the attack. Mages inherently had low defenses, hence hit by a 2x power, peak tier 4 spell. It was no wonder that he died when taking the brunt of the spell. It was a lucky shot for Rudra, who did not intend to kill the Dark Mage with it. However, it was a terrifying slap of reality on the face of the Dark Faction players, as Rudra still had a lot of fight left inside him, as the initially 10 best rankers of the Dark Faction were cut down to only 7 in a 50 minutes long overall fight against one single player. With the fight still ongoing, Rudra looked at Shadow as he now said, "This ends only one way, which is with me walking over your dead bodies." Ha 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 ha. Taking battle stance, Rudra said, "Summon Mana Legion," as 2,000 mana soldiers formulated themselves around Rudra, as the Dark Faction players were subjected to more and more of Rudra's insane move arsenal. The elites were roaring and cheering once again, as their leader showed a second flurry in the battle, with the battle chants now changing to, "Go away, Dark Bastards! Go away!" The crowd went wild, as the 2,000 Mana Legion soldiers charged onto 6 of the 7 remaining Dark Faction members, as although weaker, and not a serious threat to the Tier 3 rankers, those engaged against the force were still having to give time and attention to these troops. As Rudra isolated the speed demon Lorenzo from the battle, as he took him on 1 versus 1. "You think you are too fast, eh? Let me show you what real speed looks like, boy," Rudra said, as he completely got engrossed in weaving insane sword patterns, as Rudra started performing the move Leaf Blade Hurricane, but only 2 times the normal speed. It was a move that Rudra had in his memory. However, generally a move could only be executed at its said speed when learnt from the system AI. However, Rudra searched the depths of his brain and comprehended the move as a series of muscle patterns and performed it physically at twice the execution rate. It was an insanely difficult stunt to pull off. But Rudra, being in a state of absolute focus of a cultivator, was able to reach a place where he could perform the move. Leaf Blade Hurricane in itself was an insanely fast series of sword moves that were hard to parry with the naked eye. However, with his new and advanced version of the move, Rudra just shattered all limits as Lorenzo found himself being cut with 1 in every 3 moves that Rudra made. 1 minute after Rudra started his flurry, the armor that Lorenzo wore was in tatters, as his HP neared 35%. However, to his horror, he was unable to see Rudra's attacks, much less parry them, as it was a huge mental blow for him. Someone completely built on the speed build. He desperately tried to reach for help. However, with Rudra playing dirty, and nearly 300 mana Legion soldiers circling a single ranker, the rankers needed a little more time to become free from the pressing pests, as they could not help at the moment. This meant that Lorenzo was on his own for a brief time, that support needed to come to him. He needed to hold out for 20 seconds more. But could he? / bonus chapter for the super gift by Deositasu. Thank him in the comments for this one. / Chapter 505 Retribution. Rudra was pressing hard on Lorenzo. He did not give him even a split second to breathe, as the barrage of attacks landing on him were relentless. For the people watching worldwide, this was an incredible sight to see, as the Speed King Lorenzo was being completely outclassed by a barrage by Rudra. Move after move, his HP teetered towards 0, as desperation could be seen on his face. It was not like he had no secret moves left, or big ones that could get him out of this situation, but it was more like, if he let Rudra hit him openly for even a second, when he prepared to launch his next attack, he would die. The pressure Rudra had built up was just that high, and the room for error that Lorenzo had was just that low. Damn you! Shouted Lorenzo in frustration, as his health bar went below 10%. He was completely out of options, as he desperately glanced at his teammates, who were still caught up with the Mana Legion soldiers. Useless, all of you! Lorenzo screamed in a shrill voice, as he could feel his certain death approaching. Hence, having no better options left, he decided to at least trade one last blow with Rudra, as he sacrificed himself. Lorenzo stopped weaving his movement, as he let Rudra plunge both his swords in his gut. In return, he plunged his own short dagger in Rudra's. The result was that Rudra lost 12,000 HP. But Lorenzo died. This was the 4th of the top 10 rankers that Rudra had dispatched since the fighting started, and when the other rankers recovered from dealing with the Mana Legion soldiers, this reality hit them hard in the face. The question they had initially walking into this fight was, how long can Rudra probably last? But now the question that they had was, can we do it at all? Rudra was at 42% HP, and there were 6 top 10 rankers left to deal with him. While 6 on 1 was still ridiculously high odds, it seemed exponentially low difficulty when compared to the starting point of 10 versus 1. The crowd roared on the outside, as people started to believe that this fight had more than only one outcome of Rudra's death. That maybe the outcome covered 6 more deaths, but none of them being Shikuni. While the world felt more optimistic about Rudra's situation, Rudra himself did not feel so, as his short burst of speed against Lorenzo was actually incredibly draining on his stamina. He did not realize how he depleted such massive amounts of his stamina, whereas summoning the Mana Legion basically brought his mana reserves to a cracking 0. It could be said that Rudra was in a delicate situation now, as even though he had more cards to play, he did not have much means to play them. But this was exactly the situation that Rudra was hoping for. As he was finally backed into a corner he did not know how to get out of. Now the question was, could he break past his limits? It was a question that Rudra himself desperately wanted an answer to. Meanwhile, Dronacharya, having to retreat from the Nine Clouds Kingdom and letting go of at least a year's worth of work, Dronacharya had to pretty much start from the scratch again as he tried to build his strength again. However, learning from his mistakes, he realized that he could only focus on Purple Haze City now, as with the time that he would need to build and consolidate his power again. It would be time to enter the ancient ruins to stay on track for his future plans. He needed to bring down the elites, and he was not foolish enough to think that taking down Purple Haze City was going to be easy, as he started to make a foolproof plan. A plan that could cover every strategy and counter-strategy, a covering of every possible scenario, and a removal of every uncertainty. 7 months from now, the special event dungeon called Lily's Garden would open up, and Dronacharya was sure that Rudra would take his best elites to try and conquer the dungeon then. Inside the dungeon, outside world communication would be cut off. Hence no one would be able to alert the elites inside of what was happening. which would give Dronacharya the time he needed to sweep the city from under the elite's thumb. Dronacharya planned to make Purple Haze City fall in a short time frame of 24 hours with overwhelming might. It was an ambitious plan, made around the fact that without facing Rudra Rajput, he could topple the rest of the elites with ease. Dronacharya was now paranoid of facing Rudra head-on, as he had developed a strong inferiority complex that made his hatred for Rudra strong, but his courage to face him extremely low. He would use the coward's way to hurt Rudra, which was to take everything he owned, when he was not present to defend it. It was a dastardly way to do things. However, Dronacharya was a dastardly man. Ever since the day that he found out that Rudra had a girlfriend in his guild, Naomi became the #1 target for him to hurt to get to Rudra, as she was a focal and weak point for him to target. The fear in his heart kept rising as he saw Rudra take down one dark faction ranker after the other on live TV. As he wondered if he was even 10% as talented as Rudra was, the more he watched on, the more he realized that it was indeed impossible to take on the player Shikuni. He was simply unrivaled. // We are extremely close to hitting the next GT target you all. Let's get it today itself for a bonus chapter. I plan to lock the chapters of my new book soon, guys. So if you have not already started to read it, now is the perfect time. It's a great read, and I know you all will enjoy it. // Chapter 506. It was a good fight. Rudra was backed in a corner, while no one realized it yet from the dark faction, or the billions who were watching on. The truth was that he was completely out of gas. This was the most high-intensity battle he had fought in his life, and he was running on fumes, close to being completely spent. Usually he would have stamina and health potions stocked in his inventory, but he did not expect trouble today, hence did not have his inventory stacked with these essentials. This left him vulnerable, and without many options, as he could only slowly defend his ground while the other 6 went all out against him. The dark faction players did not dare underestimate Rudra anymore, as there were 4 dead rankers, and it was not a joke anymore. For every member that Rudra killed, the fight got easier for him, and tougher for the dark faction members. However, 6 was still a huge numerical advantage, and with the right pressure, they did not give Rudra even a slight chance to counter, as they chipped his HP down from 42% to 30%. The moment Rudra's HP went below 30%, the orange color turned to a hue of dark red, as it signaled that the end was near. As everywhere he moved, he was met with a myriad of different attacks. The dark faction players were relentless in using tier 3 moves when they pressed on Rudra, or their weird class-specific moves that Rudra had never dealt with before, hence not knowing on how to counter or evade. The first time when Karna realized something was wrong was when he saw Rudra an attack graze him instead of avoiding it, which he was perfectly capable of doing, while a little later he could not swing his sword in time to parry 2 arrows flying his way. It was then that Karna observed Rudra's ragged breathing and the sluggishness in his movement. Only then did he realize that Rudra was on his limits. Shadow mocked Rudra as he said, "What happened? Battery's getting low?" Everyone across the barrier booed Shadow for the showboating. However, Rudra's exhausted expression conveyed the truth of the situation perfectly. No. Nobody can take you down. Nobody, Karna thought in his mind, as he banged his hands on the pink barrier as he shouted, "Come in, Guildmaster." The whole guild is watching. What's with this sloppy fighting? Rudra, who was barely blocking the attacks coming his way, heard Karna's charged voice, as he found a little bit of adrenaline rush fuel himself, as he ducked and dodged an attack, and returned an overhead slash of his own. That's right. The whole guild is watching me, thought Rudra. He had forgotten about how everyone who respected and idealized him was around him here. He could not fall before them. At least not so pathetically that they see him bleed slowly to death. Rudra's mind went into hyperdrive, as he thought about what else did he have left in his arsenal. When one Sun God's bracelet shined in his arms, Rudra smirked, as he formulated a plan, which could take down at least one of these dark faction rankers, or even 2, if he was lucky enough to get them in a line. The Sun God's bracelet charged on solar power, and discharged solar power. Hence it did not use much mana except for activating and deactivating the bracelet. Solar flare, declared Rudra, as a blinding flash momentarily clouded everyone's vision. The move was actually super effective on the dark faction players, who were more accustomed to living in places where the sun did not shine so bright. Hence, they had a harder time adjusting to the shine. Rudra followed it up with a solar descent, as a blazing hot ball of flames descended onto the battlefield, bringing the heat up and turning the barrier into a covered cooking pot. The sun crashed with the ground underneath near a dark faction ranker, as it turned the very soil into magma with its high temperatures. As the ranker struggled to keep his vision open, took burning damage by being too near to the lava. Rudra had already started to prepare Solar Beam at this point, as he pointed it towards a trajectory that would hopefully affect two rankers at once. However, it was definitely wishful thinking on his part, as the rankers were never going to let him take a point-blank shot on them. Naturally, a flurry of long-range attacks went towards Rudra's direction. As with him preparing the Solar Beam, there was nowhere to escape for Rudra. The spells the Dark Faction members had launched were all very powerful, and to be hit by them would be extremely detrimental to Rudra. However, there was not much he could do about it. Or so thought Shadow, as he could not see Rudra dodge it. But to everyone's surprise, at the last possible second disappeared as a small fox took his place. As the attacks went right over the fox's head and hit the barrier behind. It was Furball. Furball had used Replace. The moment that Rudra used Solar Flare, he had summoned Furball and told her to silently sneak behind a Dark Faction player and wait for his order to use Replace. And Replace she did use as she teleported Rudra right at the back of one Dark Faction player. As goosebumps went down the spine of that player as he turned to face Rudra. Boom, said Rudra as he unleashed Solar Beam at point-blank range, absolutely destroying the Dark Faction player. And also being able to pick an angle so that another Dark Faction player was inside the range of the blast, as although not dead, he was grievously injured as well. The elites cheered from the outside, as one more Dark Faction member had fallen. As Rudra cut down the number of rankers down from 10 to 5 now. As the world watched how he made a fool of the best Dark Faction players alone. Outnumbered. A growling Furball by his side, ready to defend her master at all costs. Rudra was heavily panting, yet the fire in his eyes was not gone yet. He wanted to see this through. Although he did not have many cards left with him, exhausting the Sun God's bracelet now too. But he wanted to see this through. Till the last drop of HP he had in his bar. / bonus chapter for all the summoning pins and love you all have shown this book. Thank you guys for the constant support. / Chapter 507, the conclusion. Rudra was completely on his last legs in this fight now, with him only appearing to be strong because Furball was standing side by side with him, following him using the Solar Beam. There were only 5 Dark Faction rankers left in the isolated barrier, with one of them being critically injured from the Solar Beam that Rudra had blasted. Naturally, Rudra did the logical thing by sending Furball to deal with the ranker on his last wings. As the world witnessed the true efficiency of a combat pet in a battle, most people up till this point treated pets basically as emotional support animals rather than combat animals. This was because the experience needed to level up a pet was an enormous drain on one's own experience bar, whereas the overall combat efficiency was questionable at best, with there always being a risk of a permanent death, as pets did die when they hit 0 HP. This made the whole endeavor of raising pets to satisfactory levels useless, or even the ones that were indeed raised were usually for auxiliary non-combat purposes such as sniffing rare metals or safe delivery of items. Hence when Furball exploded on the scene with her ferocious fire spells, everyone watching was shocked as Furball blasted her target with one spell after another, putting him on the back foot. The initially small Furball soon grew in size to its actual appearance of a human-sized beast with 7 tails hanging from her rear. She was not yet completely mature, however could be said to have entered adolescence as she entered the 7 tails phase of her growth cycle. Tier 3 level 160. Furball was definitely a ranker for beasts just like Rudra was one for humans, as she had unnatural combat abilities. Furball was absolutely obedient and loyal to Rudra, which was a hard thing to find in a superior species like a divine Ninetales, as their inner pride made it difficult to be subservient to anyone. However, she did love and cherish Rudra as her master, which was the reason why she fought tooth and nail against the ranker, who could not believe that he was being pushed back by a damn pet. Damn you, fox! Let me go! I have no time to play with you creatures! The ranker shouted as he tried his best to shake off Furball. However, it was his destiny to fall to Furball here today, as no matter how hard he tried, he was not afforded the room to wriggle at all, with the other 4 rankers fixated on Rudra for their fights. The last one was left on his own to fight the pet. This was a major drawback of the made-do alliance of the rankers, as even though they were working together on the surface, nobody put the extra mile effort to help each other on the mission during their times of need. Hence when Furball used her best move, the Supreme Flaming Vortex, the other rankers simply watched as they let their fellow teammate be hit by a move he was powerless against and die. Shadow momentarily looked as if he did want to save the ranker from his death. However, a dangerous sword slash by Rudra stopped that train of thought from his mind, as he paid no heed to the 6th ranker dying in front of his very eyes. Rudra was at 20% HP at this point, as his HP bar had went towards a critically red position. The Dark Faction players pressing on him knew that the end was near, as although there were only 4 of them, the 4 of them together consistently drained Rudra's HP. The mission was already a huge failure for the Dark Faction as a whole, as the 6 of their best had died trying to take down one Rudra Rajput, as there was no face left for them to return home. However, despite that, they realized that the completion of the mission took utmost priority, as if they could not even complete the mission after suffering such humiliation, then wouldn't it be a complete waste of time, energy, and pride? Realizing the very real danger that Furball possessed, Shadow gave the call. 2 of you break. I will use my big moves to pin Shikuni. You guys take out the rut. As 2 Dark Faction players disengaged from the melee and focused on killing Furball, Rudra naturally got agitated by this, as he did not wish to let the 2 break away from him. However, with Shadow releasing one grand move after another, Rudra was forced to defend seriously lest he die. A rain of boos echoed around the pink barrier, as the elites could not watch their guild leader being put on the defensive while being so close to death. However, Shadow remained unaffected by the environment, as he tried to exploit every opening Rudra showed in his defenses to chip down on his HP bar. Furball, although a great combat pet, was no match for 2 high-level rankers that were stronger than her. Hence, she was put on the evasive, as she took damage with every other hit, wanting to take no chances with the life of his beloved Furball. Rudra immediately called her back to his soul space, as he got the undivided attention of the 4 rankers left. From then on, it was just a pitiful fight on Rudra's part, as he was trashed left and right, while being beaten for pace. His stamina was at rock bottom, as even the most simple of movements was a strain for him now, as he was unable to weave a good enough footwork to handle 4 men pressing at him at once. The result being him taking damage at every 3rd move coming his way, as he lost 10% HP in less than 5 minutes of time. The Dark Faction players knew at this moment that the end was near. So did the half of the world, as although Rudra could be said to have fought a brilliant fight, this was definitely as far as he could go, with Rudra barely being able to muster any resistance at all. Shadow realized that there was no longer a need to suppress him using 4 men. Shadow gave the call. Alright, I will pin him down. The 3 of you prepare your ultimate spells, and let's blow this guy to pieces at once. Following which 3 rankers broke away from Rudra and stood side by side at a 20 meters distance, as they started preparing their own versions of the ultimate spells they had in their arsenal. Tier 4 spell. Dark Energy Beam, a strong beam supercharged with particles of darkness to destroy any opponent that comes in front of it. Caution, takes 11 seconds to activate. Tier 4 spell. Hydro Vortex, shoot a devastating water tornado towards your opponent at blinding speeds. It will render anyone hit with the move stunned for 3 seconds, while causing terrifying damage. Tier 4 spell, Death Poison Ivy, create a jungle of dense poison ivy heavily poisoning anyone who pricks a single thorn. Note, also deadly to the spellcaster if pricked. 3 ultimate spells were being prepared by the 3 rankers, as Shadow punched the living hell out of a near-lifeless Rudra. Rudra was not able to dodge anymore, as every punch that hit him made him spit more and more blood, as blood dripped from his nose and his mouth, as he teetered between life and death at 8% HP. Shadow said, I have nothing but respect for you. I have never seen a stronger warrior than you, and it was an honor to have had this fight. But it's over now. You have given it all you've got. So now rest in peace, as we send you off with a bang. The crowd outside closed their eyes. There was pin-drop silence, and an overall atmosphere of sadness, as they understood that the fight was over. Rudra had his head hanging down, as one could see his body rising and falling with every ragged breath he took, as everyone awaited the end by the 3 Tier 4 spells that would hit Rudra. However, just as the opponent was about to release the attack, Shadow heard a whisper, a faint voice that said, Not yet. Shikuni can't fall yet. You see, I have not yet given it my all. It was Rudra's voice, as he gave the death stare to Shadow, who was momentarily paralyzed to see the defiance in Rudra's glare. This was not the state of a dejected person. It was the stare of someone who was going to go suicidal, as Rudra ever since he used the summoning for the Mana Legion had not used a single spell to try recover his mana enough to use one last move. His own ultimate move. The one acquired from Archangel Michael. A divine column of light descended on Rudra, as he rose to the sky, terrifying the 4 Dark Faction rankers, who could feel the heaven-defying mana fluctuations in the air, as the 3 Dark Faction players, who had prepared their ultimate moves, instantly released theirs to make a terrifying combo headed straight for Rudra. A dark beam, a water tornado, and a forest of poison ivy went towards Rudra at blinding speed, as Shadow rolled out of the way to not being caught in the fire. The onlookers would remember this moment in vivid HD slow motion, as halfway through the attacks reaching Ridra. A move unseen before was used by him. Ridra spoke, Divine Move. Holy Lance. Chapter 508 The Guild Master of the Elites. Divine Move Holy Lance. Exclaimed Ridra, as divine light enveloped him, and raised him to the sky. His eyes turned pitch white, as it radiated divine light itself. The entire isolated barrier started to hum, as cracks started to form all across its surface from the violent mana fluctuations caused by Ridra conjuring his move. A divine lance manifested itself over Ridra's shoulders, as it shone with divine brilliance and exuded Tier 5 power. Everyone was shocked to see this move manifest itself. Ridra looked almost like an angel at the moment. Should he have wings coming out of his back at the moment, he would definitely be mistaken as one, as he looked unlike any mortal from Earth. Even the elites were shocked to see Ridra like this, as they had never seen their guild leader break this move out before. However, nonetheless, they felt excited as with the swirling whirlpool of pure mana circling him. One had to admit that he looked very cool. The Dark Faction players naturally sensed the danger as they released their ultimate Tier 4 spells themselves to deal with Ridra's attack. 3 extremely destructive moves moved at terminal speed towards Ridra, as Shadow rolled away from the clash zone as to not being caught in the aftermath of the clash. It is impossible for 99.99% of the player base to ever get their hands on Tier 4 spells while being Tier 3, or even if they find one in a once-in-a-blue-moon situation, to be able to learn and wield them at Tier 3 without backlash. Hence, the 3 rankers from Dark Faction being able to produce such means was a testament to their capabilities and power. However, just getting a Tier 4 spell was such a difficult thing to achieve. How ridiculous was it to have a Tier 5 spell at Tier 3? It was akin to defying the heavens and completely shattering the game mechanics, with Ridra being the only one player in the game to be able to achieve such means. Naturally, the road to achieving this power was equally ludicrous in its own right. However, using such power with such a body was naturally going to have its consequences for Ridra. However, none of that mattered at the moment, as Ridra's Holy Lance seemed to punch a hole through space itself as it moved to clash, with the 3 Tier 4 moves heading towards it with terrifying might. Even though Ridra's move looked fancy, nobody in their right minds would have thought that it could just blow aside the might of 3 Tier 4 moves combined as easily as swatting a fly. Everyone expected a huge bang or an earth-shattering explosion. However, at the moment of impact, the unthinkable happened. The 3 Tier 4 moves were decimated at impact as the Holy Lance moved forward with the same velocity. The Hydro Vortex was reduced to a splashing pool of water, while the Poison Ivy Forest caught fire as it turned to dust, whereas the Darkness Beam was carved through by the Holy Lance as if it was air. Ridra made 3 Tier 4 attacks look like child's play as the Holy Lance went forward and impaled a Tier 3 ranker clean as it passed through its body clean and killed him instantly and hit the ground behind him with a powerful explosion. Bang! The explosion rocked the entire barrier to the core as the cracks expanded till small pieces of the barrier started to crumple, while the 2 rankers who had not been hit directly by the Holy Lance were sent flying towards the wall of the barrier, with extremely low HP bars shining in bright red. It was a miracle that they had survived the explosion, as they could feel their various bones to be broken in various places, as shock and disbelief spread clearly over their faces. The moves they had dished out were their ace in the hole, their trump cards meant to defeat any single opponent that came in their way. Yet in front of Ridra's move, it was nothing more than run-of-the-mill trash. Shockwaves and dust speed all across the insides of the barrier, as momentarily nobody could see what was going on inside. However, when the dust settled, there was Shadow still sitting terrified on the ground, as he looked towards Ridra, who was standing over the dead bodies of 2 other rankers with a 1% HP bar. There was a sword impaled in Ridra's cheek, running from one end to another, as blood dripped from his mouth in vicious quantities. Ridra had used Blink to close in on the enemies sent flying towards the barrier edge, as he came down impaling his swords into their chests. However, not before one of the more alert rankers could counter, with his own swords impaling Ridra's cheeks with it. Ridra lost 6% HP to this counter, as he barely stood at the edge of life and death, with only having 170 HP left in his tank, with him losing 200 to bleeding damage every single second. At the rate he was bleeding, Ridra knew that he barely had 1.5 minutes left to live, as he pulled out the sword from his mouth and smiled with his bloody teeth towards Shadow. Ridra was bruised and battered all over, as there was not a single part of his exposed skin not covered in blood, albeit his own or his enemies', as he looked more like a barbarian than a human at this point. Yet there was only madness to be seen in his eyes, as there was no fear of death in him at even 1% HP, as he looked into Shadow's eyes and said, "Then there was one!" It was at this moment that Shadow realized what beast had he provoked, and how insufficient were the rewards of the quest given by Lucifer to ever even attempt to face this monster in human flesh. The initial plan had blown up in smokes. The plan was to wrap this fight against Rudra as quickly as possible, and then with the 10 of them together, to make a bolt for the Dark faction, while fending off the Scrooges from Light faction, trying to take their lives. It was then that Nero, the necromancer, had to show his real worth, and summon an army of undead to buy them time to escape. However, not only was Nero dead now, so were the 8 others. The only one left was the number 1 ranker from Dark faction, Shadow. A player who only survived so far because he was more accustomed to playing alone, and had superior survival skills. However, every inch of that survival skill told him to run away from this madman in front of him. But as he saw towards the barrier and his fallen comrades' corpses, he realized that he is already lost. There was no hope of escaping the sea of elites outside even if he did kill Rudra. He worried that the barrier would collapse even before he did manage to kill Rudra. As he saw a maniacal Karna banging his bare head on the walls of the cracked barrier trying to force his way in, the situation became so dire for him that he knew that the only way back to the Church of Death was through dying itself. But he could not die now. Not without killing Rudra first. He himself was at 34% HP. Even with 9 teammates, he was reduced to such a pitiful state by a single Rudra. However, even then, never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would have to use his trump card in a place like this, as that was how much one Rudra Rajput scared him. Even at a pitiful 1% HP, Shadow was unsure of defeating Rudra. That was how deep the mental scar he had gotten through this battle was, as he did not care if Rudra looked like even breathing was a struggle for him. As Shadow unleashed his own best move, he said lightly dark move, Revenge of the Night Ranger, as his body enveloped itself with pitch black mana that coursed through his veins and manifested itself as a dark smoking arrow on his bow. The next sequence of events were a blur for Rudra, as he saw a dark arrow coming for him, but was too powerless to move even a single centimeter to avoid it. He remembered distinctly as everything started to get dark when he was pierced at the heart by what felt was a burning arrow, as the last thing he saw before dying was Shadow placing a weird object on his forehead. Not soon after Rudra falling, Shadow took his short dagger and plunged it in his own neck as he stared defiantly at the elites, whose hands stuck inside the parts of the broken barriers, as they howled at the death of their guild master. When Karna finally managed to get inside the barrier, his head covered in blood as he bolted towards Shadow, his great sword in hand. However, he was too late. Shadow waved him goodbye as he dissipated eye to ash alongside the corpses of the other Dark faction players right before Karna's eyes. The barrier dissipated into dust after that, as a swarm of elites rushed towards their guild master and vice guild master, as the world watched in silence. Today's events shocked the world to the core, as one single man had single-handedly defeated 9 of the top rankers of the Dark faction, in a show of unquestionable combat prowess. However, the question now was, why was Rudra's body not dissipating upon death like it was supposed to? And why had the guild master of the elites not respawned back in the Church of Light? Panic started to spread amongst the elite members, as they were sure it had to do something with the weird object that was placed on the guild master's head. What would happen next? Nobody had a clue. // Commune guys. I need more GT from you all. Show some spirit, guys. Let's hit the next target today itself. We are so close. Also comment down below if you enjoy this chapter you all. Feedback is always appreciated. // Chapter 509, a second meeting. The aftermath of Rudra's fight with the Dark faction rankers was astronomical, as it quickly became a global phenomenon covered by every single news channel and independent streamers across the world. There were various talking points about the event, and there were a lot of things shrouded in mystery for the general public, like the purpose of the rankers to target Rudra, and the fact that Rudra's body did not turn to dust, and there was no sign of the elite's leader respawning at the Church of Light. Except for that, the major talking point of the fight was the might of a single player, as he brought 10 of the enemy faction's rankers to their knees in a fight that seemed to have insurmountable odds. Rudra was acclaimed as a genius and a once-in-a-century prodigy, as his combat efficiency and skill set became a talking point for every single player out there. Now everyone wanted to be like Rudra, as the number of players who wanted to play the Night class and choose the Light faction skyrocketed. Many who had just created accounts chose to delete and redo them just for a chance to become like Rudra. Rudra's skill moves such as Overhead Slash and Claymore were being sold at astronomical prices on the auction houses, as even though common moves, since they were a part of Rudra's skill set, they had an increased market value as people took them as superior skills. Naturally, nobody could figure out the origins of Rudra's 4 ace moves: Full Counter, Solar Beam, Mana Legion and Holy Lance. As they were Rudra's signature moves that were unique to him at the moment. However, the secret of Golden Ratio did surface to the general public, as someone who did clear the first tier promotion test with a SSS rating chose this night class option on their path ahead. Wild speculation theories about Rudra's unreal stats were already a commonplace in the forums, but the Golden Ratio theory gained momentum following the fight as people discussed Rudra's unreal HP bar in detail. Nonetheless, the matter was of great pride for the Light faction players, as it was a huge face slap for the Dark faction players to have their top rankers be beaten in such a pitiful fashion, losing all face against a single Light faction player. Naturally, they were extremely vocal about this fact, as players from the Light faction took it upon the forums to celebrate Rudra's performance today as a victory of their own. Comments like, "Shikuni is the #1 player in the whole damn world period. Change my mind if you can. The Light will always conquer the Dark. It's the way of the world. Our top ranker just proved it to the world. The Dark faction rankers are a joke. My mom can fight better than them. They can't even beat a guy 10-on-1? Pathetic. Can anyone stop the battle machine Shikuni? Oi. Oi. Oi." Ever since I first saw his Demon of the Death Valley fight in the early days of the game, I knew this guy was special, and I became his fan. But he just keeps outdoing himself with every fight. There is no doubt in my mind. Shikuni is the GOAT of Omega. I can't believe my eyes. I need more fights like these. My blood is pumping. Go Shikuni of the Elites, go. A one-man army. I am envious of the Elites to have such an idol for a guild leader. Unlike the trash I have as mine. #Giliotheolites were commonplace in the forums, as the world fixated themselves on the high-caliber fight they just witnessed. The part where the Holy Lance destroyed the 3 Tier 4 moves coming at it combined became the most watched clip in the world in a matter of 6 hours, as people watched it on loop and got goosebumps from it every single time. Major forces and strong players got the chills in their bones when the scene of a madman pulling a sword out of his cheeks presented itself before them, as they realized that Shikuni of the Elites was not an enemy they could afford to make. There was not a single man who was confident of beating Rudra in a 1v1 fight after watching him dish out Holy Lance anymore, except for some extremely delusional fools who thought the world revolved around them. Only Dronacharya took the entire fight critically, as he barely calmed his heart over the display of Rudra's true strength. His opponent continued to stun him at every single turn, as he realized that he did not know the true depth of Shikuni at all, increasing his resolve to only ever mess with the Elites when he was not present. However, inside the Elites HQ, in White Clothed City, the atmosphere was not at all one of joy, as Shikuni was not opening his eyes, and not respawning either. Rudra woke up in a palace. However, the moment he looked out of the small window in the palace walls and towards the sky, a dreaded feeling arose in his heart. He had nightmares about this sky. It was one of the places that he never wished to be present at. This was definitely hell. Rudra panicked as his breathing became ragged, as he looked left and right as he assessed his situation. He was actually suspended over a cross, as all sorts of torture weapons laid around him. Rudra's panic increased as he tried to break free from his constraints. But could not. He tried to tell for help, but there was a gag placed on his mouth. A man casually entered the room he was bound in, and Rudra instantly knew who he was. Those evil eyes and that aura of suppression. Rudra could never forget them even if he wanted to in this lifetime. The fallen angel Lucifer had entered the room, as he looked at Rudra with a sinister smile plastered on his face. Rudra knew at that very moment that he was at the mercy of the devil himself now. Chapter 510 At the Mercy of the Devil. Rudra could do nothing as the long nails of Lucifer scratched his face and drew blood as the devil stared right into Rudra's eyes. Thankfully, Rudra was not a masochist who would find pleasure in being abused, as his reaction was only of genuine anger and a lot of fear about his fate next. Lucifer said, "Let's see what we have here," as Rudra could feel him extracting every single information about himself, as his eyes of truth inadvertently activated, but was useless against a Tier 6 existence. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class, Mana Knight, Ascended. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 206. Tier 3. Stats. AGI, 3200 plus 1600 Vit, 3200 plus 1600. Int, 3,200 plus 1,600 STA, 3,200 plus 1,600. PHY, 3,200 plus 1,600 mana, 3,200 plus 1,600. HP, 0/2. 217. 000. Unassigned stat points, 0. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, dead. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Sun God's Bracelet, legendary. Doom Armor, legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven Sword, semi-legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Lucifer said interestingly. I see. Quite an accomplished individual you are. Blessed by both the Goddess of Life and the Angel Michael. While also holding a title of a Demon Slayer. My. If I were a mere demon, I might actually be terrified of you. It is interesting how both my sworn enemies have blessed you, and how the only thing I desire from the cursed mortal lands is in your possession. However, I don't see it in your soul space. But you clearly have been in contact with it. So I will ask you only once, mortal. Where are the pages from the demon's diary? Rudra got a chill down his spine as Lucifer asked him that question. As he removed the gag from Rudra's mouth, leaving him gasping for air. Saliva and blood dripped from Rudra's mouth as he looked defiantly towards Lucifer. In his heart, he wanted to say brave and heroic stuff like you can do to me what you wish. But I am no rat, and I won't tell you anything about the demon's diary. But as if reading his mind in advance, Lucifer chuckled as he said, Don't give me that look, mortal. We are not here playing games. We are not equal. You are an ant in possession of something I need, and that's your only status here in hell. So if you do not cooperate with me, the torture weapons you see laying around you, I will use them till your soul forgets its body, and trust me, you don't want that to happen. As if your soul remains disconnected from your body for too long. The strength built inside that body will disintegrate bit by bit. I'm talking about the strength you mortals call levels. The 206 you see here will take no longer than 2 days to start dissipating, and no more than 4 to go to 0. And I don't need to tell you what happens when it reaches 0, do I? So we can play torture the information till your body reaches level 0. Or we can be done with it, and I can let you go. What will it be, mortal? Said Lucifer as he picked up what looked like a wire cutter, as he looked menacingly towards Rudra's man parts. It was at that moment that the rational in Rudra's mind overtook his heroism, as he instantly blurted. In the guild warehouse in Purple Haze City. Lucifer looked at Rudra with a smile, as he put the torture weapon down as he said. See, not so hard when we don't play the hero, is it? I don't understand why you mortals don't cooperate with me without these threats. I am a very rich angel, you see. I can give good rewards. But no, it's always torture and threats that make you lot compalsent. Then you call me evil. Rudra could not believe the hypocrisy entering his ears. But he was in no place or position to call Lucifer out for it, even if it hurt his liver. Lucifer asked. Naturally, a man from my organization will make contact with you once you return to the mortal lands. And you will hand over to him all the pages of the diary you have in your possession. To make you complacent, I will put a curse on you. And don't waste your time going to the church to remove it. Not even Michael has the power to undo it. My devil me myself. I hate it when I have to use threats to keep you heroes in check. Pity. Give it. And you will be given an antidote by the contact man, and our business will be over. But before I let you go, mortal, tell me, what do you know about that diary, and why do you have so many pages in your possession? And please don't lie to me. It will only waste my time and yours. Lucifer's eyes shone with menace, as a system notification entered Rudra's vision. System notification. You have been cursed by the devil Lucifer himself. You will lose 3 levels every day, until the curse is lifted. Note, The curse cannot be undone by anyone except Lucifer. Rudra gulped in fear from the notification, as he realized that he was cornered. He had no answer to that question. And he had no way to glib-tongue his way out of it either. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target you all. Good job. I'm happy. Hopefully we keep the momentum on a roll. / Chapter 511 A Costly Escape. Rudra was in a tough spot with Lucifer. As he knew, he needed to have a valid reason for being in the possession of the pages from the demon's diary, and he could not lie his way out of it. But the valid reason that he had to be in the possession of the pages was that he was a reincarnator, and had knowledge about how the pages were a part of the main storyline of Omega. It was not something that Rudra could explain. As although he indeed had possession of a lot of pages, he had no idea about how to use them, or what part they served in the main storyline. However, considering how Lucifer wanted them so badly, it was surely not something simple. Rudra could under no circumstance reveal something like he was a reincarnator, as he had no idea what the consequences would be, from Gaia or from Lucifer, as chose to walk a tightrope as he said. I had a strong gut feeling that told me that these pages were something special. I have no idea about what they do, as it was something I only planned to work on once I have the complete book in my hands. Lucifer studied Rudra's reaction for a while, as he started to laugh. Ha 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 ha. What a foolish mortal. Cannot even know the worth of the diamond in his hands. Good, good, good. You make things easy for me. Saying so, Lucifer flicked his finger, as Rudra's restraints disappeared, as he fell to the ground on his knees. Lucifer kicked Rudra, as he stepped on his chest, and bent over to look him in the eye. Rudra could no longer breathe, as he could feel the pressure of a mountain on his chest, as he struggled under Lucifer's feet. Lucifer's red devil eyes shone with menace as he said, I know who you are, and I know everything about you. Every detail and every title you hold. So don't try and be a smart ***. Once I let you go, obediently hand over the pages, and never speak about this matter. Should I ever find out that the Church of Light is informed about me collecting these pages, and hence run into needless and futile resistance, I will personally descend on the middle world and destroy everything you hold dear. And it would not even take me 2 breaths to do so. Get it? Giving a blatant threat. Lucifer waves his arm as Rudra's soul dissipated from under his feet, as did Rudra's body back in White Clothes City. As finally, after 18 hours of his death, Rudra finally respawned at the Church of Light back in Purple Haze City. Rudra's body disintegrating was a source of massive concern for the elites, who were racking their brains about what could have happened. But they breathed a collective breath of relief when news came from Purple Haze City that the leader had woken up in the Church of Light. It was only when Rudra woke up that he realized how terrified he was, as although there was nothing obstructing his chest anymore, he felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Rudra was by no means a pious man, as he did not even believe in the real gods, much less the AI-generated gods of Omega. However, at this moment, he could not help but get as close to the statue of the Goddess of Life as he could, as he found comfort knowing that he was inside the safe haven of the Goddess of Light. Such mentality was not something that one would usually see with Rudra. However, meeting Lucifer had rattled him to the core, as it took him a good 15 minutes to get his mentality sorted again. Rudra was a solid man at his core. Hence, although he was rattled, after calming down, he could think clearly again, and get back on his feet, dusting the fear off. However, the moment Rudra tried to stand up and leave the church, he realized that something was majorly wrong with his body. Rudra checked his stat panel to realize what it was. Player name: Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 206. Tier 3. Stats: AGI: 3200 plus 1600/100. Bit: 3200 plus 1600/100. Int: 3200 plus 1600 STA/100. 3200 plus 1600/100. PHY: 3200 plus 1600 mana/100. 3200 plus 1600/100. HP 2. 217. 000/2. 217. 000. 2000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Cursed by the Devil. in a severe state of weakness, because of performing a divine move beyond your capabilities. Penalty: heavy stat debuff for 90 days. Equipment: Knight Armor Set, LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Sun God's Bracelet, legendary. Doom Armor, legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven Sword, semi-legendary. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Rudra was stumped to see his stat panel. Not only was he cursed by Lucifer, all his stats were locked at 100. As he was basically no different from a level 10 newbie at the moment. Great. Just great. Flub me sideways. Cursed Rudra. This was blasphemous. A 90-day crippling ban for using a divine move was too damn much. So at the moment, Rudra not only had to deal with the scheme of the devil, but also stay idle and do nothing for the next 90 days. As he was simply incapable of it. It was also a huge reality check for Rudra, as he was reminded that he at Tier 3 could not play God and dish out Tier 5 moves without consequences. For his Tier 3 weak body to channel such divine power was sure to leave lasting damage and crippling penalties. He needed to think twice before using it again, as he could not waste 90 days of his time lying around just because a situation forced him to use it once. However, when he asked himself, did he regret using it now that he knew about the consequences of using the move? The answer would be a big fat no. As despite everything, that fight against the 10 rankers was by far the best fight of his career. Not only this life, but his past life too. It was a fight he could be proud of. He had truly given it his all in the heat of the battle, and forced himself to maneuver through incredible odds that were stacked against him. In the end he failed. However, it was a magnificent failure nonetheless, as he could go to bed smiling knowing that he had left it all on the battlefield. Had he not used Holy Lance, there would forever be a what if in his heart. A question about could things have gone different had I done that? And being a reincarnator, the last thing Rudra wanted was that question. He would much rather fail and suffer the consequences of failure than ever have the question of, could things have gone different had I done that? As he regretted nothing, and accepted his penalty with grace. Rudra was naturally unaware of how the world reacted to his fight, and how it had exploded on the news channels and forums all across the globe. If he did, he would be shocked at how the world was reacting to the clip. Rankers were afraid of him. Dark faction players hated him, while the weaker players declared him to be the #1 in the world. Delusional guys wanted to challenge him, and guild leaders wanted to make an ally of him. As one thing was for sure, even though one could dispute about Shikuni being the best player in the game. After this fight everyone agreed on one thing, which was he was one of the best, if not the best player playing Omega in the world right now, which was a huge achievement in itself. Naturally at the moment Rudra did not have the leisure to enjoy all the praise that was being showered on him from the common people, as he had some blood merchants who would soon come knocking on his door, and he needed to prepare for them to lift the curse currently ailing him. // Hope you all enjoy this chapter. Do drop a comment if you do. // Chapter 512. Does he have the guts? Sitting inside the Purple Haze City headquarters, Rudra had locked his chambers from the inside, as there was a flood of elite members who wanted to have a talk with him. Naturally, while he could avoid the elite members for a while, the same could not be said for Karna and Neatwit, who were demanding explanations regarding the entire incident that happened a while ago. But Rudra just told them to wait for a few hours for those answers, as currently he had an even bigger problem at his hands. He was a cripple right now, and the curse that was afflicted on him had the potential to end his gaming career. Rudra knew for a fact that the world revered the elites right now, but the moment they would see the guild master of the elites fall in levels every few days, they would start to encircle his guild like sharks smelling blood. Had Rudra been a solo player without any responsibilities on his back, he would have undoubtedly chosen to stand his ground against Lucifer. However, it was nothing but foolhardy bravery, as there was no chance in hell that he would be able to face the might of the devil. Considering the scenario, Rudra knew that he did not have many options left to play, and his back was against the wall, with there being hardly any time for him to come up with anything, since the blood merchants would come knocking on his doorsteps anytime now. When all odds seemed stacked against him, Rudra could only turn to the inner mastermind Shikuni persona of his to cook a ploy to offset this unfavorable situation into a favorable one. Rudra firmly believed that there were more than one ways to get out of a situation where your back is against the wall. One of them being that you could break the damn wall down. And that was exactly what he planned to do. However, with his pitiful level 10 stats, he would never be able to mount any resistance at all, much less what his plan required him to do. Hence, in this perilous time, he could only turn to one master assassin, SMG, who had just recently gotten promoted to tier 3. Rudra sat down with SMG in his office, as he explained to the veteran the crazy ways of his schemes, after which the two went to plan the exact details of the plan. Midway through the planning, however, they encountered a major roadblock to circumvent, which they added one more player to their team. Who was Mediv the Mage? Rudra explained how Mediv was to activate and take control of the Mage Tower, as SMG explained the specifics of the plan. After listening to the whole plan, Mediv was left with a dry throat and sweaty palms as he said, "This is madness. Guild leader, you will turn this city into rubble if things go wrong. Don't do it." Rudra was naturally aware about the dangers of his plan, as he knew that he was playing with fire here. However, now that Rudra knew how badly Lucifer wanted the pages of Demon's Diary, he knew better than anyone to just give such a treasure up. He had not started this enmity. He had not started this fight. It was the hypocritical fallen angel who had stomped his foot on Rudra's chest as he looked down on him. Rudra agreed that he was powerless against that monster, agreed that he could have done nothing, but disagreed to just play ball with Lucifer's schemes even after he was back on his home turf. Rudra had not reincarnated to become anybody's bit *** in this second life. Nobody could control him to their whims. Not even the devil himself. As Rudra was prepared to defy Lucifer himself, Rudra was gambling a big hand here. A hand that would either have him suffer a huge loss, or put him in an unavoidable clash path against Lucifer. Be what it may, Rudra was prepared for it. Meanwhile, in the Cuber Corporation, people are starting to ask questions. This cannot go on. The official slammed his hand on the desk. IT is too early. Why do you not understand? The other official threw a desk clock to the nearest wall and smacked it to pieces. The fuck *** government of country Y is asking us explanations for why did an individual undergo such changes and discharge black tar while playing Omega, only to come out healthier than a 4-year-old baby unexposed to pollution? How long can we hide it anymore? People have to know. They have to. They have to know before the trial ends. This is the 265th cultivator. You know what happens when we touch 50,000, right? A senior official said. Silence descended on the room as the seriousness of the situation set in. Omega was not as simple as it seemed to the citizens. Nor was Cuber Corp a future gen company that created this miracle. They were merely the managers of this game on this planet. Managers obeying rules from above. In a heavy voice, a Cuber official asked Gaia, "How much time do we have until there is an expected 50,000 th cultivator, Gaia?" To which Gaia replied, "Expected time, 11 months and 24 days. The initial estimations that the Cuber Corp had were down the drain now. They needed to decide now. They needed to take radical steps for the fate of humanity. As the endgame was here. // Today will be a 2-chapter day, as I have a bit of a free time from my studies. Even though no bonuses are due, as I wish to increase my chapter rate to 2 a day regularly from now on, like I did in the past. Hopefully I will be able to keep this pace up. All I ask in return is drop some tickets and some comments down in the comments section, as they keep me motivated and rolling. // Chapter 513, A Gamble. Mediv put his head down and prepared to carry out his duties, as he had been instructed like the good soldier that he was. Naturally, he had his reservations about this, but he had expressed them, and was rejected on his concerns by the guild leader. Hence, now was not the time to disobey or deviate from the part that he needed to play. Now was the time to perform his task perfectly, and hope everything worked out as Rudra intended. SMG too was struggling internally, as even though he had his fair share of crazy moments here at the elites, the task at hand was surely to top it all off, as the guild master had decided to go against a god this time around. But both Mediv and SMG's reservations came at the fact that should anything go wrong, it was Rudra's gaming career that would be over, not theirs. The consequences of failure were going to be on Rudra's head. Hence, should any one of them not deliver what was expected of them, it would be Rudra who would suffer. This put enormous pressure on the duo, as they understood that Rudra was in a very vulnerable position currently to have his power sealed to that of a level 10 warrior. By all means, Rudra was currently weaker than even the weakest elite recruit undergoing internship at the guild, as the man who single-handedly carried the guild on his back was now their weakest link. It was due to these extraordinary circumstances that when the blood merchants rolled inside the gates of the Platinum Guild headquarters of the elites inside Purple Haze City, SMG found his usually calm heart to be beating wildly, as his breathing became ragged as nervousness gripped his body. 3 blood merchants entered the guild, as their unique appearances and unmistakable evil aura drew the entire guild's attention to them. The one walking in the center had covered his body in bone ash, as he carried a skeleton head dripping blood in one hand, and a bloody axe in another. He was a Tier 3 barbarian, who had not bathed in ages as he smelled extremely pungent, choking the nasal passage of anyone he passed by. To his left was a lean-looking man, with a look of madness on his face, as he had his tongue out, and his very gaze that landed on any elite member was provocative, and one that looked down on others in utter contempt. He was the kind of guy whose very face gave the opponent the urge to use it as a punching bag, and just pummel it into a bloody mushed potato. However, at the peak of Tier 3, having the class thief, he was undoubtedly a strong character. Finally, the third man walking at the right was a burly man, with a big beard and tattoos riddled all over his body. Battle scars covered his entire frame, as he looked like Hercules himself in flesh. However, unlike most muscle-headed men, his eyes contained an unmistakable sharp look, as with the class of a tanker. This man was the most dangerous member of the group. Naturally, when such dangerous men strolled inside the elite HQ, people would not let them pass unhindered. However, a stern look from Amelia had all the boys in the guild tuck their tails and save their fake roars for later, as they could only watch in silence as the 3 men were led personally by Amelia into Rudra's office, before anyone could ask anything. The moment Amelia came out of Rudra's office, she raised her finger and declared, "No questions, kids. You saw nothing," as she dismissed the crowd before anyone could say anything at all. Although Rudra was the de facto leader of the guild, Amelia was the real boss, who instilled the fear of God into the guild members. Nobody had the guts to defy or cross-question Amelia. Not even the guild elders, as she controlled the logistics and internal affairs of the guild with an iron fist. Known to be cold and sharp-tongued yet fair and just, Amelia had the highest respect from the guild members after Rudra and Karna, because of which her word was considered law inside the guild even though she was barely level 30. However, today, it was for the better of the guild members to not know what was to transpire, as the very career of one Rudra Rajput hanged in balance on today's events, and nothing could go wrong. As the 3 men entered Rudra's cabin, they saw the man sitting leisurely as he stroked Furball, as he motioned for the 3 of them to take seats, as he used his eyes of truth to examine their power levels. The tanker was called Jack. The freak with the skeleton was Xietian, while the madman was Victor. Xietian said, "Let me make one thing clear before any transaction takes place between us. The 3 of us that you see here today, while we are a member short, we were called the Ferocious Four: the tank, the barbarian, the thief, and the mage. The very same mage that was performing the blood ritual on Sariel's son, whom you helped escape. It was your fault that the 4 of us became 3. And it is a grudge that we will never let go of, Spitz. Even though we are under orders today, I promise you, Onani, we shall have vengeance." The cold look in Xietian's eyes was scary. However, all it did was expose a weakness in his pitch to Rudra, as Furball started to growl in fury when her master was threatened. Rudra stroked Furball to calm her down, as he looked at Xietian in contempt and said nothing. His silence made the weight of Xietian's words dissipate like an empty threat. A threat that did not need to be taken seriously. Riling the 3 of them up, Victor laughed. "Ha! Nice kitty you have. Tell her to shut up before I mince her golden fur to pieces. Will you? Please see?" However, Victor made a grave mistake here, as Rudra's eyes of contempt instantly turned into eyes of wrath when his pet was threatened, as he glared towards Victor, who backed down in fear. Finally, the only civil person in the group, Jack, tried to calm things down at both ends as he said, "We are here for business today, so let's get over with it, before things blow up out of proportion. Shall we? // bonus chapter. Cause you guys deserve it. Enjoy. // Chapter 514, A Standoff. Rudra was not at all intimidated by the 3 men trying to pressure him. He knew that in his prime, he could whoop all 3 of their C's without breaking a sweat. It was only because of the heavy debuff that he had to act civil in front of these unruly blood merchants. Rudra said, Alright. You give me the cure for my curse, and then I will give you the pages. Suddenly Victor snapped as he stood up and smashed the chair he was sitting on to pieces as he said, "Do you take us for fools? Pages first." Furball had it beyond her patience limit now, as she leaped off Ridra's lap onto the table and bared her fangs at Victor. "Calm down, Victor. Calm down, Furball," Ridra and Jack said at the same time as the two locked eyes. Jack continued, "You see, Mr. Shikuni, you have a reputation of backstabbing the blood merchants once before as you accepted payment for several lucrative gold mines from our executives. Yet backstabbed them right after the deal was done, turning them to the church. We do not wish to suffer a similar fate, hence why the caution on our end. I hope a man of your stature must understand. We need the pages first. The cure can only follow later." Jack had beautifully summed up the situation. Ridra was indeed hoping to take the cure, and then deal with the blood merchants right here, inside the center of his guild with nowhere for them to run. However, it was an overly optimistic situation, as he knew that his opponents were not fools, who would fall for such an obvious trap. It would have been much easier for Ridra if they did, as the other plan that Ridra had was very risky. Ridra said, "Naturally, I understand. However, you see, the same applies to your party as well. What guarantee do I have that you will give me the antidote once I hand over the papers?" As your mad dog standing there pointed out, "There is a deep-rooted enmity between us. Hence, let's not pretend that you won't screw me over at the first opportunity you find. I hope that a man of your stature must understand this fact. So what would you propose we do? So that we can trust each other?" Ridra counter-proposed the same thing proposed to him, making the entire situation evolve into a standoff. Jack obviously knew that Ridra's words made sense, and that there was no way to logically coexist and develop mutual trust. Hence, after discussing with Shitian for a while, he said, "We do it simultaneously like the old-fashioned way. You keep your object on this table, and I keep my object on the same table. Then we both pick it up side by side. After checking the authenticity of the goods, we part ways." It was a good solution, and one that Ridra would accept had he been in his prime. However, now with him being no different than a weakling who could do nothing in front of these three men should they act against his interests, Ridra would never accept it, as he said, "You see, gentlemen, there are three of you here, and only one of me. Should you three gang up on me, it will be a perilous situation for me, don't you think so? So how about me and the leader of the pack do business here, while one of you is held hostage by my guild? Should the business transaction be over with no hitch, I will naturally release your man without a hitch, I can swear by my honor. And if that does not suffice, I will sign a binding contract with you that ensures that I keep my word." The face of the three men stiffened at Ridra's proposal as they were in a turmoil as to what to do. The rabid dog Victor was giving Ridra dirty looks, however Ridra only smiled at him or occasionally gave him the playful wink as the two brains of the group discussed on how to proceed. Finally, after a long talk, Shitian said, "Fine. Draft a contract first. Our pal Victor will be with you till the end of business." Ridra knew something was off when the two of them agreed, but he only smirked internally, as he knew what games the other side could play even without his reincarnation knowledge, as Ridra's genius was in the fact that he could think like the enemy, and hence he was always a step ahead of them. While drafting up the contract, Ridra carefully added the condition of the member stayed in elite custody till the effect of the curse completely disappeared, and 1 page of the demon's diary will be with that member, while the rest will be handed over at the transaction. These two conditions made it impossible for the enemy to betray him, as their faces paled significantly when they read this clause in the contract, knowing that they were screwed. It was exactly because the three had reacted so violently to the death of their fourth mage member that Ridra knew that they were a tight unit. But he was not intimidated by the display of hatred. Instead, he knew it was a weakness to exploit. Now with this condition added, not only did he have one up on the group with a member of them being at his mercy, but he also gave 1 page of the diary to this member, meaning that even if they betray him and leave, they would fail the mission given to them by the devil. This was a masterstroke by Ridra, as apart from these conditions there was also a hidden scheme written within the words of the contract. / Today will also be a 2-chapter day, guys, as I will try and update 1 more chapter for you all before reset. Next target for bonus chapter is 1000 GT. Hopefully we hit it soon. Special shout out to Domswissa for the 500 coin massage chair. / Chapter 515, a ploy to defy the ruler of hell. Shitian read the conditions of the contract carefully, and then thought about various possible scenarios, before finally agreeing to it and signing the document. Although he felt something was off, he was on a time limit to complete this mission, which the superiors described as highest priority, and the negotiations were making no headway at all. Hence, with the assurance that nobody could circumvent a contract, Shitian agreed to Rudra's terms. This was a big mistake, as Rudra had a big ploy underneath this contract, as he smiled like a glib lawyer who had sunk his teeth into his prey. Naturally, Rudra would not warn the blood merchants at this moment, as he would wait for the right time to show his hand. Following the contract signing, Victor was taken to the prison inside the Elite's HQ, which was a holding cell made from reinforced concrete with only a mouth-sized hole for air. Not only was Victor restrained at both hands and feet using high-grade iron chains, but was also forced to wear a straitjacket that restricted him inside a thick leather strap jacket. Victor was a thief, and the very essence of the class was to pick locks and break in and out of structures. Hence one could not be enough careful when dealing with such a man. Elite members guarded the door to the cell 24/7, as Rudra ensured that escape or breakout would not be an option that would be remotely feasible. Naturally, before sealing him in shut, as per the contract, Rudra did hand over one page of the demon's diary to Victor. The rest of the transaction between Jack, Xietian and Rudra took place exactly as Xietian wanted, with they placing the vial of antidote on the table, and Rudra placing the rest of the pages before the two of them, taking their items respectively. Rudra looked at the purple vial with disgust, as it looked more like snake venom than an antidote. However, having no other options, Rudra had to gulp it down in one breath. The liquid tasted even more disgusting than it looked, as Rudra could imagine Lucifer laughing down on him as his throat burned from the effects of the sinister liquid. However, the effects of the antidote were also evident, as Rudra got a system notification. System notification: the curse in your body is dissipating. Estimated time till completion: 2 hours. Rudra looked at this notification and nodded toward Xietian and Jack, who had also examined the papers and found them to be authentic pages of Demon's Diary. However, Rudra got a much-awaited surprise at this very moment, one that he was anticipating for months now. System notification: the average player base of the game has reached level 80. You are now free to use bombs as per your agreement with the governing AI. Booyah! Thought Rudra, as it was something that was long time due. He was basically crippled as an explosion artist for these past years, as he had to wait till the average level of the player base hit 80 before he could use these weapons of mass destruction. This was a monumental game changer for Rudra, who now had a project to work on that could constructively help the guild's overall strength while he was lying around crippled with level 10 strength. Unfortunately for him, this notification came a little bit late, as he had absolutely zero stock of bombs at hand currently, nor did he have the time to develop new ones. If he did have some potent weapons, the entire situation right now against the blood merchants might be different. However, in any case, this was good news for Rudra, as although not against this opponent, the bombs would solve a lot of problems for him in capturing Nine Cloud's kingdom and Aquaho's kingdom. A big smile naturally formed on Rudra's face as he said, "Gentlemen, I think our business here is concluded." Rudra extended his hand, as if expecting a shake. Xietian and Jack stood up. It was evident from their cold expression that there was going to be no handshakes. Situation had forced the two to cooperate, however. Both of them were by no means willing parties of a cooperation. The enmity ran deep, and would not be changed by this forced period of truce. The two of them just turned and left as they were watched coldly by a crowd of elite members outside. The duo naturally were going to leave the city. However, they had to wait for Victor to complete the mission, which would only happen once Rudra was cured completely of his curse and released Victor from his prison. The contract stated that after Rudra's curse completely wore off, he would remove all constraints over Victor and guarantee a safe passage outside the walls of Purple Haze City. And Rudra intended to keep that promise. However, the trick in the contract was the part where it said till outside the passage walls of the city, which meant everything outside was fair game. Having a mage tower that had an effective area of control larger than Purple Haze City, an SMG and 500 of his best men on standby, Rudra planned on never letting Victor make more than 50 feet of ground once outside the city, while using the tracking mirror to hunt the other two members down too, and getting the pages back from them. Rudra had already planned to go against Lucifer, and there was no way in hell that he was letting him get all the pages like he wanted. Not a single page was slipping out of Rudra's possession today, as he planned on getting each and every one of them back. // chapter number 2 for the day. Hope you all enjoyed it. Starting next week I am also bringing back the Power Stone bonuses, as I will be giving one bonus chapter for every 1000 PS. Hence every second or third day, we can have a bonus chapter just like the old days. Hopefully you guys still support my book like you always have been. // Chapter 516 Rudra shows his hand. 2 hours passed slowly for Rudra, as he waited for the curse in his body to disperse completely. He was paranoid about such things, as his scheming mind made it difficult for him to trust others too, as he would always suspect a scheme from an enemy even when it was not the case. Rudra was worried that the antidote that the devil gave would not completely cure him of the curse, as there may be a hidden ploy behind it. However, his worries were for nothing, as 2 hours later, he got a system notification informing him that he was completely cured of the devil's curse. System notification. The curse on your body has been lifted. Rudra breathed a sigh of relief at this notification, as he wiped the beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Now that his biggest fear had been dealt with, Rudra could start planning on how to stab the devil in the back. As he told SMG that it was showtime, Rudra personally went to the holding cell where Victor was being held captive, as he released the man from his holding. Victor laughed as he was starting to be freed, as he mocked Rudra for his helplessness in having to give up the pages of the demon's diary, and now granting him freedom. He said, "To be honest, I did not trust you at all to keep your word and free me. I had came completely prepared to escape should that be the case. It is funny how you thought that such elaborate restraints were enough to hold me, when you don't have mana cancellation installed in your holding cells. I could have just used Blink and teleported outside, you see. All these walls would then be for nay. Soon next time you bring a prisoner in, make sure you blindfold him on his way here, and then install mana cancellation to make sure he does not use any tricks to escape." Foolish human. Rudra listened to what Victor had to say, and he had to say that he was impressed. What Victor pointed out was indeed true, and it was something that Rudra had not thought about. He had built this holding cell from the perspective of reality. However, the same rules of reality do not apply themselves to the world of Omega. Hence, he needed to think about such things in the future. However, as Victor mocked him for being stupid, Rudra mocked Victor in his heart to be stupid, as he silently sent a message to Fatty Kalash to install a mana cancellation inside the holding cell within the next 1 hour. Because if everything went as Rudra planned, Victor would be back here in less than 2 hours. However, not letting any of those emotions be displayed on his face, Rudra pointed towards the exit, as he personally led Victor out of the elite headquarters, and towards the exit of Purple Haze City. Victor was naturally on guard once he left the holding cell, as he did not like the 300 men envoy around him leading him out of city. His every move was being monitored by these black-robed men, all of whom had the same assassin class. It was SMG's men who had completely encircled Victor, as SMG himself monitored the situation from distance. Thanks to Victor showboating, Rudra now knew that he had Blink as one of the moves of his arsenal. Hence, encircling him physically was stupid, as he had the capability to teleport short distances. Hence, as he approached the end of the city, the encirclement of the 300 men became very loose as they covered a very wide area. Victor snarled at this as he asked Rudra, "Why are there so many men following us?" Rudra let a soft smile escape his face as he looked towards Victor and said, "It's for your protection, of course. The contract forces me to ensure your safety, and these are my guards to help me keep my word." Snort asterisk. Victor snorted at this response, as he understood that these lethal assassins were by no means here for his safety. However, in his heart, he was sure that he could easily lose these tier 2 assassins if a fight broke out. This arrogance of his was to be his downfall, as although these assassins were indeed not his match, SMG watching on in the shadows was. Rudra took a moment to check his mirror to look at the location of Victor's 2 partners, happy to see that the 2 of them were only about 6 kilometers out from the capital, waiting on an abandoned goat trail. Everything was proceeding as planned, but this was the end of his role now, as everything that was soon to follow was up to SMG and his squadron and Mediv in his mage tower, as he had no capabilities himself at the moment except to be the brains of this operation. As they stood at the city wall, the exit had already been cleared of civilian traffic for the moment on Rudra's orders, as there was noon around when the party reached there. Rudra extended his hand towards Victor as he said, "I know we have had our differences, but I just want to let you know that I am a changed man." Rudra started his bullshittery, as he completely caught Victor off guard with it. Enough for the assassins to take positions outside the city border to prevent Victor from escaping. When Victor looked around to realize what was going on, Rudra made use of that opportunity to pull his arm and bring him out of the city border to void his contract. As the moment both his feet went outside the walls, the elite assassins closed in on Victor like a hound. "You moth asterisk 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 asterisk," shouted Victor, as he instantly used Blink to teleport to safety. However, since Blink only had an effective range of 20 meters, he could only teleport so far before appearing before an assassin. Victor picked his fight as he was lightning quick in dispatching some of the elite assassins that initially came into conflict with him. He was hoping to make short work of them before bolting off into the wild, relying on his superior speed to run off into the wild. However, to his horror, from nowhere a powerful fire blast hit his back. It was Furball. She was absolutely fired up, as Victor had insulted Rudra in her presence not so long ago. Now that she had the chance, she was definitely not going to let him go. "You little runt! I will skin you alive," said Victor, as he used a skill move to increase his agility to the extreme and attack Furball. However, he had to stop midway, as a dangerous man had his dagger pointed towards his throat. It was SMG. Taking advantage of Furball's attack, he finally found the opening required to close in on Victor, without his chance to run away. SMG was waiting for the right moment to engage in battle, as the priority for him was not to fight, but to prevent Victor from escaping should he pass the encirclement. Only because that possibility was gone once Furball engaged did he pick his spot to enter the battle. Bunch of liars and schemers, cursed Victor as he was desperate in fighting SMG, as he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. But with every passing second, more and more elite assassins were positioning a tight perimeter around his location. Victor had thought that Noon would be his match amongst the elite troops. Yet he was struggling to keep his own against only SMG. It was then that he realized how grim his situation was, and how strong Rudra's planning really was. In the next 3 minutes that followed, SMG managed to trade blows with Victor, as he whittled his HP down to 50% while losing 60% of his own. Although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had the environmental support and could step back at any moment to heal and come back in the fight. However, SMG2 made a slight error in his judgment, as Victor, although entrapped, had one hidden card to his disposal that could help him escape. Blink was not the only move he had in his arsenal, as Victor was an accomplished blood merchant member having many means. When he found the right opportunity, he used Smog, releasing pitch black dark fog from his mouth as he created a smoke screen within seconds of using the move. The elites panicked, as the visibility they had became zero once the smoke screen was used, and hence they lost sight of Victor. Unfortunately, Karna was not present here at the moment, and nobody else had the ability to see past the smoke. Rudra panicked as he could feel his heart beating out of his chest. As he feared the worst, Victor had smartly waited for the reset time for Blink to go back to normal before using the smoke screen coupled with Blink to escape from the encirclement. As he moved with blistering speed towards the woods. I am free, thought Victor, as he thought he had outsmarted all the elites, and would manage to escape here today. However, he had celebrated just a moment too quick, as just as he was about to enter the tree line, two lightning quick daggers impaled both his knees from behind, sending him in a world of agony as he fell over. Ag hi! Screamed Victor, as he looked towards the enemy approaching towards his location. He was a middle-aged man walking with a cane sword in one of his hand, while two daggers in another. Johnny English had arrived. // guys, extremely important announcement about the merch for this book. Please read the author notes for this chapter and give an appropriate response in the comments down below // Chapter 517, A Genius Ploy. Victor thought about committing suicide when he was being bound and restrained by the elite assassins, as two daggers kept drawing blood from both his legs, as he was incapable of using them for movement. However, unfortunately, he did not have a hidden poison in his tooth that he could take for an easy death. He was doomed to be with his captors. SMG looked like he had gotten a new life, as he felt his soul leaving his body at the thought that Victor might escape. However, luckily Johnny English came to the rescue just in time. SMG said, "Thank you, Sir Johnny. Without your timely assistance, I would have lost him." Johnny just waves his cane as he looked to the skies and said, "Don't worry too much, boy. I've seen way more Christmas than you. You will reach my heights someday." Had anyone else dared to utter such bold words, SMG might have smacked them then and there. However, it was Johnny who said it. Hence the impact of those words changed completely. SMG could only look towards the ground and say, "I certainly hope to reach your heights someday." Ha. Johnny faintly nodded, as he liked the youngster's response. Back at the Elite's HQ, Victor's soul sunk as he was put inside the same restraints that were imposed on him not so long ago. However, this time, there was also mana cancellation applied to the walls of the room, which would make conjuring any spell for Victor impossible. Victor could not help but blame his big mouth for his current situation. However, in his heart, he felt a burning rage, as he sneered at Rudra's attempt to hold him captive. Shitian had already planned for the worst, as if Victor did not meet up with them at their predetermined location, the other two would split up and flee towards the nearest blood merchant camp, where they would then ask for help and gather forces to carry out an operation to save him. Victor had no doubt that the organization would come for him, as not only was he in the possession of a page from Demon's diary that he refused to give up at all costs from his inventory space to Rudra, as he had that one thing as leverage over the elites, knowing that should he die, his system space would vanish as well. However, had he known that Rudra was currently pretending to be him, as he went to meet up with the other two blood merchants, he would probably puke blood. Rudra had taken the appearance alteration potion as he walked, talked and looked exactly like Victor, as he used the mirror to reach the location they were supposed to meet, an abandoned goat path outside Purple Haze City, When Jack and Xietian saw Victor, Rudra, approaching, they breathed a sigh of relief, as he was late by 40 minutes to reach this location, and they had started to fear the worst. "What took you so long?" asked Jack as he raised an eyebrow to see Jack hurt a little. "Those Moda ***** ambushed me as soon as I left the city. It was that smartass in the cabin who pulled the stun off. I thought me was a goner. Luckily, I used a smoke bomb and blinked to escape. The ***** don't know where I went anymore," Rudra said in the most Victor-like way that he could. By this point, Rudra had figured out that Victor was a loose-tongued mad rabid dog, with his short conversation with the man. Hence, he picked the essence of his character, which worked perfectly to fool the other two blood merchants, who looked angry. "I knew he was up to no good. A lying SOB, Xietian said. A light faction wastrel. A lying scum. Didn't they pretend to be all holier than thou just because they follow the light? Fakes, all of them," Jack said with disgust evident on his face. The talk would have went on, however, forever. But just like Rudra had planned with the follow elites, a small explosion went up not so far from their current location. "Oh, we need to run now," said Rudra, his voice cracking under panic apparently as Xietian asked, "You have the page?" To which Victor, Rudra, nodded and said, "I have one. The other is with an elite." Xietian and Jack stopped running, as they looked at Jack in rage, as if they wanted to offer him as cannon fodder to Lucifer. "Why did you not bring both pages if you knew the elites had two?" questioned Xietian as a vein popped in his forehead. He was about to lose it. "Why? Because of the contract. Why? Why else? The contract only gave me one page, and I was unaware that the BS ***** had any more, just like you both. I'm not stupid. Don't blame me," Rudra said as he raised his hands up in defense. As Xietian and Jack fiercely debated on what to do next, Rudra watched in joy as the two men walked around in circles, as they looked frustrated and angry at the news that Rudra still had possession of one more page left. "We need to go, man. Deliver the package in our possession first, then think about that page later," said Jack. However, Xietian was not convinced as he said, "Not possible, man. We can't fail this mission. Go with a page less, and the higher-ups will have our heads." Exasperated, the two of them talked back and forth, until Rudra waited for the perfect opportunity to lay his trap. Throwing two daggers suddenly, he alarmed Xietian and Jack as the daggers went towards a nearby busy where Furball was hiding. Furball doing its role perfectly as it began to flee. "It's that runt's pet. If the pet is here, he must be nearby," exclaimed Victor as he gave Furball a chase, as his sudden actions made it so that Xietian and Jack were forced to follow without giving it much thought. The duo had reached a tacit understanding to see and take out Rudra should he be nearby, while not approach the city walls of Purple Haze by any means, as they suspected a trap to be laid for them once they entered the city. Their instincts were indeed sharp, as they were running right into a trap. However, not one that was inside the city, unfortunately, as their opponent was Shikuni of the elites, whose schemes had no plot holes in them. Many kilometers away, at the center of the city, Mediv watched in anticipation, as he saw Rudra lead the two men into his effective range of operations, as he waited patiently for the signal to deal with them. The effective range of the Mage Tower extended to 3 kilometers beyond the city walls of Purple Haze City, which made it a very potent weapon for city defense. However, today Rudra had decided to use it for the petty purpose of restraining two men, as he led the duo right into an elite trap, just when it looked as if Victor had reached Furball's tail, and would now attack her. Victor stopped in his tracks, and turned towards his teammates, his actions baffling his team. "The run is running away. Why did you stop?" asked Jack as he prepared a spell to attack Furball. However, Victor placed an arm on his shoulder. "Have you lost your mind, Victor?" asked Jack, who was getting ominous feeling seeing his friend not respond to his words. At this moment, a streak of light exploded from the Mage Tower in Purple Haze City as it headed straight towards their location, as the two men found themselves suddenly being gripped by darkness bind. Shock and horror was evident on their faces as they saw a laughing Shikuni's head over Victor's body. It was too late now, as even though they broke free from their constraints, it was too late for them to escape, as the spell illusion chamber hit the trio, temporarily sealing them in a different space, with each of them being in a different transparent compartment. Jack and Xietian could only despair as despite their best efforts, they could not even scratch the imprisoning walls. As soon they found themselves losing their minds to despair as they realized how they had been played by Rudra at the palm of his hands. They hurled insults at Rudra as they spat on their walls and swore to extract revenge for today. However, it was nothing more than music to Rudra's ears as he sat with a satisfied smile to his face, waiting for the elites to take charge of the situation here. They had not even gotten a whiff of Rudra's true intentions. However, they swore to never hand off the pages to Rudra even if he tortured them to death. Alas, even after failing so miserably, they had not truly understood the true nature of the greatest mastermind to have ever walked on God's green earth. As his true ploy had but yet started, Rudra never planned anything for a half-win. He had won the first round where he captured the men. Naturally, he had his plans to get the pages of the demon's diary from them as well. // Congratulations on hitting the Power Stone target. As promised, I will upload a bonus chapter tomorrow. Also, on a side note, I have discovered that I am legally not allowed merchandising rights by WN. Hence, I can't partake in such activities. My regrets in not being able to give you guys some cool merch. Apologies. Chapter 518, Getting the Pages Back. As if capturing and imprisoning all three of the blood merchants sent on the mission was not enough, Rudra had decided that he would get the pages of the demon's diary back from them too. However, since the three of them would not voluntarily give up the pages, Rudra had already made his ploy. The plan was not exactly what a decent law-abiding human should do. However, Rudra was hellbent on getting the pages back at any cost possible regardless of means to get them. As he took off Victor's disguise and put on Xietian's, as SMG took the appearance-altering potion for Jack, Victor was not yet aware of the capture of his teammates. As Rudra planned on scamming Victor by taking on the appearance of his teammates, as he would pretend to rescue him only to get the pages back, Rudra made the elites do dummy war noises. As clamor and fighting and shockwaves caused by the use of spells could be heard all around Victor's holding cell. Victor, who heard this noise, tried to peep out of his small air hole to only see rough figures of two men fighting, as he felt anticipation in his heart that maybe the blood merchants were here to free him. His emotions bursting into pure joy when he saw Jack and Xietian bust the door of his holding cell open, as inadvertently a tear dropped from his eye. For the past few hours, dark thoughts had clouded his mind, as he felt unsure of whether help would ever arrive for him, or would he spend an eternity in this damned place. However, not even a day into his imprisonment his friends were there to save him. When Xietian, Rudra, removed his gag, the first words that Victor uttered were, "I knew you would come, my friend." As he looked at Rudra emotionally, for a split second Rudra felt guilt and pain in what he was doing. However, as he looked at the walls of the cell, he was reminded of this house of the elites that he had built, and how it wasn't built on foundations of mercy and kindness. It was built by his and his guild's blood, sweat, and tears, and through his hard work and sheer will. Unfortunately for Victor, his master Lucifer had tried to threaten this piece of his. Therefore, there was no showing mercy to this opponent. With an emotional voice, Rudra said, "Of course, I would come to save you. Let's get out of this as asterisk at whole." Jack, SMG, pretended to remove Victor's restraints as Rudra said, "Please tell me you have the last page? We fail the mission without it." "Safe with me," said Victor, as he gave an energetic smile. He could feel his menace returning, as he could feel his freedom coming back to him, as his mad dog nature resurfaced. "Show me." "He might have given you a fake. That cunning BA asterisk 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 Shaw asterisk asterisk asterisk," Rudra said hurriedly, as he peeked outside the cell as if to make sure noon was approaching. Victor, who had one arm freed by Jack, took out the scroll from his inventory as he gave it to Xietian. As he said, "All authentic, I checked it myself." When Rudra took the scroll in his hands, he pretended to read it as he gave the look to SMG. The look said, "End this nonsense," as SMG clobbered Victor on the back of his head to knock him unconscious. His last conscious thought being, "Huh? What's happening here?" Victor felt confused, anxious, nervous, and betrayed all at once as he passed out before Rudra, who coldly looked at his passed-out body as he put back the page from Demon's diary in his inventory. Rudra had first manipulated Xietian and Jack using Victor's appearance in order to lure and capture them, and then used their appearance to scam Victor of his page. He ruthlessly played both sides, making full use of the appearance alteration potion as he manipulated his way into achieving his goals. If this was the extent of his planning, it would have been acceptable. However, it was not. He was not going to stop until received all the pages back, as his next step was truly extreme even for someone like him. Meanwhile, Dronacharya was planning for the dungeon that was to open in 2 months' time as he readied his forces to storm Purple Haze City. Currently, he was constructing a digital model of Purple Haze City, as he planned to observe every nook and cranny of the battlefield to pick his fights from the best spots and identify key areas that needed to absolutely be controlled. He thought of every possible scenario and even planned for a contingency for what to do if he was unable to breach certain sections of the city wall, as there was a plan B, C, D, E as backup. Dronacharya thought everything from his perspective and every fail-safe from his end. However, the part where his scheming paled in comparison to Shikune's was his inability to predict the enemy's reaction to a threat. Dronacharya did not understand the fundamentals of the game as well as Rudra did, and he did not understand human nature, being away from the limelight, and not interactive with most high-class players. Dronacharya did not understand the mindset of these big guys, and how to keep them in check. He could make excellent strategies from his POV. However, they could crumble to nothing if things did not go as he intended them to go, or if the enemy pulled one out of his hat. However, everything said, he was 95% confident on conquering the city should no unknown variables appeared. This was with him assuming that all of the elite's main force, their top 200 players, would be gone once the event dungeon opens. // as promised, this is the bonus for hitting the PS target. There will be one more chapter coming right up. Also, we are only 50 tickets from hitting the next GT target, which I hope to touch today itself for another bonus // Chapter 519 getting the other pages. // this chapter is a bit dark, containing bits of psychological torture and gore. Please read at your own discretion // Rudra brought the 3 captured men in one room as he had put the unconscious Victor in a potato sack, with the other 2 men unaware of his existence inside the sack. Taking a chair, Rudra took a seat before them. As he looked at the 2 men restrained to a metal pole giving him dirty looks as if they wanted to rip his heart out from his chest. For the first 1 minute Rudra only gave them amused looks as he let them spew hate on him, as he mockingly smiled at them implying stare all you want. But what can you do? Rudra was playing psychological games with these men as he pissed them off to get their emotional state agitated. As through the years Rudra had learnt that an emotionally agitated person was much more likely to make impulsive decisions rather than an emotionally stable one. After a while, Rudra clapped his hands as the assassins from the true elites walked inside the room with an array of tools and chains. As they cleaned the weapons as they put it on a mat beside Rudra, one at a time, muffled screams escaped from the gags that were placed on Jack and Shietian as saliva dripped on the floor. The 2 men shot vicious glares at Rudra that had hatred, anger and some fear mixed inside them. However, overall they were determined to not give the weapons up no matter what. However, little did they know that these tools were not for them at all. As Rudra snapped his fingers, and the unconscious body of Victor was dragged out of the potato sack as the assassins pulled him by his hair, handling him like an object rather than a human. From 4 hinges on the wall, 4 tight iron chains were attached, the other end of which was bound to Victor, as he was suspended unconscious in the air. All 4 of his limbs stretched to the full. Jack and Shietian were now practically wailing till their vocal cords hurt, as their fear turned into pure hatred for Rudra, as they wanted to rip his face off at the moment, then flail his skin alive. However, no matter what they wanted, at the moment, they could do nothing but watch as Rudra splashed a glass of wine on Victor's face, jolting him awake. Naturally, Victor was stunned to see himself being held captive, with his first instinct being to use blink and get out of this jam. However, the room where Rudra was holding them was specially installed with mana cancellation devices, which made manifesting spells inside it impossible. Let me go! You hashtag and hashtag 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 and hashtag and dollar hashtag hashtag. Hashtag hashtag dollar and dollar, screamed Victor, as Rudra paid no heed to the man, only seeming interested in picking out the best weapons to torture as he finally decided to use a scalpel, as he inched closer menacingly towards Victor's face, as he glanced towards the 2 men to see their reactions. Shietian and Jack were staring wide-eyed, as their eyes became bloodshot. They were losing their damn minds seeing Rudra's antics. Although Rudra felt no pleasure in this. Someone had to do the dirty job, and he was such a man who would do it himself than let any of his innocent guild members sully their hands with it. As he was not a spineless leader who was scared to get his hands muddy, but a sacrificing one who would stand at the forefront of it. Taking a deep breath, as he controlled his hurting conscience, Rudra carved the words "runt" on Victor's face, as the man screamed in pain, and a 1200 damage appeared on his status bar. This was payback for him having the audacity to call for ball a runt in front of Rudra's face, as Rudra made sure to drive that point home. As although Victor kept spewing insults after insults at Rudra kept up the cycle of torturing him. Then sitting for a while on his chair sipping fine wine as he mocked Shietian and Jack before torturing Victor with a new method some more. Bit by bit Rudra sapped away the spurts the 2 men had as he could see the defeat and despair crawl in their eyes. As hours of this process later, their once angry howls had changed into cries for mercy. However, Rudra did not stop there, as he mangled a live human's suspended body to a bloody mess beyond recognition, until Jack and Shietian hit their lowest, seeing Jack's HP bar at 1%. They were truly desperate to save their friend's life at the moment, as Rudra shockingly pulled out an advanced healing potion at this moment, swinging it in front of their eyes as he said, "Your friend will die any minute now, from the constant bleeding he has from the cuts all over his body. And his death can be averted if you guys act quickly. Give me the pages, and I will give him the potion as well as swear to end the torture. As I only want my pages back. Nothing more. Lucifer dared to mess with me, and I am only repaying his grace that he showed me by crucifying me back to his own people. Believe me, it disgusts me more than it disgusts you to torture you weaklings rather than Lucifer himself. Who deserves this? But unfortunately, I am not strong enough for that. Hopefully you forgive me and give me the papers. Unless the death of you our friend won't be on me. Jack and Shitian could not believe the hypocrisy coming out of Rudra's mouth. However, desperate to save their friends' lives, they caved in an instant as they gave up the pages and eyed Rudra as if to say here F********. Now go save my friend. Which Rudra actually followed through with, as he indeed administered the advanced healing potion personally to save a dying Victor. Victor's HP bar shot back up, as his injuries faded at a visible rate, giving the two captives a momentary sigh of relief. However, this was going to be their last joy before death. As before exiting the room, Rudra looked at an assassin and slid a finger against his throat, giving the death signal for the three captives inside. Today he had to bring out a dark side of himself, bringing unprecedented cruelty to the table, as the weight of the papers in his hands felt more than they should. As Rudra contemplated the cost of getting them, he was not proud of the events that transpired. However, a small part inside him was satisfied to have completed the goal at hand. However, a bigger part, which was his conscience, just kept asking him one question to defeat the devil. Are you going to become one? It was a soul-shaking question, as Rudra feared the answer that came from deep down his heart, as the answer was a faint yes. / a dark chapter. Not what the book usually does. Comment down below what are your thoughts regarding this. Also, how do you feel about this dark side of Rudra / Chapter 520, an announcement that shook the world. The Cuber Corp. The Cuber Corp had been in a complete disarray ever since the initial plan for planet Earth was thrown off balance, with more and more cultivators popping out on the planet, and governments asking for classified information. After several days of intense brainstorming and heated debates, the managers of planet Earth, the Cuber Corp, had decided to go with the approach of revealing a part of the whole picture to the general public. It was going to be a reality-shattering reveal, as the very landscape of the world was about to change, as the meaning behind playing Omega was going to change significantly. However, to smoothen things out and not cause mass hysteria, the Cuber Corp decided to sugarcoat truth with lies, as they manipulated reality facts as a part of the game's new system update. The Cuber Corp issued the following statement inside Omega, wrapping it as the 6th system update. System notification. Greeting players. On 26th March 2105, the game will undergo its 6th system update for 12 hours at midnight GMT. During this time, no gaming activity will be possible as all players must log out. Here are the details about the next system update. 1. Changes to the guild system and guild wars. Every guild can now make subsidiary guilds that come under direct control of the main guild with a variety of clauses and restrictions, and every territory controlled by the subsidiary guilds will be considered a part of the main guild. If the controlled territory exceeds a threshold, a guild now has the option to call for its independence and declare rebellion against a kingdom. Also, guilds no longer need to issue formal challenges for territory. One can march their troops at any time and any place now. For exact details, click here. 2. Change to the territorial system. The sleeping powerhouses are now awoken. The lost lands are now displayed on the main map of the world. One can actively explore these regions. 3. The debuff to enter opposite faction territory is reduced from 90% to 30%. 4. Introduction of special structures called cultivation camps. 5. The difficulty of forging equipments is now lifelike. There is no short time sped way of forging / brewing / concocting items now. 6. 7. 11. Speed messaging on forums is now disabled. Everyone can only post one message a day on the forums. Side note, everyone can play Omega now. The game will now have kid-friendly zones where teenagers and kids play. Also, limited time 99% sale on VR headsets. So buy one now. Side note, the scientists at Cuber Corp have made a shocking discovery about the hidden potential of the human body. Some players were observed to have improved physical abilities and developing superhuman strength and reflexes after playing Omega. These players, labeled as cultivators, were able to absorb mana in the real world just like mages do in Omega to conjure spells. There is cosmic energy on Earth, and using the neural full dive technology, some of us humans can attune our minds to this energy and use it as a high-performance fuel to enhance our bodily functions. It is a level up in real life. For more details, click here. The Cuber Corp just decided to drop this bomb on the world. However, they dropped it in the middle of the ocean, as the people on the shore only got splattered with droplets. The common people, though intrigued by these new patch notes, found nothing wrong with it, as they were more excited than ever to level up in real life and become a cultivator. Instantly, how to be a cultivator and a guide to cultivation type of content became viral, as everyone wanted to start on the path of cultivation as soon as possible. However, those with brains, people like the government, Rudra and Dronacharya, instantly sniffed the problems behind the sugar-coated words of the Cuber Corporation. The real reason why the Cuber Corp were selling Helens at a 99% discount rate and getting kids to play Omega was because Earth was on the clock now, and everyone needed to be ready for what was to come next. However, if the Cuber Corp announced it as an apocalypse training, law and order around the world would break down as people would plunge into chaos and anarchy. The truth behind the situation was that Earth was soon going to become a part of a bigger system of countless planets and civilizations whereon the races in the game would no longer be fictional characters. They would be their own civilizations. Omega was only a tutorial of what was to come. And the gods in Omega were not what they seemed to be. The origins of Earth's lores, and the angels, and the fallen angels were not fiction, but reality. Man had forgotten that this was not always their planet. It was once populated by the dinosaur race. However, the angels purged them, as they left two of their own, Adam and Eve, as the caretakers of this desolate planet. Thousands of years passed and humans thrived on planet Earth, as everything about the angels was all but a fairy tale. Until the year 2080 rolled around, and the superior races found this desolate planet again. According to the Universal Moral Law Treaty, the planet was put under the tutorial program and given time to build strength. Only when the planet would have 200,000 cultivators would the tutorial be completed, and the planet left to defend for its own. For now, Earth was only a speck of dust of a backward race in the universe, and nothing more. However, the Cuber Corp was here to ensure that this speck of dust was able to at least try and stand up to the rest of the universe, and not become a slave of some powerful race. The Cuber Corp took the most unique approach when they designed Omega for 20 years with the help of the Universal AI, which was given to Earth. However, the universe did not know this small blue planet as Earth, as the angels had named this planet Gaia, which was the name of the AI given to the Cuber Corp. Hence, with Gaia, they brainstormed and planned in detail about the constructions of full dive gear and the entire mapping of Omega, as the Cuber Corp firmly believed that learning through playing was the best way to learn. Through Omega now billions of Earthlings had seen the ins and outs of combat and adventure, as they would no longer be as scared of getting in a sword fight now, as they would have been prior to 2099. Slowly but surely all humans were learning combat, as their mind trained their body in accordance to the classes they chose. Naturally, everyone believed it to be just a game for now. But everything was soon about to change, as the clock for Earth was ticking. Now that the secret about cultivation, although wrapped with more lies than truth, was out, more and more people would break through to the cultivated ranks, as the race to become a cultivator had started. Naturally, becoming one was not easy at all, as if it was everyone would be a cultivator by now, and not just 50 from the billions who played the game. It would take 1.5 years at the earliest and 3 at the latest according to Gaia's estimates before Earth was changed forever. Rudra had never heard this notification in his past life, as this was an extremely concerning revelation for him, as the timeline he was aware of had shifted radically from its course of history. However, Rudra was not the only one who was left baffled, as Dronacharya had no memory of this announcement either. The 6th system update announcement initially came 3 years from now. However, it was here way too early, and different from what he remembered it to be. This scared the man out of his wits, as he began to question the relevancy of the knowledge he had, and whether or not it was all just a figment of his imagination. The entire game, the rankings, the guilds, the VR Olympics, everything was just a big testing stage, as the world would soon need leaders, not based on countries or caste, but leaders for the whole of mankind. Why did Rudra reincarnate? Why did Ethan Gray reincarnate? Who was controlling the bigger picture behind the scenes? A lot of mysteries would soon start to unravel, as the line between real and virtual would soon start to blur to the point it would be impossible to distinguish between the two. // Congratulations on hitting the GT target. As the target has been met, there will naturally be a bonus chapter to follow soon behind. We are also close to hitting the PS target as well. Hence tomorrow will most likely be a 2-chapter day. Good job everyone. // Chapter 521 New Time Same Old Elites. In the months that followed this incident to get the pages, Rudra spent most of his time in the Elites HQ trying to make new bombs and stock up arsenal of old ones. There was a cultivator rush ongoing following the Cuber Corps' announcement. However, Rudra had chosen to not reveal his identity as one at the moment, as he wanted to observe how things developed before exposing this secret. Rudra felt something amiss with what the Cuber Corp had told, and hence, he wanted to wait till he knew the bigger picture to show his hand to the general masses. Currently, the internet was filled with junk that guided newbie players, who had no chances to break through in a million years to gather ridiculous items, and make cultivation pills that would instantly break them through the rank of cultivators. Rumors about how cultivators could split mountains with their bare fists and fly in the sky misled the common masses about the true nature of the cultivators on Earth, who were only healthier and stronger than most average humans at the moment, and nothing more. However, all the hype about cultivation did make Rudra diligently perform the technique of moving chi through his mana pathway, as he cultivated seriously every day for 8 hours a day. The results were shown a month later as one session. As he was cultivating, he found, as if the universal energy was removing the impurities from every square cm of his blood. As he felt pleasure and joy as he underwent a breakthrough. Rudra's breakthrough made his coffin-shaped new gaming pod again littered with all kinds of impurities. However, this one provided by the Cuber Corp was equipped well to handle such situations, as it could clean the internals and collect the skeptic waste aside. Even so, it ejected Rudra out of Omega, as he was forced to take a shower by the AI before continuing again. Rudra's family started Omega, as his mother bought the VR helmets for $1 as she, Father Rajput, and Max started playing the child-friendly version of the game. For the couple, they only wanted to roam new cities and try new cuisines, as every night was a date night, as they thoroughly enjoyed the change. The scene of them laughing heartily in the streets of Purple Haze City, as they were treated better than the king himself. Guarded by Rudra's Duke's Guard NPC, Rudra could finally be satisfied at the life he gave his parents. Naomi would often tag along, as family outings every other day was a common routine. Max, however, wanted to do everything he was not allowed to do, as he had started to become a problem child as he grew up out of his adorable phase. The safe mode of the game was too boring for him, as after a while of running around in the new world and doing some of the events made for the kids, he wanted to play with Rudra and slay monsters and fight wars. However, as he was not allowed to, he sulked all day and cursed the heavens for making him so small. Max was Rudra's soft spot, and seeing his brother upset, Rudra could feel his heart break, as after a lot of thinking and Fatty doing some careful tinkering, Rudra gave Max a blunt wooden sword that he could carry around inside Purple Haze City. With the sword, Max soon became the most popular kid on the streets, as he would mock play his brother, as the other kids became the other elites, as they played their little games in the streets. The sword meant everything to the little runt, as soon he forgot about his desires to join Rudra in battle once he got his new toy to play with. However, other than that, Rudra did not have it easy at all, as he underwent one of the most stressful times to be an elite leader. Alongside the Russians, the elites kept pushing for territory in both Aquahose and Nine Clouds Kingdom, as one village after the other fell into the hands of the elites. According to Rudra's estimates, he only needed to capture 2 medium-sized towns now inside Nine Clouds Kingdom before he would control more territory than the king, as he could declare his independence as the sovereign of Nine Clouds, an act that would plunge his organization in a full-scale conflict against the royal army. The subsidiary act of the 6th system updates made it very easy for Rudra to just install puppet guilds under his banner, as he could expand his sphere of influence considerably. However, his eyes were on the Grey International main guild for this expansion at the moment. Many small and first-rate guilds wanted to become a subsidiary of the true elites inside Hazelgrove. However, the problem was that the elites did not want any of the domestic powers as their subsidiaries, as according to Rudra, the elites had consolidated their power within the Hazelgrove region and had no use in tying alliances in that area. Rudra wanted to focus on globalization and have bases all across the continent to someday use them as a means for rapid expansion. Also for Rudra, his long-term goal to become a king and marry Ruby was coming close to becoming a reality, as once he did win the war against Nine Clouds Kingdom, he could merge his dukedom with that kingdom to make his elite kingdom and subsidiary of the Hazelgrove Empire. Rudra was never going to let the fold of Cervantes go from over his head, not until he was not tier 5 himself, as he knew that currently the entire reason for the stability of the Hazelgrove region was because that man sat at the throne, and nobody in the continent had the guts to challenge him to a fight. Tier 5 existences were overlords of the continent, and the supreme existences under the gods. Hence, even though he would be a vassal of the Hazelgrove Empire, unless he was not oppressed, which he highly doubted he would be, he would prefer being under Cervantes for the time period. However, Rudra's most pressing issue currently was the Blood Merchant Organization and Lucifer. He had 5 pages of the Demon's Diary out of the 7 that were needed for the complete book, and even with 5 pages there was not much that he could do. However, having a strong feeling that the pages were something even more valuable than his entire kingdom combined, Rudra wanted to find the other 2 pages as soon as possible, and before they fell into the hands of Lucifer, for this very task. and the fear of an inevitable clash with Lucifer. Rudra had spent his days lost in the development of new weapons of mass destruction, as he came up with 3 new bomb designs. 1. Triple poison bomb. It released green toxic sleeping gas first, followed by a yellow paralytic gas, and finally a red poison gas to kill his enemies. The area of effect was 20 meters, and it dissipated into the atmosphere quickly, having no lingering effects once the area was visibly clear. 2. Pressure bombs, mines. Rudra finally invented the all-important mines, a bomb that was potent for laying defense of a city or an army establishment. With this under his belt, he could strategically reinforce many areas of the dukedom, making significant progress in terms of internal security. 3. Mana bombs. Rudra made compressed mana bombs as he created the advanced water bombs using them, with 10x the power of the water bombs, by using compressed mana as the power reactor instead of the chemical reaction between water's bane metal and water. This was a very powerful bomb that could shell out entire buildings at once, and extremely costly to produce one too, costing a whopping 15,000 gold coins. Even so, Rudra went ahead and created an arsenal of 10,000 of such bombs while creating 30,000 of the other 2 and 50,000 of the spike bomb, thrust bomb and water bombs, which were soon going to be dispatched to the front lines in the fighting in Nine Clouds' kingdom and Aqua's kingdom. Rudra assumed that with the bombs entering the battlefields again, it would be a game changer, as although the spike and frost bombs were no longer as potent as they were once upon a time on tier 0 players, the sheer numbers of them at the elite's disposal would make a massive impact on the battlefield. With them, it was only a matter of time before the clash for the Nine Clouds' kingdom came. However, Rudra wanted that conflict to be held off till his debuff period was over, which was the only reason why the elites were progressing slower in their campaign than necessary, and focusing more on Aqua's kingdom at the moment. // Apologies guys. Although today should have been a 2-chapter day, I am unable to provide a bonus due to time constraints. But don't worry, I will offset today's misfortune by making tomorrow a 3-chapter day. Again, my heartfelt apology // Chapter 522. Things getting interesting. Inside Hell. When Lucifer found out that the mission to get the pages of the demon's diary had failed, he was absolutely livid, as the devil inside him went on a rampage. Thousands of his demon race followers were mercilessly skewered in his rage, as the entire domain of hell shuddered in fear over the wrath of the devil. Having the possession of demon's diary was paramount for Lucifer, as only with the demon's diary could he become the undisputed ruler of the demon race, which only followed him now out of fear, not loyalty. Lucifer did not want to always stay banished from the middle world and the heavens, as for centuries he was building up his strength and his army to eventually take over the middle world and then the heavens by defeating the angels. Currently he was unable to step into the middle world, as the moment he did, the goddess of life, Archangel Michael, Archangel Sariel, Archangel Raphael, and their minion army would descend from heavens to stop him. Even after centuries of his defeat, he was not strong enough to match Michael's might, much less that of 4 angels combined. However, that would change with the demon's diary in his possession, written by the god of death, the creator of demon race. It contained secrets about the soul, and the secrets to the entire bloodline of the demon race, amongst whom was the secret chapter to create the 4 great demon kings. Demon King were a superior race of demons that were never brought to life by the god of death when he created the demon race, as the demon kings were the counterparts of the angels, born into the world at the peak of tier 5, with the potential to reach tier 7. At any given moment there could be only 4 demon kings, as each one controlled a specific aspect of a demon's existence. The Dark King Doran, a master of the dark energy and dark energy spells, has the potential to become the god of darkness upon ascending to tier 6. The Blood King Baron, a master of the blood arts, unstoppable on a battlefield littered with blood and capable of extracting bloodlines and improving them to their limits for his subordinates, can become the blood god upon reaching tier 6. The Slaughter King Soren, meant to rival the strongest angel Michael. Soren is the equalizer, and the warrior meant to carve through any enemy lines. Monstrous natural strength, stamina and HP. An unstoppable beast, can become the god of war on reaching tier 6. The Trickery King Tauren, the wisest and craftiest demon, meant to lead the demon army from the backlands. Intelligent, ruthless and cold-blooded, yet a master of illusions and formations. He is the last demon king one wants as an enemy, can become the god of illusions on reaching tier 6. The 4 of them were immortals in a way, as they were immune to the effects of the Forgetting River, as their souls were made from the essence of that very river by the death god. However, because of this phenomenon, the 4 demon kings became an even bigger danger to the world and broke the natural order of things, As with every rebirth, they had the memories of their past life. Hence, in a way, they were immortal. Lucifer did have some knowledge about them, as he studied deeply about the death god's various projects when he took over hell. However, the reason why, even after having a vague idea on how to awaken these demon kings, Lucifer never dared to, is because he did not have the strength to force them to comply to his will. He was the ruler of hell, because none else was stronger than him, with him putting the god of death to sleep. However, should a demon ever rise to his power, he was sure to lose the throne that he had, as the demons followed him because they feared him, and not because they were loyal to him. Hence, should he revive the demon kings, and they rebel against him, and succeed, then he would lose everything. To prevent that from happening, Lucifer needed the demon's diary. Having that in his possession meant that no demon could betray him, not even the demon kings, even after reaching tier 6. It was vital for Lucifer to have such subordinates, when he did not have friends, like Michael did to someday stand up to the angels, who banished him from heaven. Which is why the pages in Ridra's hands were of paramount importance to Lucifer, and why the inability to get them frustrated him to the point of raging. Lucifer needed the pages, and he needed them as soon as possible. Which is why Ridra was in enormous danger now that the devil knew who he was, and what he was in possession of. Lucifer gave an ultimatum to the blood merchants, to get him results or to perish completely, as he gave them time of 6 months to get the complete demon's diary for him. A command that pit the entire blood merchant organization in an unavoidable clash against the elites, with Dronacharya circling like a hawk, the Nine Clouds Kingdom War being just around the corner, and the blood merchants on their tail. The elites were set to have the most challenging 6 months of their lives. Yet the leader of the elites was currently incapacitated from using a move far beyond his means, having stagnated his growth as an individual, living like a cripple, spending his time managing his territory and developing new bombs. Although he was making the most of it, just how costly would these 90 days of debuff prove to be for Rudra? // bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target for this week. Good job, everyone. This is chapter 1 of 3 for the day, so 2 more to come. Special shout out to KingSpy25i for the 1500 coin gift. The patronage gives me immense motivation. Slightly smiling face. // Chapter 523, the first challenge. The first major challenge that Rudra faced was not in Omega but in real life. With the 6th system update, there was an opportunity to have subsidiary guilds. This new system was beneficial in creating foreign presence, and Rudra wanted to merge the Grey International main guild into his banner for this very reason. Rudra wanted to have a stronger presence in the Ghost Kingdom, and use its geographical location to launch 3-pronged attack on the Nine Clouds Kingdom, with the war with Nine Clouds' royal army just around the corner. If Rudra could add the Ghost Kingdom's front to the equation, then he could potentially launch a 3-pronged attack on the territory, making it very hard to defend. Rudra was initially confident that Ethan Gray would definitely agree, since he was the sole owner of the Grey International Guild. However, shockingly, Ethan refused. Rudra's logic behind this arrangement was that collaborating with the elites, there was much to gain for the Grey International main guild as well, as technologically, resourcefully, and skilled personnel all could be lent to improve the Grey International Guild to the elite standards. Rudra's elites were valued over 15 times more than the Grey International main guild, making it worthy enough to take the latter under its banner, even though both were super guilds ruling supreme over a territory. However, Ethan was not interested in such a deal. As for him, if the Grey International main guild went under the elites, it was a slap in the face for the Grey International Corporation, and a huge loss to him economically. Ethan said, "Listen, my friend. Let's keep business and personal different, okay? I would never refuse you as a brother. However, professionally your proposition is shit, and I would never even talk about it had it been anyone else but you. The only way your idea comes to fruition is if you are ready to buy 50% stake in the Grey International Guild, at 3 times the market value for $3.6 trillion. However, considering how you are my dear friend, I will round it off at 3 trillion for you. So next time we talk about this, either write me a check or let's put this topic aside." Rudra was shocked at first. He thought Ethan would be delighted to hear such a proposal. However, that was not at all the case. However, what Rudra failed to realize was that along with all the benefits that the elites brought to the table, they brought a ton of problems as well. It was unreasonable of Rudra to ask for a guild to become a subsidiary with no guarantees and only promises of empty words and hopes of a brighter future. If Rudra wanted to make them a subsidiary, then he must pay what Ethan asked, which was a very fair price. However, the issue for him was that although he technically held a lot of wealth, none of them was liquid and most of it was tied in intangible assets, which meant that for him to raise the capital to pay Ethan, he would most likely need to liquidate a lot of his elite shares. This was a problem for Rudra, as under no condition was he willing to part ways with his precious guild shares. Even for acquiring a subsidiary as promising as the Grey International main guild. This presented Rudra with a problem that he needed to resolve as soon as possible. As for Rudra opening a new front for his battle against Nine Clouds Kingdom, and the added numerical benefits of the Grey International main guild would mean a massive advantage in the battle. Even in the future, having a synergetic guild like the Grey International, having the same base and the same logistics department would be beneficial for both guilds in the long run. For Rudra, Ethan was being unreasonable in his demands. However, after Amelia, Karna and Neatwood all thought that Rudra was being the unreasonable one here. Rudra accepted that maybe it was him not understanding how the world worked. After that, Rudra only focused on how to make the acquisition happen, and not on the conflict of opinion between him and Ethan. As he looked to liquidate many of the guild's potions and gold reserves to raise capital for his funding. However, just when things looked difficult for him, as he could only raise a third of the capital needed even after doing everything necessary. Lita came in like a savior as she mediated a long-term payment plan based on monthly investments for Rudra, keeping the elite guild's main shares as collateral for failed payment. When Rudra got the additional option of paying the amount over time without affecting his much-needed war gold reserves, he breathed a sigh of relief as he agreed to the arrangement. Hence, after a lot of legalities and compromises from both Ethan and Rudra, the acquisition of 50% of the Grey International main guild was completed by Rudra's true elites for $3 trillion payable over 30 installments over every month. After the acquisition, the notorious duo hugged and made up as they went for drinks at a bar. And harmony returned to the upside, as the news of a super guild becoming a subsidiary shocked the entire world. Naturally, the elite's share price skyrocketed over the next 3 days due to the news, as they saw a 30% rise in their share price, effectively adding trillions of dollars in wealth for both Ethan and Rudra. However, more importantly, since the Ghost Kingdom was the base of the Grey International main guild, it served as a base for Rudra to launch a three-pronged assault onto Nine Clouds Kingdom, as the elites and the Russians geared up for the coming showdown. / bonus, chapter 2 out of 3 for the day. One more coming right up. This is the bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone who contributed, and thank you for the support. / Chapter 524, A War Without Shikuni. Rudra pulled up his stats panel. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class, Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 206. Tier 3. Stats. AGI, 3,200 plus 1,600, restricted. VIT, 3,200 plus 1,600, restricted. INT, 3,200 plus 1,600, restricted. STA, 3,200 plus 1,600, restricted. PHY, 3,200 plus 1,600, restricted. Mana, 3,200 plus 1,600, restricted. HP 2. 217. 000/2. 217. 000, restricted. Unassigned stat points, 0. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, heavy debuff, 51 out of 90. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. He felt dismay seeing that he still had nearly 40 more days to go until his debuff period was over, and he was able to lead the guild from the front. The moment of taking down the Nine Clouds Kingdom had arrived. And unlike last time, the elites did put a post on the forums that told Nine Clouds Kingdom players to abandon their kingdom and migrate. A week prior to the day where the elites would rebel. As Rudra wanted to give everyone time to choose their sides. Unlike an external invasion, the elites this time had taken control of majority towns and cities inside Nine Clouds Kingdom, giving them the option to declare independence and cause rebellion. Rebellion was different from external attacks, as here every guild inside the Nine Clouds Kingdom got the chance to either join the rebellion or fight against it. And depending on the side one picks, victory and defeat determines rewards and penalties. Rudra giving everyone time to choose made it so that every guild inside the kingdom started to prepare for the war early on, as they were cautious of other forces, never knowing who was on whose side. When the Judgment Day came, it was shockingly Karna leading everyone to the front, as the rebel forces declared independence, plunging the Nine Clouds Kingdom into a civil war. All government services were suspended, and there was a martial law put under effect. However, the royal forces were completely overwhelmed, as fights broke out inside every town, every village of the city. And the well-camped elites were very well positioned to defend their lands and launch strategic operations. This is where giving management rights to the players came biting back to the NPC rulers, as unless a player-managed village was not royal-friendly, the village could not be used as a military base. The only redeeming part that the royals had at the moment were the Tier 4 generals within their ranks, who could single-handedly capture many villages and slay enemy forces. However, with the players being immortals who could respawn after death, the NPC were always going to be on the losing end. Days went on as Rudra only watched from the sidelines as Karna made progress on the battlefronts and managed the guild from the front lines. Only the elders in the guild were privy to the information that Rudra was currently recuperating, as it was extremely sensitive knowledge that if spread would spell doom for the guild. However, it was the first time that the world saw the elites without their illustrious leader, as the true worth of the elites came shining out, which was usually outshined by Rudra's presence. Although Karna was no schemer like Rudra, he was a very rational and steady-minded man who took every step with caution. Hence, although his progress was comparatively slow, he was very efficient in what he did and had the ability to limit casualties to the minimum. This operation was much needed for Karna, who finally started to gain deep respect of the guild members, as up to this point not many had interacted with the vice guild master of the guild, as it was always Rudra on the forefront. The world appreciated Karna for the first time, as even Rudra was left impressed by his methods of dealing with the enemy's moves. Moreover, Rudra could see how deep of an impact he had over Karna, as sometimes while making the speeches to motivate the members, Karna unconsciously tried to imitate Rudra, as he talked the same way Rudra did and said the same words. This genuinely flattered Rudra, as he could feel reassured that in his absence the guild was in the right hands. However, things stopped going smoothly after day 4 of the rebellion, as one Dronacharya had decided to interfere in the fighting, using small yet specially trained task forces. He deliberately sabotaged various military operations, as the elites had to face many difficulties because of that. Dronacharya was doing it to flush Rudra out. However, he did not know that the elders of the guild were also not someone that he could dare mess with without putting much thought into it. Johnny, Neetwit, SMG, Madiv and Karna. Everyone took one military unit each as they lead the troops personally, along with the anticipation to meet the special task force for every event. / bonus chapter March 3rd. Delivered as promised. I hope you guys enjoyed the bonuses. A heartfelt thank you to all of you for the support. I hope we hit the targets the same way next week too, and get lots of added bonuses. / Chapter 525 Defeating Enemies Without Even Knowing It. When the elites declared rebellion, there were naturally scuffles in every major town and village, as the elite forces had to take on the royal forces to gain complete autonomy of the region. While everywhere except White Cloud City the elites managed to win. Under Rudra's orders, White Cloud City was abandoned. Rudra knew that the capital was home to the best powerhouses of the kingdom, with many Tier 4 giants sleeping within the city, which would be hard to take down. Hence right from the start Rudra gave up on White Cloud City's defense, as he made it the final goal to be achieved, strategically increasing his grip over the enemy's supply lines, and forcing them to take action and leave their positions of advantage was Rudra's way of fighting a war, which was exactly why he needed a 3-front attack, as he controlled every single supply route that went to the capital, straining the city with cut-off food and other essential supplies. This made the capital city go on a clock, as even though martial law was under effect, with all professionals having to stay at home with no work, everyone needed food for sustenance. However, with food prices rising every single day, and the capability of the commoners to purchase this food without having work to replenish their money sources, made the entire city fall into chaos, as internal riots plagued White Cloud City. Fire and smoke was the daily routine, as the city was always under a mess ever since the war had started. However, Rudra's masterstroke was in the fact that he had masterminded this ever since his guild became the managing guild of the city, as he had depleted the strategic reserves of grain and wheat during his management. As when the royals took stock, they realized that they had a week's worth of food at max to feed the population left inside the city. This forced the king's hand to send his best tier 4 generals to fight to procure food supplies. However, the rebels played the underhanded card, as no food supply carts were allowed to pass through their routes to the capital, as the tier 4 generals, although capable enough to slaughter many of the enemies, were not capable enough to prevent all of them from burning the food supplies. Hence Dronacharya received a slap in his face when he tried to interfere in Rudra's plans, as he realized that even when he sent reinforcements in the form of numeric troops to ensure safe passage of goods and supplies, it was simply impossible for them to safely transport a single grain to the capital, considering how many villages the elites controlled, whose only task was to burn the goods down, not caring about personal safety at all. Rudra fighting a war of attrition compared to a physical war dumbfounded Dronacharya, who had prepared thoroughly for a massive conflict, however never even had the idea of causing such strategic trouble. He had no food reserves personally at hand to alleviate the capital's troubles, nor any idea on how to get the food supplies to the capital, with the transportation array being destroyed by the elites before they left the city. Rudra had thoroughly planned this conflict, and even though he was not at the forefront of the fighting, everything was running smoothly with Karna taking charge, and the elders more than holding their own at every war front. The Russians were also a massive help to the cause, as Lita was incredibly impressed by Rudra's ruthless tactics. However, not only was Rudra the problem instigator, but he was also the angel in these times of distress, as it was again him who was smuggling bread into the city, feeding the hungry and getting them to join the cause of the elites against the royals. Rudra was smuggling nearly 1 million units of bread to the city, as his name grew by the day, as more and more people discontent with the royals were joining his side, for a piece of bread not even worth 1 silver. This was his masterstroke, as he got soldiers for as cheap as 2-3 silvers, while his image became that of an angel and savior and an empathizer of the masses, while he was the root cause of the problems. Day after day the situation in the capital worsened, as more and more officials died, coming into conflict with angry mobs of people who ripped White Cloud City from the inside, as the royal forces and the masses clashes for control. A simple commodity like food gave Rudra the power to topple the order of a city, as with a little bit of misinformation being spread by his men inside the city regarding how the royals had feast every day while the commoners starved, instigated the commoners to storm the palace gates. That was exactly what Rudra wanted, as day after day the crowd outside the palace increased in size, as it was only a matter of time before the gate was breached and all hell broke loose. Now all he needed to do was to wait for that moment and take control of the king's throne and declare its independence. However, much to his dismay, it seemed like the palace would fall much before he could recuperate to his prime, which made things more complicated, as someone needed to sit on the throne. But it would unfortunately not be him. However, while Rudra sulked over such pointless things, as whether he sat on the throne or some other elite, they were all going to swear fealty to the elite dukedom and merging it into the elite kingdom, as Rudra would become king anyway. Dronacharya was sulking over the fact that he was able to do nothing to flush Rudra out for a frontal conflict, as day after day he marveled at Rudra's schemes while feeling powerless to disrupt it through his. He was defeated once again, without his enemy even trying. This left a deep psychological scar in his mind. / like the chapter. Please leave a comment if you do. Slightly smiling face. / Chapter 526, The Fall of Nine Clouds Kingdom 1. Chaos and lawlessness had gripped White Cloud City, as the 13th day under martial law had seen the complete depletion of the strategic grain reserve. The provisions were initially only enough for 7 days, if 2-time meals were provided. However, the government already cut that in half to prolong the time duration to 13 days. However, even then, with no new food supplies coming in, the situation turned grim, as the city ran out of food reserves. A massive riot broke out at the granary, as people waiting in lines for hours were told to go home without food, as the reserve was down to 0, which led to thousands of commoners revolting, most of them men, as the military had to roll in to bring the situation under order. The riots turned into a bloodbath, as the military mercilessly cut down all those unfortunate to cross paths with them, as an animosity was built amongst the commoners against the status quo following this incident. Stones and rotten eggs were thrown at the military personnel as they patrolled the city, as morale for both civilians and military personnel reached a rock bottom. In these desperate times, the king had to turn to the church for humanitarian aid. However, unfortunately for him, the church diverted the request to the nearest neighbor who could respond to the situation the quickest. Inside Purple Haze City, and Ridra being the benevolent man that he was obliged, thousands of kilograms of food was shipped from Purple Haze City to White Cloud City under a shared banner of the church and the Duke of the True Elites, with the Grey Wolf insignia plastered on every box. As the commoners who were already receiving unofficial aid from the same man also started receiving official one, bolstering his image in the hearts of the common man. Ridra's cunning saw him only distribute the food via the Church of Light's temples and not through the government channels, as he wanted to capitalize on human sentiment as much as possible. There were citizens crying with joy as they saw 3 days' worth of ration being handed out at once, as men with families to feed felt gratitude towards the Archbishop of the Church Shikuni, who gave a helping hand in this time of need, as Ridra bought their undying loyalty forever through this tactic. 2 days later, Ridra had completely captured public sentiment with his charitable works, as soon news about how prosperous the rebel-held villages were began to spread amongst the masses. Unlimited food, unprecedented government aid, and free seed and fertilizer drives were publicized, as the venom was planted in the commoners' minds as to how pitifully they were living versus how grandly they could live if only a different ruler was in power. Agitation amongst the masses was at an unprecedented point due to their days being spent confined in their houses, and everyday meal being a struggle. However, it still needed that one spark that would set everything ablaze, as that spark was provided when Ridra created a fake scandal inside White Cloud City. Sedating a few military officials on patrol, Ridra framed them from stealing grain from the church, which was meant for feeding the commoners, and he published a false testimony that the grain was being stolen by the king's command to be resold in the black market for 1 gold for 100 grams of wheat. All hell broke loose as reports of this incident were delivered directly by the priests, who did the charity work on daily basis to the commoners, as the trust that the civilians had with the military completely tipped, and all hell broke loose within White Cloud City. Commoners with millions in number took to the streets with handheld weapons like axes, pole rods, and flame torches, as they torched every government building in sight, while engaging with any military official in sight. The struggle at the palace wall intensified till the point where the barricades set up by the royal guards were no longer able to hold the human weight pushing it off, as the barrier fell and thousands swarmed the royal palace. Initially, the royal guards tried to stop the charge. However, they were incredibly outnumbered and were being hit senseless by angry mobs who swung blunt weapons with no technique and brute force. The palace was left completely destroyed as precious art was set ablaze and expensive items were plundered. Men pissed over the king's statue, while women spit on his face as they called for cutting his head off. The royal family had to be evacuated from an emergency exit as the king took his best troops to fight against the commoners. There was no way that the commoners would ever be able to stand the might of Tier 4 existences, as their one-sided slaughter was a given outcome. However, no matter how the king restored order, he had already lost the fight once he raised his sword to kill his own people, as he had become the enemy in his own kingdom, while the outsider had become the crowd favorite. Information about how the rebel army was ready to storm the city if the gates fell was spread to the common masses, as thousands strived and fought with the men guarding the walls from inside in an attempt to open the city gates. Thousands died. However, in the end, the rage amongst the commoners was greater than the grit amongst the military officials as the east and north gate were breached, as the elite army led by Karna strolled into the city with the people welcoming them with open arms, and there being no resistance from the city forces at all. This was the limit of what Ridra could do with his mind sitting in Purple Haze City, as from here on out it was Karna's show, as he was to defeat the king and take control of the throne, while Ridra had a mission of his own. At the new capital city of Hazelgrove Kingdom, Ridra had realized it very early on, that even if he was able to take control of Nine Clouds' kingdom, there were many wolves eyeing his territory, and he would be very ill prepared to successfully defend a territory of this massive size, without having the proper time to prepare for it. However, with the 6th system update already removing the cooldown time, and the need to declare any invasion prior to invading, he knew that he had no time to safeguard his territory from the wolves. This is why Ridra was in the capital to see Emperor Cervantes, as he was the only one with enough power to help Ridra keep hold of his gains in a foreign territory. Ridra had his bullshit story ready. However, he knew for a fact that he could fool anyone with his sophistry and manipulate the masses into believing whatever he wanted them to believe. But the same could not be done for Cervantes. That guy would see right through Ridra and see through the wrong means by which he had caused the death of thousands to fulfill his selfish goals. Hence, although he was preparing to meet Cervantes internally, Ridra was scared. Scared to be confronted for his wrongdoings. And scared to be called out for them. It was as if he was to meet his conscience, who he had been suppressing with his greed for a long time. As walking into the royal court of Hazelgrove Kingdom, he felt even the smiling face of Emperor Cervantes to be a judgmental smile that saw through him. Hanging his head down in shame, Ridra prepared to start his most hard-moving bullshit performance, hoping to fool the man who had long moved away from the realm of mere mortals. Welcome, Shakuni One Knight, Duke of Hazelgrove Kingdom, leader of the True Elites Guild and the sovereign monarch of the North. And I assume soon to be king of Nine Clouds Kingdom, eh? What can this humble emperor do for your highness? Cervantes said in a measuring tone, as Ridra's heart sat down in his chest. There was no longer any room for games. The emperor already knew all his little games, and there was only an opportunity to come clean, but nothing more. Ridra had to quickly reanalyze his entire position, as he was put on the defensive by the emperor, and had to walk a very thin line if he was to obtain the help he needed from Cervantes. Clenching his nails into his flesh, Ridra calmed his nerves as he said, I have blood on my hands, my liege, I cannot deny that. / new week, new targets. As we lower the GT target from 500 tickets for a bonus to just 300 now. Guys, just 300 tickets for a bonus chapter. Commune. It's practically a steal now. 1000 PS for one bonus will continue just as last week. If we play our cards correctly, we can manage up to 5 bonus chapters a week, guys. That is basically every single day. Hopefully it comes to pass. Let's get it. / Chapter 527, A Conversation with Cervantes. Ridra had no other option but to come clean, as he decided to start with a bit of truth and mix lies into the fray as per the emperor's reaction to his words, as he needed the emperor's support to control his newfound territory once he conquered it. As without the Hazelgrove Kingdom's support, it would be impossible to keep the wolves away from his land. Ridra hence said, My emperor, I had long been planning on conquering the Nine Clouds Kingdom. I am an ambitious man. I won't deny it. And my hands are indeed dyed in blood. As somewhere or the other the riots inside the city are a consequence of my actions. As civilians are indeed losing their lives because of my poor judgment. Ridra said so much as he tried to understand the expression on Cervantes' face, and get some hints on how to proceed further. However, to his dismay, the emperor was expressionless, as he only looked at Ridra with a bored look. Ridra gulped as he continued. The current situation is such that my troops have entered the city, and are embroiled in a battle against the royal forces. Although nothing can be said conclusively, at the moment it seems as if victory will be ours. Murmurs erupted from all over the royal courtroom, as the news shocked many officials, both civilian and military, as they could not fathom how Ridra had managed to get his forces inside the enemy city, and cause such imbalance in only a time span of 3 weeks. However, Cervantes asked something completely different to what was going on inside everyone else's minds, as he said, So how confident are you that your forces will be able to defeat several Tier 4 generals within the enemy ranks along with King Fujiyama? Who is Tier 4 himself? This question brought everyone back to reality, as they looked at Ridra skeptically. The news about a single person crossing the mortal ranks to reach Tier 4 was always heavily publicized throughout the continent, and it was common knowledge that the Duke had no such capabilities, which meant that him dreaming about taking down the city was nothing more than a pipe dream at the moment. However, Ridra only gave a very diplomatic answer to this question as he said, If everything goes to plan 100%. However, if issues arise, as they always do, 80%. A bold prediction. You must have confidence. Continue, said Cervantes, as his posture shifted from a reclined position to a straighter one. He seemed interested now. Ridra continued as he said, This humble servant of the Hazelgrove has no intention to rebel against the hand that protects and feeds it. All the territory that I see will naturally be under my liege as a vassal. Even if I become a king, I will always be under your care, my emperor. Ridra's words were pleasing to the ears of most Hazelgrove officials as they praised his character. However, Cervantes only gave a frightening smile to Ridra as he said, Come take a walk with me. Court is dismissed. The court was dismissed as Ridra was summoned to take a walk alongside the emperor. As the moment they were alone, Cervantes said, I know you are here so that you can convince me to send the Hazelgrove army to stabilize the regions that you conquer. As although you have ingeniously conquered a kingdom in a matter of days, you don't have the strength to defend it. And let me clear it here itself. I am going to send the Hazelgrove army regardless of what we discuss here today. However, how I send the army depends on you here today. Either I send my army to conquer a destabilized region from under you, or to support you. I know you are well versed in language, my friend. But cut me some slack, will you? I have seen this world as a ruler's perspective way longer than you, and I think I understand the rules better. So tell me, Honorary Archbishop, how many people had to die for you to enter the city unopposed? And how many more will die before your goal is achieved? Rudra was stunned silent for a second at the question presented to him. Cervantes had seen through his bullshittery clean and asked him exactly what he wanted to hide. As Rudra was completely tongue-tied. It was the same question he avoided from his conscience every day. Cervantes continued, I would have never found out about this had I not sent food and grains aid to White Cloud City as well. As even though I hate our neighbors, probably way more than you do, I understand basic human decency comes before personal differences. However, the aid was blocked off from Fort Magma, of all places, and both of us know who controls Fort Magma. It was only then that I realized that you were both the devil and the angel for the people of White Cloud as you played them into rioting for your cause by using food as your weapon. A ruthless yet ingenious plan. That makes me wonder if I should applaud you or fear you. However, let me ask you this. Now that what you wished for happened, can you live with yourself for what you did? Was it worth it? Cervantes was like an angry parent scolding his child, as he was more disappointed than angry at this moment. However, the question he asked Rudra was one of Rudra's worst fears, as no matter what, he considered himself a decent man at the end of the day. However, what shocked Rudra was that he did not even need to hesitate for a second, as the answer came from within as a yes, it was worth it. As Rudra regretted nothing about what he had done. Had he got to do it again, he would. As he trembled for a minute before replying, I don't regret it, Emperor Cervantes. I knew my choices before I made them. I am loyal to who I am loyal, and I protect mine fiercely. I can assure you that I will bring Nine Clouds' kingdom to unprecedented prosperity and stability under my reign, as I will not wrong those under me. However, there is no right or wrong for me to reach my goals. Reaching there is the only thing that matters. Currently, Nine Clouds was my goal, and I am trying my best to achieve it. As Aqua Hose will soon follow. Since you cut me the slack of lying, let me put it to you plainly. You want the old glory of Hazel Grove Empire back. With me having subdued Nine Clouds, if I become a vassal, you can finally call this kingdom an empire, and your title won't be just a namesake of the past anymore. As I will not stop until I bring countless kingdoms to your fold. I won't betray you. That's my word, and although I am a SMY lying BS ***** when I am scamming people, my word is law and I never break it. You are right on the fact that I need your help to stabilize my territory. And according to me, it profits us both if you do. However, if you don't, never fret. However, just know that you have made an enemy of Shikuni, one knight of the elites. Chapter 528, A Majestic Fight. The royal courtiers were right on their money when they scrutinized Rudra's forces to have the capability to defeat the 5 Tier 4 existences within the Nine Clouds royal forces. One of them being the king. As the elites were indeed having a hard time dealing with the royal forces inside the city, even with overwhelming crowd support. The plan was simple for the elites, as Rudra had already made a countermeasure for killing these 5 men, as all the elders had to do was to somehow fulfill the plan and follow through on the instructions given by Rudra. SMG, Neetwit, Karna, Mediv and Johnny were all facing 1 Tier 4 enemy each as they were luring them without causing suspicion towards the White Cloud City Church of Light, as Rudra's plan would only work once, and every one of them had to be present there together. Rudra had planted all of his newly explosives below the church's surface, as he had been long praying to the goddess of life for the sin he was about to commit, as he had acted long and hard in front of her statue in purple haze, as he cried and called the Nine Clouds ruler evil, and how he had no choice but to follow through with his plan. This was all done to stop a fire before it started, as Rudra was preparing to avoid the wrath of the goddess, should he be punished for blowing up a temple of hers. Whether it worked or not, Rudra had no idea. However, in Omega, where the gods were very much real, stuff like blowing up their temples had to be taken very seriously, because it may lead to irreversible consequences. However, Rudra needed this act, as only with the help of religion would he be able to successfully win the hearts of the masses, as he could label the incident as divine wrath, and it could be sealed and swept. Also his authority, as the honorary archbishop, made anyone interfering with his work even from within the church very difficult, unless it was the Pope himself. However, the Pope owed him a favor, and if worse came to worst, it would be his get-out-of-trouble card. However, using that would be a criminal wastage of a precious opportunity, and as far as possible, Rudra did not want to use it here. However, none of that would ever matter if the elite elders were unable to gather the 4 generals and the king under the same roof of the church at the same time, and it was no easy task to be able to do so. Firstly, they were all engaged in combat at different parts of the city, as they slowly retreated towards the church in a coordinated movement. as the elite members on the rooftops ran interference and told the elders to increase or decrease their pace of retreat to make it in time. The fight was intense, with not even a second to lose focus for the elders, as their HP could potentially be depleted to zero in a single moment of carelessness. Even though they did manage to avoid critical injuries, they did need to heal every 2 minutes or so, as whenever their HP went below 40%, the elite members on standby were instructed to swarm the enemy at once and buy time for the elder to heal. This process went on for 20 minutes until everyone was only 500 meters out of the temple and was required to make the last dash. For the last dash, tanks from the elite's main guild and the Russian mafia blocked the path of the chasing Tier 4 existences by the thousands, as the Tier 3 elders rushed inside the temple to seek shelter. However, for the trap to be effective, they needed to create the illusion of being cornered, as their HP was dropped to 20%, as all of them said the same thing before retreating, which was, "Oh, no, my potions. They are empty. I need to rush back inside the church and activate the barrier for my safety." All of the elders said the same dialogue at the same time in their own way, as they showed their exposed back to the enemy, as they ran towards the church. Karna, who was the most battered by fighting the king, also shouted when he almost reached the church gates to activate the barrier. "Now do it!" as panic was evident in his voice, which made the king use his grand move to get rid of the army of tanks blocking his path, as he tried to rush behind Karna before he was able to pull up the barrier. When a pink barrier slowly showed itself before the Tier 4 existences that were still battling the tanks, they all too used their grand moves to rush towards the church before the barrier closed, as they unconsciously rushed towards their own deaths. The climb of the barrier to isolate the church was slow. However, it was designed to be so, as everyone needed to make it inside for the plan to work. And it went exactly as it was meant to, as the 5 Tier 4 warriors were gathered inside in Barrier Church, as they faced the 5 elite elders, who were down to red HP bars. "It's over, rebel," said the king, as he was surprised to see his best generals all being beside him at the same time, as the smiles on the faces of the elites, even when cornered in such a bad position, started to gnaw his heart. A bad premonition rose inside his gut as he looked around the place, as he realized that he had potentially walked into a trap. However, he was too late now, as Karna looked him in the eye and said, "It's over indeed." Boom. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. This is what I am saying, guys, it's only 300 tickets. Let's keep this pace up. Also very close on hitting the PS target. Hopefully tomorrow will be another bonus day. / Chapter 529, a day to remember. Boom. It was all over within a single second, as nearly 500 bombs exploded at once with such intensity that not even the broken powder of the church's structure was left. The barrier formed by Madid shattered instantly, as the explosion spilled out to about a radius of 50 meters around the church, where many tanks were present to contain the explosion. Even so, many of them died. All 5 of the Tier 4 existences were dead alongside the 5 elders from the True Elites Guild, as it was all over within mere moments. For the elite elders, it was just some EXP loss, and maybe some of them dropped something on death that would be repicked by the guild itself. However, it was a permanent death for the Tier 4 generals and the king. "The king has fallen! This is our country now! The king is dead! Victory!" Chants for victory resounded all throughout the White Cloud City, along with the declaration of the king's death. Naturally, with the leaders of their army dead, the White Cloud City forces were demoralized and on the back foot, as they had nothing to protect anymore. 2 hours after the incident was all that it took for the elites to sweep White Cloud City clean, as the king's token fell into the hands of Naomi, as she sat on the throne to declare herself the queen. The resounding system announcement shook the entire world of Omega as it said, "System notification. Congratulations to the Guild True Elites for successfully capturing Nine Clouds Kingdom. The rebellion has hence succeeded, with the rebel army now having a 50% stats buff for 7 days to clean up the rest of the country and regain sovereignty. Congratulations to player Naomi for becoming the first player queen of the world of Omega." This system announcement rocked the world to its core, as while other guilds were busy fighting each other over petty territorial issues, the elites were out there bringing entire countries to their knees. However, since the elites won, why was the king not Shikuni yet some other member of the guild? Who was Naomi? What was her standing within the guild? While everyone was wondering about these questions, Naomi had already ceded to Shikuni as she abdicated her throne. The Nine Clouds Kingdom became a subsidiary of the True Elites Dukedom to be combined to form the True Elites Kingdom. The capital was chosen to be Purple Haze City, as the power dynamics of the northern continent saw a major shift with this move. A kingdom had fallen. 5 Tier 4 existences had died in a single explosion. The overthrown kingdom's people were celebrating the rebel victory, as the victors were welcomed as saviors. while the death of the king was said to be the goddess's divine retribution. The shocking part was that this monumental feat was achieved by someone who was not even present in the area personally. Yet his accurate from hundreds of kilometers away created such an unprecedented legend. The people who realized this fact were only few. However, those who realized this fact were absolutely in terror and fear of Shikuni. For most people around the world, Shikuni was only an excellent player with unprecedented combat skills, naturally labeled as being one of the very best when it came to fighting. However, only a few knew that he was equally if not more fearsome when it came to using his mind and forming schemes. It was as if he could see the future as clear as day, as every move he made had a reaction exactly how he expected it to be, for it all to fall in place when the time came for the plan to succeed. His forethought and counter-intuitive planning made Herculean tasks, like winning over a kingdom, look like child's play, as the elites managed to do something that no other guild in the world can do at this stage of the game with only tier 3 players amongst their ranks. The area was tightly contained by the elites, hence the news of how the elites managed to slay the king were never revealed, as the existence of the bombs was kept a tightly wrapped secret. The elite's share price skyrocketed on this news, as for the first time in the history of Omega, a stock price doubled in less than 14 hours. Ethan Gray absolutely lost his mind seeing this phenomenon occur, as he just sat on the floor laughing, thanking his stars that he had met one Ridra Rajput as early as he did, as he prepared to throw a multi-billion-dollar unprecedented party inside the Upside. It was naturally celebration time, as when the 5 elders respawned in the Church of Light in Purple Haze City, they saw a very happy guild master waiting for them at the entrance, as the party hat was on. The elders had done a good job, and it was naturally time to lay back and party for once, as Ridra could not have asked more from his most trusted allies. Ridra had also accomplished his goal with Emperor Cervantes, albeit after having to give many assurances that he did not wish to. But for now, the Hazel Groove army was going to protect his kingdom's borders, which was all that mattered, as Ridra was confident to be able to build his strength once he got enough time, and become strong enough to run the kingdom on his own strength. However, although it was all rainbows and sunshines for the elites at this moment, under the shadows 2 of their biggest enemies were having a talk, as an unprecedented threat was coming the way of the elites. Meanwhile, Dronacharya walked into a room where he was the only non-tier 4 person, as extremely dangerous men were looking at him with sharp gazes. He had used his knowledge from his past life to determine that the hideout of the most notorious undercover organization on the face of the Northern Continent, the Blood Merchant Group, serving Lucifer himself as his agents on the Middle World. The Blood Merchant organization was the part of the main storyline of the game, a storyline that had been heavily derailed because of Ridra's unruly actions. However, Lucifer had now issued an ultimatum to the Blood Merchants to bring the fight to Shikuni of the elites, and currently the council was gathered to discuss that very issue. It was Dronacharya who came unannounced, as he called himself the prophet who had previously helped Lucifer, and someone who wanted to join the Blood Merchants to take on a common enemy. Naturally, this declaration was scrutinized. However, bound in chains, he was still presented to the council, as the leader of the Blood Merchant organization. Scarface looked coldly towards Dronacharya, with his hideous scarred face that had uncountable cuts spread all over. The scars made Dronacharya uncomfortable, as he was unable to make eye contact anymore with Scarface, which led to the leader of the Blood Merchants chuckle. "A weakling. He is harmless," Scarface declared as he looked down on Dronacharya, as his evaluation of him dropped down significantly. Dronacharya wanted to say something in protest, however he failed to do so, as Scarface continued. "Do you want to know how I got these scars? At Prophet? They look like they were inflicted by a demon, don't they? Like a wild animal who scratched it till there was nothing left. Unfortunately, it was not a demon like the child stories they tell the kids here in the Northern Continent. But it was not much different than a demon either. It was a priest of the church, you see. Some call him my father. A devout believer of the goddess. Yet a hideous drunkard punk who would give a scar to my face every night he felt drunk and lonely, and thought that my face reminded him of his dead wife who died giving birth to me. I cannot remember my name. As for as long as I remember, kids have called me Scarface. Scarface, the killer of the priest. Scarface of the Blood Merchants." Picking a knife, Scarface walked towards Dronacharya, as goosebumps arose on Dronacharya's skin from the maniacal look in the man's eyes. "I have never liked the goddess, whose followers were so cruel. I spit on her, as I have spent my life dedicated to the devil, who is more merciful than these fake gods. And in return, the devil has blessed me with many gifts, and he has given me a chance to serve him. You see, this job that us Blood Merchants have is not something that can be jeopardized by having a Ponzi prophet in our mix. Hence my thinking is to bind you and jail you here till our mission is over. However, since you walked in here yourself, and you are clearly a coward, I assume you must have something that gave you the confidence to walk in here. So tell me, prophet, What is it that gave you the confidence to walk into my lair? And be warned. One of the gifts that Lucifer gave me is the ability to discern lies. So lie to me, and you will be a prisoner for the rest of your life. Dronacharya gulped nervously. He had not imagined the conversation to go this way. The maniac in front of him was incredibly strong. Undoubtedly at the peak of Tier 4. And so were the men surrounding him. He had miscalculated here. His fate was now in the hands of the merchants. / Congratulations on hitting the Power Stone target, guys. Bonus chapter will be delivered today itself. Good job, everyone. Slightly smiling face. If you like my content, please leave an encouraging comment down below. It helps in motivating me a lot. / Chapter 530 Celebrations. 16 hours ago. In the capital city of Hazelgrove, Rudra was cornered by Cervantes. He had no way to justify his actions anymore, as Cervantes had seen right through all his schemes. Hence Rudra decided to say something from his heart for a change, and not try to manipulate his way out of trouble for once. He said, "You are right. I did everything like you said I did. However, here is where you are wrong, my emperor. White Cloud City houses the biggest slum in the entire kingdom with over 250,000 people living in absolutely pitiful conditions. Unemployment is at a record 30%, as 1 in every 3 men are jobless. Have I used the common man's emotions to serve my purpose? Yes, I have. However, do note that even though I caused a supply chain crisis, not a single commoner has died of starvation. The only manipulation I did was that the one who provided the food was me. Nothing more. More people were underfed and malnourished on those streets before I came up with this plan. Then after I started charity. And I did not give people bad food or even cheap food. I gave them the food that I would put on my own table for supper. Yes, people died in the conflict against the military that I instigated. And I have no defense for my actions. However, it was a fight that they were meant to be fighting anyways, my lord. As that king did not deserve to rule that kingdom. I will be a criminal if I do not manage that territory properly. However, rest assured, that is not the kind of man that I am. I will bring Nine Clouds' kingdom to unprecedented heights. You can rest assured on that." Rudra said everything in one go, as he let emotions get the better of himself. Although delusional, this was the answer that he gave himself when he wanted to pacify his conscience. And it was the same answer that he was giving the emperor now. The burst left Rudra out of breath and vulnerable, as he showed his weakness to Cervantes at that moment. "So you are not a tyrant. I am glad. The good in you is still alive, and your conscience hurts when you do bad. I was worried that you might turn out to be like my son, you see, who had no conscience." Sighs deeply. Listen, Shakuni. You are one of the brightest people I have ever seen in my life, with a meteoric rise in power, and I know your future is limitless. However, when I see you rush to the top so desperately, as you willingly drag yourself through mud to reach your goals, let me warn you here, that you are headed the wrong way. There is nothing waiting for you at the top but loneliness if you achieve it this way, my friend. Your group that you hold so dear, that value loyalty, will soon fear you or betray you. Never let the goodness in your heart be compromised for your goals. And never tolerate evil. 1 year. You have my support for 1 year. Show me that you can embrace the goodness in your heart again. Make the people of Nine Clouds happy. The words uttered by Cervantes touched Rudra's soul that day, as he embraced a part of himself that he had long suppressed. Rudra was a realist while Cervantes was an idealist. An idealist inspires millions while a realist walks alone. It was the cruel reality of life and the distinction between believers and achievers, and Rudra had to choose between being one. Real world. The upside. Ethan Gray had lit up the entire upside for the party, as various pop singers had been flown on instant notice from all across the world, along with exotic dishes and expensive food ingredients being flown fresh from farms. When looking from an helicopter, the entire upside looked like Disneyland, as every 5 blocks there was a famous celebrity group performing for the audiences all across the township. If there was a rap concert on Street 4, then there would be Bollywood night ongoing on Street 8 and a jazz concert on Street 11, as it was crazy just all over. Booze, food and expensive champagne was being handed out like tissues on the streets, as fireworks lit up the sky. Everyone was out celebrating, from the little kids to the oldest grannies living in the upside, as it was New Year's plus Thanksgiving plus Christmas plus 4th of July all together at once. Ethan Gray had become a few $1 trillion richer in a matter of few hours, and he was not shy to show his appreciation for this enormous achievement. Although the elites had fought and won many wars, all of them were mostly to defend their territory, and never a big war to conquer something. This was their first economically profitable war of all these years of playing Omega. something that would translate into unprecedented income over the years. This hope for the future was also why their stock prices skyrocketed on the news, as everyone wanted to get on the elite's boat before it was too late. However, this celebration was just for everyone else, as the craziest party was going on in a private room inside the Grey International Tower. It was Ethan and Lita, Rudra and Naomi, Karna and Skyla, Neetwit and Yua, Fatty and his girlfriend, Mediv, Johnny and Yum, while the couples were very chummy with each other under the romantic environment. And Johnny and Yum being unaffected by their public display of affection. It only left poor Mediv to become shy and uncomfortable under the environment. It was his first time being in the big boys' room after being recently promoted to the elder rank. However, with couples kissing all around the room under low light, he felt like he enjoyed the company of normal members much more. Thankfully, there was unbelievable cuisine worth several $100,000 a serving and private performances by the most talented singers and comedians in the world, which helped him have a good time in this otherwise couple-friendly environment. / bonus chapter for hitting the PS target. Enjoy, grinning face. / Chapter 531 Miscalculated. Dronacharya was in a peril. Scarface was absolutely serious when he told him that he would imprison him indefinitely, should his reasoning not satisfy him. Hence the pressure he had, as he started his explanation was unreal. Dronacharya said, "I have 3 reasons for you to make me your ally. However, I have confidence that any logical man would beg me to join their cause after listening to any one of them. Number 1, I boast a total army strength of 400,000 troops, of which 300,000 are Tier 2 and 80,000 are Tier 1, while some Tier 0 cannon fodders are also there. But all my generals are Tier 3, and I myself am nearing the peak of Tier 3 myself. But that is not all. My army is well trained and well equipped, as they all have the best dark gold equipment given to them upon completion of training. Every one of them also have the best skill scrolls and potions available to them. Hence, they become an extremely capable unit that you will need to bolster your organization's numbers. However, I am a rich man, and not only will I equip my army but also yours, should you choose to accept me as your ally." Dronacharya felt confident after saying this reason. After all, who did not love money? He had plenty of it, and no real use for it, especially after the elite's share price skyrocketing. He had a ton of reserve cash that he could spend to take down that very enemy. However, to his surprise, Scarface only looked at him, as if being bored, as he said nothing after hearing the first reason, only looking at Dronacharya plainly, as if asking him to continue. There was menace in his eyes, as if telling Dronacharya that if this is all that he had to offer, then he would be a prisoner for the rest of his life. Dronacharya gulped as he gave the second reason. He said, "The second reason is that I know the enemy like you will never know the enemy. Not only do I have spies infiltrating the enemy's organization and have access to internal intel, but I also have information about the key secrets of the enemy and the enemy's hidden trump cards. With me around, you will never have to worry about the unknown, as you can plan a counter strategy for the enemy's every move. How big of an advantage is that?" Dronacharya stated his second reason, and it was a strong one. However, the problem was that he had nothing to back his bold claims, as the scenario in his mind was completely different from reality. In his mind, the blood merchants were supposed to be in awe of his future insight. However, he was living in a fairyland that had no correlation to reality, as all his dreams came crashing down at the question that Scarface asked him. Scarface said, "Okay, prove it." Only 3 words. However, Dronacharya was left stumbling on what answer to give, as naturally, he had no way to probe what hidden cards the elites had before they revealed them. He could not just go around claiming that he had reincarnation knowledge of a soul in his body that came from the past. The blood merchants asked him a simple question, yet he was unable to give them a justifiable answer on it, as he had never thought about it in such depth. This was the major difference between him and Rudra, as Rudra was thorough in his planning, and did not give such half-a explanations like Dronacharya. Stumped, Dronacharya could only mumble, no." Scarface gave him a threatening look as he said, "Of course we are to believe you, as you are the great prophet, no. And you can look well into the future and predict the events accurately, like some ancient Greek oracle. Bull ********. If you were the all-knowing oracle, this conversation here would not be going so poorly now, will it? So cut the crap and think before you speak the third reason, as it might be your only chance at remaining a free man." Dronacharya gulped nervously as Scarface's judgment fell upon him. Things were not going how he expected them to go at all. And the worst part was that he had no reason 3 prepared, as he never thought it would come to reason 3. However, that only meant that he was completely F***, unless he could think of something on the fly. His very life hanged at the balance of what his mind could think of in an instant. Meanwhile in Vanaheim. Yes, Princess Ruby. The Kingdom of Nine Clouds has indeed fallen, and the territory is officially under the Duke of the Elite Kingdom under the Hazel Grove Empire. If rumors are to be believed, then Shikuni may be crowned king of the country, although he will still pledge allegiance to Emperor Cervantes. However, to be able to become a self-made king at Tier 3, Duke Shikuni is indeed something else. We will not see his likes for another century or two for sure. The reporter reported the situation to Ruby, who was absolutely elated at the news. The pressure for her marriage had been increasing in the past few days, with many suitors flocking Vanaheim to ask for the beautiful princess's hand. She had started to get a bad reputation as she rejected everyone on the first date. However, all her problems were soon to be solved as her love had finally achieved his goal of becoming a king. Should he be officially coronated, then he was sure to come for her, which meant that the time for her marriage was not far away. The very thoughts of marriage and walking down the aisle in a lovely dress while Shikuni waited for her at the other end made Ruby blush so much her skin became the color of her eyes, as smoke escaped from her ears. The moment she had been waiting for so many years was finally about to come. Her love was soon going to ask her hand in marriage, and nothing could make her more happier. Chapter 532: A King's Coronation. Rudra was to be officially coronated as the king of the now true elite's kingdom by the Pope of the Church of Light himself. The event was to be a grand affair with many important dignitaries attending the event, including Emperor Cervantes, Ruby's father the King of Vanaheim, the Queen of Ghost Kingdom, the Tier 5 leader of the Lizardmen Kingdom, and many other neutral and allied foreign dignitaries. Aquahost Kingdom was not given an invite to the event, showing the open hostility between itself and the true elites and Hazel Grove Kingdom. The event was a grand affair for the elites, as Amelia had lost her damn mind in the preparations for the big day that had to be absolutely perfect. Although it did not feel like a big deal to Rudra, the guild wanted nothing but the best for this special day, as according to their logic this was a once-in-a-lifetime event and a proud achievement for every elite. To now he masters of not a city, not a province, but an entire damn kingdom. With their guild leader as the king, they were basically now the judge, jury and executioner of an entire country and in charge of millions of people. The very thought of which gave goosebumps to every elite as coming from a gamer NET background in real life. With this achievement, it finally felt like they did something grand in their lives. The world was in awe of the elites, and now not only the players, but also the NPC who saw the members roaming in the guild robes, became extremely respectful to them, with members receiving special treatment wherever they went in the country, hailed as heroes and carriers of justice. The elites were loved and adored by the masses, as everyone from the lowest slums to the richest rich men expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the elites. However, while everyone else was happy celebrating the victory of the elites, in a corner Naomi could not help but sulk as she knew that the day where she would have to share Rudra was drawing near. The past few days had been a dream for Naomi, with Rudra giving her his undivided attention. She finally felt like she achieved heaven on earth as every minute that she spent with him was a bliss. However, since the very first day Rudra had made it clear that there was always going to be Ruby, and she would be his queen inside Omega, no matter what Naomi said. Only if Naomi was okay with having Ruby as a part of his life was Rudra willing to enter a relationship with Naomi, as although he loved Naomi, somewhere in his heart, his first and true love was always Ruby. And this was a fact that became clear to Naomi the more time she spent with Rudra. For Rudra, his only desire to become king was that he could someday bring Ruby to his side, with a worthy kingdom waiting for her to preside over. Or else, he had no other desire to get the throne, only because Ruby was a gem that could only be brought back by the worthy. Was Rudra struggling madly to reach the heights he did so fast, as every day away from her was a torture for him. Naomi feared that once Ruby became a permanent in Rudra's life, she would lose her importance and position. However, Rudra repeatedly assured her that it would not be the case, and that if Ruby was the queen of Omega, then Naomi would always be the queen of the real world in Rudra's life. Although Rudra had never really thought about marriage and commitment, his family desperately wanted him to marry a nice girl and start a family life. And although he was initially repulsed by this idea, ever since meeting Naomi, he was slowly starting to open up to it, as he felt that if it was Naomi, then maybe marriage was worth it. This made Naomi extremely happy, as a marriage in real life was worth 5 times a fake marriage in Omega in her opinion, as when the time came, she would be the one to bear Rudra's lineage, and that would inadvertently make Rudra drawn closer to her. It was only because of this logic that she calmed down about the fact that at Rudra's coronation, Ruby would be present to witness his big moment. And knowing how Rudra was, it was possibly going to be the same day that he proposed marriage to Ruby. The fact that Ruby would become his first wife before her irked her a bit. However, an event as big as this was sure to be covered in many gossip and news channels, and was sure to fall into Mama Rajput's ears sooner or later. Naomi couldn't help but laugh when she thought of what Mama Rajput would feel about her son marrying an NPC. Or how Father Rajput, who would make fun of youths who simped over NPC, react to their son being the biggest one of them. It was unclear how things would play out, but it was sure to be immensely funny and entertaining, as it would be a family drama that she was part of. Naomi's plan was to somehow get Mama Rajput to her side, and convince her to convince Rudra of his marriage to his real wife first before he went off marrying NPCs. However, it must be done in a way that neither Rudra nor Mama Rajput felt bad about the situation. 2 days later at Purple Haze City, it was sure to be the gathering of the century, with 3 Tier 5 powerhouses present, alongside many kings and queens and numerous high-level guild officials from all over the continent, and innumerable X9 Clouds Kingdom guilds present at the event, with countless NPC citizens present. Meanwhile, at the Blood Merchant hideout, Dronacharya was in a tight spot. On one side was a lifetime of imprisonment, and on the other was terrifying and hideously scarred top officials of Blood Merchant organization. It was a road to navigate with absolutely no room for error anymore. With his previous 2 reasons deemed invalid, there was only one chance left to impress the scar-faced leader of the Blood Merchant group, to have a chance at freedom. Dronacharya gulped nervously as he said, "The third and the most important reason is that I, Dronacharya, am a devout believer of our great devil Lucifer. I live for him. I breath for him. I chant his name in my sleep." Everyone's expressions turned a bit weird at Dronacharya's words, as everyone had a big "huh? What?" expression plastered all over their faces. "Lucifer is so handsome that just thinking about his divinity makes me feel breathless at times, as I lose myself to his charm, and have long given my soul to him, as only with him do I find inner peace." What? The baffled expressions on the Blood Merchant's faces multiplied tenfold, as Dronacharya said those words in a slightly sexual tone. Everyone had the same idea, that this guy is someone who prefers the rear door entry over the front door one. As their evaluation of Dronacharya took a 180 degrees turn from that point on. "Everything I am is for Lucifer, and everything I do is for him as well. And only because of Lucifer giving you this mission personally am I so interested in seeing it through. As the devil's wish is my wish as well. As whatever he commands, I do. He is my master, and I am his slave," Dronacharya said, pausing slowly before every other word. The men in the room gulped saliva, as they looked awkwardly toward Scarface, who was equally baffled by this answer. The situation had suddenly developed into 1 + 1 = potato, and nobody had a clue on how to react to it, as it was an answer that had not even remotely entered their brains. Dronacharya was internally cursing himself for saying such stupid things. However, he was completely and thoroughly out of options. And on the fly, this was the only way in which he felt some hope of getting out of here alive. "Please, my darling Scarlet baby, give me this chance to serve my master. I am ready to do anything that you need for you to do me this favor." "Anything, wink," Dronacharya said, as Scarface took 2 steps backwards, creating distances from Dronacharya. "All right. You can join. Please wait outside the room for this meeting to end," one member of the Blood Merchant group said, fear evident in his voice, as the others were quick to agree as well. "He has good resources, and he serves the Dark Lord. I think he should join us, Scarface." Yes, let him join. Everyone else pressured on as Scarface had no choice but to go with the flow and say yes to the proposal. Dronacharya inadvertently moaned in ecstasy when this verdict was passed, as he could feel his escaped soul return to his body. This was one of the most tiring and mentally exhausting experiences of his life, and one of the most shameful as well. However, collapsed on the floor, wiping his sweat as he smiled made him look even more in character than his initial acting, as everyone's suspicions were further enhanced. Please wait outside for this meeting to end," said Scarface as Dronacharya took his leave from the room. "Leader, should we really let him in on our plan?" asked someone who had a more conservative opinion in the organization, as everyone scrambled looking at each other for answers. Nobody had any idea on how to tackle this situation anymore. However, nonetheless, it was a devastating result for Rudra, as 2 of his worst enemies were now in bed together. // Guys, why are we not hitting the GT target, you all? Why can't we touch the 1500 point? Come on, guys, let's get it as soon as possible for a bonus chapter tomorrow. // Chapter 533 Coronation 2. On the day before Rudra's coronation, Amelia discovered the problem that he had no regal clothes to wear for the ceremony. The idiot was planning on being coronated in his guild robes, and sit on the throne the same way. The very idea caused immense rage to boil inside Amelia's heart as she cursed Rudra out loud, sending elites to all parts of the country to rush in tailors and designers from all across on flying mounts. The moment they landed inside Purple Haze City, some of the fashionable female players inside the guild and the tailors took over the guild's conference room, where they were isolated with Rudra. Naomi was also present, as she took the job of dressing up Rudra extremely seriously alongside her squad of girls, as one after other tailors would measure Rudra and designers would hang various soft and expensive materials from his shoulder, as to take approval from the crowd of girls, who would whisper amongst themselves before agreeing on a color. In general, the consensus was that Rudra looked more dashing in the darker colors, such as dark red, dark purple, dark blue and the like, with black naturally suiting him the best. However, since black was a taboo to be worn during coronation, there was furious discussion on as to what to be used as the color for the outer garments of his coronation. Personally, Rudra loved the navy blue look on himself. However, Naomi said, "Red. Red is regal," which meant that the verdict had to be red. From then on, the general theme of Rudra's dress was decided in the format of a deep red being the outer coat, with a gold-threaded embroidery of the true elite's insignia right over his heart. The inner coat would be a complementing tone of purple with the same gold linings, whereas the base shirt would be linen white. The ladies basically dressed Rudra in a 5-piece suit of the modern world, however with a medieval king-type take of it. From the start to the end, Rudra was not allowed to give a single cent worth of opinion, as his fate was controlled by his girlfriend and his female guild members. And although appearance for players could only be set during character initialization, the team had decided to give Rudra a complete do-over, as in their minds Rudra was completely not worthy of looking as a king. This shattered Rudra's fragile ego, as 20 girls or so nitpicked problems with his hair, while 20 picked problems with his mustache and beard. In the end, his face was shaved clean, and his hair was gelled and styled like a noble, as Rudra looked like a K-pop artist rather than a fierce noble warrior. "I so cute. Ugh. So handsome. Naomi, you lucky girl. I such charm." After Rudra's do-over, everyone fawned over him, as even though Rudra himself felt his manhood stripped from him, as he had to shave his precious beard, apparently everyone else seemed to love it. Rudra understood that day that girls seemed to like pretty boys more than manly ones, which was probably the reason why most K-pop artists were clean without a hint of hair on their entire bodies, which was also why 13 and 14-year-olds got more action than 25-year-olds. The little brats had no hair. Thinking about this fact, Rudra felt happy about himself. At least he was spared the pain of waxing his chest, leg and arm hair. It seemed as if being covered in a full suit prevented the girls from assaulting him completely. However, just one whisper from a female member later, Rudra was forced to strip down to his inner garments, as although the girls all screamed at his incredibly muscular and hot body, he was put through an intense waxing session, getting the hair off everything except his sensitive parts. Had Rudra not established his dominance, he would have been probably waxed there as well. However, he had to tell the girls that he was the alpha, and that part was off limits. However, only because Naomi protested with him. Was it possible? Rudra could swear he could hear protests as Naomi came to his aid. How selfish. We want to see it too. Hee hee. Today we have the guild leader on our fingertips. Is this not fun? Tommy's sister Naomi, let us see the package you enjoy. Whereas Naomi replied, "My man, girls, back off." There were sulking sounds all across as a blank look was plastered on Rudra's face. According to his previous notions, weren't men supposed to be the shameless and perverted ones? Then why were the females the same? It was not as if Rudra had no means to retaliate, or that he had no say in the matter. It was just that seeing the enthusiasm of everyone around it, and how happy everyone was, he did not have the heart to reject them, and decided to play along. Finally, Rudra had a completely red skin, from all the waxing, and an HP bar that was yellow, since he was restricted to level 10 strength, which meant that every single point lost in HP was a massive hit to his overall. Thankfully, he had the eyes of truth, which made anyone else unable to inspect his stats, or the situation would truly turn laughable. Rudra shivered, trying to think of what would happen if the leader of the elites was somehow killed by waxing. It would be a stain that could never go away in a million years' time. Thankfully, it did not come to pass. When Rudra was finally ready and suited up, he looked truly like a Prince Charming who was only missing his crown for him to be king. As dignitaries from all across the continent arrived, and the elites were busy greeting and escorting them, the grandest affair in the history of the Nine Clouds Kingdom was about to start the next day. It was an event that the world had its eyes on, as it was the first player ever who was going to be coronated as a king. // Congratulations on hitting the Power Stone target. Bonus chapter coming right after this. Slightly smiling face. // Chapter 534 Coronation 3. Rudra's coronation drew hundreds of thousands of civilians to the inner district of the Purple Haze City. The coronation was set to happen inside the Church of Light. This was a decision that was taken after considering that Rudra was the Archbishop of the Church, and the fact that the Pope himself was coming to coronate him. It was also a political statement that declared it clearly to the world that the true elite's kingdom was a righteous light faction kingdom with a servant of the Empress on the throne. This served to greatly deter any forces that would cause trouble for Rudra. Considering how weak the force of the nation truly was, not having a single tier 4 existence within its official ranks to defend its territory, alongside the protection from Cervantes, this made the elites untouchable and unbreachable for the moment, as 2 of the tier 5 existences in the continent were backing this otherwise powerless kingdom, making it one of the best allied and best protected kingdoms. Rudra was initially afraid to step foot inside a Church of Light after the fiasco he had caused inside the Nine Clouds one. However, seemingly his plan to carefully remove the goddess's statue and relocate it in a shrine made of the highest grade gold and precious jewels seemed to get him out of the doghouse, as although he blew up the church, there was no goddess's statue inside, saving him from her wrath. There was hence no reaction as he came to kneel before the goddess, and he could swear he could hear a "bless you, my child." When he counted the first time, a sigh of relief escaped Rudra's mouth, as if he was to be humiliated during the big day. It would be quite troublesome. However, thankfully it seemed he was still within the goddess's good books. The elites, the foreign dignitaries, and only a few important civilians were given entry within the church grounds, as this was one of the most high-profile events of all time. DewDiePie and a reported from Country J were the only 2 people who were allowed to show coverage of the event from inside the temple grounds, while no other news channel or streamer was allowed inside. Purple Haze City was decorated in lanterns and swords, as a joyous atmosphere had settled over the city, in honor of their new king being coronated. The admiration and the public sentiment that Rudra had within Purple Haze City was the highest of anything out there, as time after time, he had both taken care of the defense of the city, as well as the development. Although not perfect, he had created a beautiful city, with a budding culture and great opportunities. It was a land of possibilities, and the people of the city were grateful for it. Hence why Rudra's coronation was such a big event, as everyone wanted to be a part of it, as thousands surrounded the church trying to just get a glimpse of the guild leader. This was a security disaster. However, thankfully Patricia one night was on duty, as she maintained tight security, as the head of security for her brother's big day, as incredible pride and joy could be seen in her eyes at the heights her brother had achieved. The One Night family lead one dignitary after the other through what could be said to be the purple carpet, as kings, princes, guild leaders, and the others who were invited were taken to their respective seats for the ceremony. The front row was given to Emperor Cervantes and the Lizardman King, obviously, as none else could stand their powerful aura, while the second row had the closest allies of the Hazelgrove Kingdom seated, including Vanaheim King and Princess Ruby. This was the first time in a long time that so many kings and foreign officials had gathered under the same roof, and hence naturally chatter and polite exchanges followed. However, every word uttered was crisp and calculated. The air temperature increased a few degrees when Emperor Cervantes shook hands with the Lizardman King, as the 2 went into a stare-down gauging each other's strength. The Lizardman King was initially underestimating Cervantes, as the man had only broken through Tier 5 in the recent years, whereas he was at this stage for over 2 decades. However, he was shocked to see that the power difference was not present at all, and that Cervantes was someone who was progressing much faster than he had anticipated. "Greetings, King Lizard! Greetings, Human Emperor Cervantes!" The 2 exchanged greetings after 2 minutes of intense stare-down, as the elites had to rush in to change the flaming drapery over the seating chairs that had caught fire in the stare-down between the 2. As the 2 sat beside each other, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, as the pressure they were exerting was simply too much to bear for normal humans, as anyone below Tier 3 had their backs drenched in cold sweat. The guild leaders from the various countries were also losing their minds, as one after other important foreign officials made their way to the church, as they realized that the elites had more power and influence amongst the upper echelons of the game than they could have ever imagined. From the 3 Tier 5 existences to most of the allied kings, it could be said that the elites were now playing at the big boys' table in the northern continent, while most of them were still stumbling trying to win favors from their kingdom's kings. Undoubtedly, this was the moment where countless ambitious guild leaders decided that they wanted to rebel and take over a kingdom as well. However, many were to soon find out that what Rudra did was not so easy to replicate at this stage of the game at all. When the Pope finally came out to address the seated crowd, anticipation, joy and excitement for the event finally started to reach its peak. As today's main event was finally starting, the crowd outside was also now cheering at their loudest voice. Stuff like "Long live King Shikuni," or "I'm from the true elite's kingdom." However, it soon changed to "We want to see our king." It was not only the commoners who wanted to see the king, it was everyone else as well. However, none so as much as one Princess Ruby of the Elves, whose eyes were scouring the hall for the signs of her one true love. / bonus chapter for fulfilling the PS target. Good job guys / Chapter 535 Coronation 4. It was pandemonium as Rudra arrived at the location, with him being personally escorted by Patricia arm in arm. The One Night family radiated incredible pressure on the red carpet. "The king is her ye! It's our ruler! It's our savior!" The commoners of Purple Haze shouted at the top of their lungs, as they scrambled to get a glimpse of Shikuni before he entered the church. However, it was difficult to sneak a glance with the tight security. Rudra was a little nervous. However, a regal smile was plastered on his face as he waved at the loving crowd with a kind face. Rudra looked absolutely fantastic, with his hair all set and his face clean shaved. Although he looked nothing close to the ferocious warrior that he once looked, his new appearance made him have a more noble aura. As he entered the church, the first thing he did was touch the hidden pocket of his coat, as he felt the small box being present within. That box was extremely important for Rudra, as once he was coronated, there would not be a moment more to miss. As he entered the church, the first people to greet him were the guild members, who all had smiling expressions with a hint of pride hidden within, as they cheered him on towards the stage. As Rudra climbed the stairs of the church, he could be seen by the masses who had gathered outside. As on the second last step, Rudra stopped and turned as he waved the thousands that had gathered outside to get a glimpse of him today. It was unprecedented, overwhelming support for him by the commoners, as even catching a glimpse of him sent them in uproar, as cheers and good wishes rained down on Rudra as he walked into the church. At the very last were the guild leaders of various first-rate guilds, followed by the super guild leaders that he had been invited. Everyone looked at the man of the hour with a smile on the surface. However, jealousy, deception and greed could be easily made out from their faces. Rudra chuckled internally as he spoke in his mind, "That's right. Look where I was. And look where I have reached. Pretty neat, eh? The power of a second chance." As he walked forward, he started to see the foreign dignitaries of various countries, and the upper echelons of power inside the northern continent. However, his eyes were only hungry for one person, and that one person met his fiery gaze without backing down. The moment his eyes landed on Ruby, nothing else mattered to him aside from her, as he found himself lost in her loving eyes that were a bit teary, as if asking him, "Where were you all this time?" Rudra felt his heart ache as he saw the slight tear in Ruby's eye. However, there was also a bright smile that could make the sun look pale in comparison plastered on her face, making her expression a display of contrasting emotions. Ruby was incredibly proud of Rudra to achieve so much so fast, and incredibly happy for him today too. Hence the smile. However, looking at him, for a moment, she could not control the emotions she had suppressed over the past year, as there was a lot of trouble for her in his absence. However, she quickly wiped the tear off, as only joy remained on her face, as she cheered Rudra onwards. Although the exchange was brief, lasting 30 seconds at the maximum, it did not go unnoticed by the various powers, and Ruby's father, who all noticed the chemistry between the duo. Walking onwards, Rudra finally saw Emperor Cervantes and the Lizardman King at the first row, as the two of them looked at Rudra with calm, calculating gaze. The gaze was a bit colder from the Lizardman King, while Cervantes's contained a bit more warmth and a hint of joy. However, still, both their gazes made Rudra feel pressured, soaking his back in sweat. Thankfully, the coat was made with a material that did not let the outside of the coat appear wet, as Rudra would be humiliated should such a scenario occur. In this regard, the women of the elite guild were all masterminds, the level of which Rudra could never understand, as their forethought and planning in the field of fashion was spot on. However, after the seated kings, there were the OG guild elders, standing near the walls, as tears streamed down their eyes, as extreme happiness was visible on their faces. Neatwit and Fatty were weeping, while Yum and Johnny had wrapped an arm around each other's shoulder as they cheered Rudra on. Madiv was also teary-eyed while SMG smiled with warmth. Every elite had the same thought at this moment, which was, "You deserve this guild leader." As for the elites, the success of one elite was a success for all elites, just as their slogan always said, "One for all and all for one." Rudra flashed a menacing smile at his OG gang, as he walked towards the goddess's statue. As watching the boys all emotional, he too felt indescribable emotion stuck in his throat. Finally, when he reached the altar, the Pope was looking kindly at Rudra as divine light radiated from his body. As he waited to coronate Rudra, as he reached before the Pope, Rudra bowed in respect as the Pope blessed him with long life. As he started the ceremony, the Pope said, "Today, we have gathered here to coronate Shikuni of the Elites as the one true ruler of the true elite kingdom. It is the goddess's will that the honorary Archbishop of the Church continue his service to mankind on a grander stage, as she wills for him to lead this country to a blessed age. Looting, rape, pillaging, and devil's worship was rampant in these lands, as the previous king did an abhorrent job under his rule. Today, since so many distinguished gentlemen who all serve the light have gathered here, many of whom are kings in their own right, I would like to take this chance to present my own understanding of what a king should be. The goddess's doctrine asks a king to be benevolent, kind, just and merciful. However, while this is the perfect roadmap on how to be a good ruler, there are other aspects that need to be paid attention to. Civilian welfare, civilian healthcare, and civilian modesty. There are the three pillars of any legislation, and I hope that in the pursuit of power and military issues, I hope the kings amongst us do not forget to pay special attention to these three departments. I have known Shikuni since he was but a boy, as Cardinal Lee mentioned him to me as an exceptionally talented believer. However, at the time, I did not have the fortune of meeting him personally. However, in just a few short years, that boy has created countless legends in this continent and is a staunch supporter of the church. Today, I can say with an open heart, his achievements are well-deserved. Excellent temperament, unquestionable devotion and humbleness. Shikuni of the Elites, it is my honor to coronate you before our goddess." Rudra coughed a little internally at the Pope's speech. It was completely unnecessary and over the top. However, it was a subtle play by him to remind all kings present here that although they were the supreme rulers of their own region, in the end, they were just servants of the gods. The Pope said, "With the goddess as the witness, Shikuni, one night, do you swear to solemnly take care of your country as if it was an extension of your own body and its people as if they were your children?" Rudra replied, "I do." The Pope continued, "Do you swear to rule with a just and merciful mindset and uphold the integrity of law?" "I do." "Do you swear to never collude with foreign powers or devil worshippers to invite chaos, lawlessness, and unsocial elements into your country?" "I do." "Then I, Saint Maximus, the 107th Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Light, on this day of the sun, coronate you Shikuni one night, as the one and only king of the true elite kingdom. All hail the king." At this moment Karna brought Rudra's crown to the Pope. As he looked at the guild leader with complex emotions, tears blurring his eyes. Today was one of the proudest moments of his life, as he celebrated Rudra's success with all his heart. As the crown was taken by the Pope in his hands, everyone held their breaths for the big moment. As the moment, it was placed on Rudra's head, every single elite and the thousands outside shouted at the top of their voices, in a roar that would live on for eternity. The shout of, "Long live the king!" Chapter 536, A King Needs His Queen. The moment Rudra had the crown placed on his head, all the elites lost their mind. As cheers and champagne flowed through the streets of Purple Haze City like water, Rudra also felt goosebumps arise on his body, as he saw everyone in the room standing and clapping for him, as even the Tier 5 existences in the room were standing in applause. When Rudra looked at his boy Karna, the two just grinned at each other without saying a word, as both of them were overwhelmed with emotion and needed a moment to get hold of their vocal cords again. When the cheers died down a little, Rudra finally raised his hand for silence as he said, "Thank you, Pope, for doing me this honor. I hope I can become a righteous king who will be fondly remembered by my people." The Pope smiled in response, as the church officials, like the paladins and Cardinal Lee, all politely tapped their weapons or feet in applause of Rudra's commitment to the church. But this was just formality for Rudra, as after that he really said something that he meant from the bottom of his heart. He said, "Today there are many distinguished gentlemen present here. Hence let me declare it here itself that although I am the king of this new territory, my kingdom will always remain a part of the Hazel Grove Empire, and a pillar of Emperor Cervantes' infinite glory." As he said this, he looked at Cervantes, who gave him a warm smile, as he glanced towards the Lizardman King with a smug expression, as he made it clear who was the boss around this place. As the Lizardman King only snorted in response, Rudra continued, "This position is given to me by the trust of the millions of citizens of the previous Nine Clouds Kingdom, and I assure you all, I will not disappoint as your leader." Rudra made a bold statement, as cheers to his commitment could be heard from the common masses outside. Rudra continued, "Although I am the king, This position is definitely supported by my guild and its incredible guild members. As let me be frank guys, without you all I am a nobody, Rudra said emotionally, as the camera zoomed in on his face. Rudra bit his lip, trying to hold back his tears. However, his speech had already moved the guild members to the verge of tears, as everyone wept with joy. Rudra said, "Today this crown, although I wear it, it is indeed a crown on the head of each and every elite. As the achievement of one is an achievement of us all. And this crown was achieved by all of us working together. Hence, even though I wear it alone, it is a symbol of our guild strength and not mine alone. Each and every elite stands as the strength of the true elite kingdom, and each and every elite has been coronated alongside me. Here today," Rudra said with energy, as he had a fire in his eyes now. Rudra declared proudly, "So let the entire kingdom hear it loud and clear." The guild slogan, "For once and for all." As now onwards it is no longer the guild slogan, but that of our entire nation. With all your power guys. On my count. 3, 2.1. One for all. All for one. Go elites go! A shout that resounded all throughout Purple Haze City. As loud as the sound of a missile explosion could be heard. As thousands and thousands of elites screamed the guild slogan at the top of their lungs in a synchronous voice. All the distinguished people sitting inside the church felt the slogan vibrate the very ground they stood on. As the unity of the guild was on full display, impressing the various kings and guild leaders. Every guild leader had a dream to make such a cohesive and united guild. However, none of them were even close to making an organization as pure as Rudra's, as they could only watch on in jealousy at the incredible show of affection and cohesiveness by the elites, wishing they could do something similar with their own guilds. Rudra nodded, as the elites cheered his speech as he took a slight pause. Afterwards Rudra said in a deep voice as he looked towards the sky, "But you see guys, every king must have a queen, no? And although I am the king, I don't have a beautiful, capable and loving wife to be my queen." Rudra paused, as everyone who knew Rudra had a crush on Ruby turned to see her expression with excitement. As naturally Ruby started to turn red in anticipation of what was to come next. Naomi, who was also watching on, could only smile and hang her head down, as she knew that this was coming for a long time, and could only accept it with an open heart. Rudra continued, "But worry not, because I have indeed found a woman, who is incredibly beautiful, incredibly capable, and also in love with me, as I am with her." This declaration made everyone who did not know who Rudra was talking about feel confused, as all the kings saw the situation developing with interest. Rudra said, "Although I fell in love with her the moment I saw her. At the time I was a nobody, and she was a princess, hence even though I could admire her from a distance, I was not worthy enough to even talk to her," Rudra said sadly, as he sighed. "However, fate had different plans for me as, with time, I rose through the ranks, and had the pleasure of having a few conversations with her, winning her heart in the process," Rudra said with a hint of pride in his voice as he scanned the room. Everyone had their eyes glued to him as they had complete focus to his speech. Rudra said, "However, at the time I was a lieutenant of the glorious Hazel Grove army, and still not worthy of asking for her hand in marriage, as a princess should only be brought as a queen and nothing less," Rudra declared as he saw the expression on the face of the king of Vanaheim, who nodded in approval. Being a father, he approved of Rudra's thinking. Ruby was blushing red at this moment, as she saw Rudra through shy eyes, anticipation building in her heart as to what would happen next. Rudra said, "Call me old-fashioned, but allotment and the like does not sit well with me, as marriage is a connection of families for me, and not just a connection of two people. Hence, through hard work and persistence, I now stand as a king, worthy of asking her hand in marriage." This statement caused many murmurs to occur between people. However, Mama and Father Rajput, who were watching this on live TV, swelled their chests in pride as they approved of the education they imparted to their child. However, Rudra's next statement made them puke blood as they watched on in horror as to his antics, as a completely unexpected situation occurred. Rudra went down on his knees as he took out the hidden box in his coat pocket, as he opened it to reveal a beautiful blue diamond fitted on a ring, worth at least several million gold coins, as he said in an emotional voice, "King of Vanaheim, esteemed sir, please allow me to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. For I am blindly in love with your daughter from the moment I first laid my eyes on her. Ruby, you are the moon of my life, and the light which guides me through darkness. I swear to love you forever and ever. So please do me the favor of marrying me." There was dead silence in the room, as only Rudra's laborious breathing sound could be heard, as everyone focused on Ruby and the king to grasp their reactions. Should Rudra be rejected here in front of so many people, it would be an utter humiliation. However, looking at Rudra, it was clear he was not afraid of anything. Ruby too wanted nothing more than to run to Rudra and fling herself into his arms and say yes. However, for respect of her father, she wanted to at least see his reaction first. If he disagreed, she would still say yes. However, if he agreed, it would make her even more happier than she already was. Hence she looked with expectant eyes at her father the king, who was baffled by the situation, as he had absolutely no idea of this development or the fact that these two here were in love. Everything now depended on his answer, as everyone waited for a response. // guys, today can be a bonus chapter day, as we only need 50 more GT to hit the next target. Let's get it today itself and have a nice bonus chapter. Also, if you have not already read my new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor, why not give it a go? It already has 45 chapters and is a story even better than this one. I am sure you all will love it. // Chapter 537. She said yes. The king of Vanaheim was momentarily stunned by the whirlpool of information that was dumped on him. He could not believe that his daughter was having a kind of love affair with someone, and he was in the dark about it. When he looked at his daughter, he saw happiness and eagerness in her eyes, an emotion that she had not displayed ever since her mother had passed away early in her childhood. And somehow, he felt that he was powerless in front of those eyes. He was sure that Ruby loved the newly crowned king, and although he was not from the elven race, his strong association with the church as well as his heroics in his own kingdom did make a strong case for his credentials. Nevertheless, he would have rejected this marriage had Rudra not been a king, as just like Rudra said in his own speech, a princess can only be wed in as a queen and nothing less. But since his daughter loved the guy so much, as well as all his credentials, and the fact that he indeed waited till he was worthy to become a king to ask for her hand in marriage, made the king of Vanaheim lean more towards saying yes than no. Rudra was not only the honorary archbishop, but the elusive pope who would not visit Vanaheim no matter how much the elves requested, personally came to coronate him at this event. Not only was Rudra an ally of the church, but he was also a very close ally of Cervantes and Hazelgrove, both of whom were strategic partners of the elves. From rising from a weak tier 0 existence to peak tier 3 in a matter of years was a testimony to his natural talent and limitless future. Hence, although he was not tier 4 at the moment, it was only a matter of time. Taking all this into account, plus the fact that her daughter's happiness was in him saying yes, and the fact that Rudra valued family so much that he respectfully asked for her daughter's hand in marriage to him first, the king lightly said, "Go! I have no objections to this union." Cheers erupted from the elites present in the room, as Ruby gave her father a small hug before rushing towards Rudra. Rudra, who was on his knees, was incredibly nervous. However, seeing Ruby rush towards him, the world seemed to slow down, as pure elation burst from the depths of his heart. Ruby flung herself into Rudra's arms, as the couple hugged tightly on the ground. As she said, "Yes! 1,000,000 times yes!" As she cried on Rudra's shoulder, Rudra felt that the world was a brighter place once he heard that reply as he hugged Ruby tightly, as if she was the most precious thing in the entire universe to him, as he swore to never let her face even the slightest difficulty in the world. The crowd burst into applause as even the Pope laughed his heart out, while the elites simply lost their damn minds. Fatty, who was seeing the entire scene, rushed outside the altar, as he threw himself at the gates of the church as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "She said yes. She said yes. We have a queen now. Ruby said yes." The moment the good news were delivered to the rest of the elites, it was as if the entire town came alive, as not only did they have a new king today, but also a new queen. Today was undoubtedly the greatest day in this decade, as everyone regardless of profession, age or financial position celebrated today with all their hearts, as the entire true elite's kingdom celebrated their inception day as if it was the best thing to ever happen in their life. Inside the altar, the foreign dignitaries, the various guild masters, and the kings and emperors also felt the atmosphere to be joyous, as the celebrated banquet after the coronation ceremony was extremely harmonious and happy. Ruby and Rudra were inseparable, as Ruby kept on looking at the beautiful blue diamond ring on her finger with happiness and glee, as she felt all her dreams come true. One after another, everyone came over to congratulate the duo, as the elites felt like the recent days had been the happiest days of their lives, which was exceptionally true for Rudra. The live media coverage of the event saw these developments become the world's #1 trending news, as pictures of the elf Ruby started being circulated alongside the tag of the elite queen. Countless men worldwide had a nosebleed when they saw Ruby's unreal charm and cuteness, as the elven princess was a hidden gem that not many had ever even caught a glimpse of before today. This made them incredibly jealous and spiteful. However, they could do nothing about it except for simping on Ruby from a distance, as her man was not someone to be trifled with. Rudra was powerful beyond common sense, as his battle with the 10 rankers of the Dark faction highlighted. And now that he was king, there was not a single player force in the Northern continent that could easily offend him. Had Ridra been a weaker man with no background, many perverts would wage a war with him over Ruby. However, that was never going to be a scenario now. With the strength that he commanded, the only people shocked by this development were Mama and Papa Rajput, who had pale white faces as they tried to understand where they had gone wrong in their education of Ridra. They could not understand how Ridra would fall in love with a character that was not even real. Irrespective of how cute she looked, she was nothing but binary for them. A sequence of zeros and ones, and nothing worth paying attention to. However, the reality of the situation was that their stupid son was apparently in love with her, and was even going to wed her. Mama Rajput felt bad for Naomi, as she could feel the pinch in her heart for raising a two-timing son who openly courted another woman even though he had such a beautiful girlfriend back in real life. She glared at Papa Rajput as she said, "I told you we should have married him off. But you said the times have changed and nobody married at 24 anymore. Now see, the lack of S*** has made our son go chase unreal women in games." Weeping noises. Papa Rajput felt wronged. He was the strongest supporter of Team Reality. However, at this moment all blame was being pinned on him, as if this entire situation was his doing, and HBS the sole culprit of it all. Max, who was also watching on, did not have the same reservations as his parents, as he looked at Ruby, and only said, "Pretty. Big brother looks so happy, smiley face." It was only then that Mama and Papa Rajput actually got over their initial shock and noticed how happy Ridra looked on television, as he sat with his hands intertwined with Ruby. As one after another people came to greet him at the banquet, he was actually looking like he was having the best time of his life, which soothed Mama and Papa to a certain degree, as no matter what, seeing their son happy was the first priority for them, even if they could not accept it completely. Mama Rajput only hoped that Naomi would not feel bad about the whole situation. However, she did not know that Naomi knew about the situation from before she and Ridra ever dated. And hence, although for a moment she felt her heart to be incredibly heavy, when she saw how happy Ridra was, everything became bliss for her too. She had made her peace, that for as long as Ridra cared for her and paid attention to her as well, and satisfied her, she did not care if he used his extra energy on Ruby. She even wholeheartedly congratulated the couple, and told Ruby that she could not wait to become friends with her once she was settled into the elites. Naturally, she did not reveal her connection with Ridra, and it was only a small conversation. Ruby's womanly senses alerted her that this girl was trouble. Although she did not show it in front of Ridra, she made a mental note in her mind to keep her fiancé away from her. Naturally, she was in for a hell of a conversation once Ridra would reveal the truth about his relationship with her. However, that was a matter for much later. Hence, Ridra did not think much about it for now. For now, he had accomplished one of his biggest goals and ambitions in life, as he felt proud to have Ruby by his side as his fiancée, with the blessing of his father, openly in front of the millions in the world. Only he knew about the countless times that he wanted to kick the bucket. Yet Ruby's image waiting for him would not let him, as he would push beyond his limits to achieve the impossible. From a Nobafi from Country X, he was now the only king of a kingdom inside Omega, and one of the biggest motivations of that journey was the woman sitting right next to him, as Ridra finally felt like he changed something in his second life, and he had far surpassed his past self now. The only goal that remained now for him was to make the elites the biggest and strongest guild in the whole world, and become the undisputed strongest guild master for all generations to come. While the elites partied like there was no tomorrow, their enemies, the blood merchants and Dronacharya, started their preparations to take them down in full swing. Buying materials, training the army and stocking on resources was all happening in large quantities, as Dronacharya liquidated a large portion of his wealth to help the cause, delivering on his promise to monetarily aid the organization. He earned a bit of the trust from Scarface, as the latter now included him in strategic meetings. Slowly but surely, a grand army to topple the elites with many hidden cards was being prepared. The elites were in for their biggest war of all time in a matter of few months. / Team Ruby. This chapter was for you, so show your support in the comments below. Also guys, we only need 12 more tickets to reach our golden ticket target and get a bonus chapter. We have slowed down to a snail's speed in the GT department. However, Kamian, we can hit it today for sure. Hopefully, hence today will be a bonus day / Chapter 538 Enemies Got No Chill. Ridra followed his coronation with some time off with Ruby, as the two finally spent some quality time together. In the week that followed their formal engagement, Ruby stayed in the new True Elite's kingdom inside Ridra's majestic palace, sharing a room with Ridra. Needless to say that the nights were full of passion and romance. while the days were more or less the same. Ruby's shy nature made her face go red 15 times an hour as Rudra would make one lewd comment after another as he teased her in bed. However, nonetheless, she was very happy with how things turned out. And very happy with the palace where she would stay. Also happy with Rudra's stamina and performance. She immediately took up her duty as the queen to be as she reorganized the palace, appointed new staff, and implemented some much-needed structure and order to the place to the absolute pleasure of Amelia. Rudra was surprised at how luxurious life could be, as Ruby's management helped him experience peak convenience, as she made everything very functional. And hence, as a bachelor who was unorganized and pretty much useless in all the house-related stuff, he appreciated Ruby's help around the place very much. Had it been up to him, he would have never let Ruby leave the place. However, her spending such long amounts of time at his place without their formal marriage was not approved by her father. Hence, regretfully, until the marriage, the two had to part ways. The marriage date was set to be 4 months from now, at the peak of spring inside Vanaheim, as it was the most beautiful season with the rare white ixodril flowers blooming, which was the dream wedding in Ruby's mind. Hence, Rudra had to bear the bachelor life for 4 more months until he could officially wed Ruby. However, naturally, this did not sit well with his parents. As the moment he returned to reality, he was dragged into a very serious family conversation that saw him get into deep trouble for having an affair in game and not informing his parents. Rudra was helpless, as although he was an independent adult capable of making his own choices, he was also someone who respected and loved his parents to the extreme, and he did not want to take any actions as far as possible that would hurt their feelings and emotions. Hence, after a round of back and forth and compromises, it was decided that Mama and Papa Rajput would accept Rudra's relationship with Ruby as long as Rudra formally got engaged to Naomi in real life and planned their wedding as soon as possible. Rudra was not completely against marrying Naomi in real life. However, for him, the decision was not as smooth as agreeing to marry Ruby, which he looked forward to. However, if his parents were happy from it, and he knew that Naomi would surely be thrilled, he decided to agree to it, as he bought a ring and proposed to Naomi as well. Naturally, Naomi was extremely happy and satisfied, as Rudra felt a knot in his heart untie as finally his personal life seemed to have stabilized for good. However, little did he know that it was Mama Rajput's and Naomi's combined plan that forced him into this situation. But even if he did know, it would not matter much anyways, as he knew in his heart that it was the right thing to do. Hence, Rudra finally felt that, after a past life of goofing around and unsuccessful relationships, he had finally turned things around in his second life, with him being able to land not one, but 2 great women who he cared for as his fiancée. Was 2 considered a harem? He did not know. However, he was sure that he would never need a number 3. As far as he was concerned, Ruby was Shakuni's wife, while Naomi was Rudra's. Hence, with all these problems settled, when Rudra finally focused back on the game and its problems, his first goal was to collect the remaining pages of the demon's diary, as he started to seriously put his back behind that mission. Meanwhile, near a hut in a desolate forest, Dronacharya rode his mount, the whiteback rhino, alongside Deli Ali, a Tier 4 member of the Blood Merchant Organization. As they rode towards a small hut in an otherwise desolate forest, Dronacharya asked, "Are you sure a Tier 4 mage would be living in such a shabby hut?" Dronacharya seriously doubted if someone as great as the legends he had heard would choose to live in such a hut, especially considering the wealth and respect such an existence could command. Deli Ali said, "It's the style of the Black Hood Shaman. Don't say this in front of his face lest you offend him." Deli Ali reprimanded Dronacharya and reminded him that the person they were going to meet was extremely dangerous and not someone that could be easily offended. Dronacharya gulped. If the legends were to be believed, then the shaman was one of the strongest characters under Tier 5 in the game period. If they could obtain the help of such a character, then their chances of victory over the elites would be greatly increased. As the two approached the hut, an extremely foul smell that would make any normal Tier 0 human faint entered their noses, as the mounts instantly got wild and kicked their owners off their backs as they sped away from the house. "I guess on foot then," said Deli Ali, as he glanced towards the hut in fear. Even the blood merchants were wary of this guy, as nobody wanted the shaman to put a curse on them. // Good job everyone for hitting the GT target. Bonus chapter soon. Also, special shout out to Nightwing 2014 for the 2000 coin dragon gift. The patronage is much appreciated. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Also, I plan on releasing 510, exact number depends on what I can write, chapters on April 1st as a mass release day, as I want to make April a month of gratitude just like December, with many events and bonuses being dropped // Chapter 539, The Dark Shaman. When Dronacharya and Deli Ali finally reached the door of the wooden hut, They were able to hear faint noises of metal being churned with an occasional clanging sound. The duo looked at each other as they reconsidered knocking on the door, as it may disturb the dark shaman's practice, and they may be subjected to his curses, should he be displeased. However, before they could knock, the metal churning sound stopped as a gruffy and almost beast-like voice said, "Growling, who disturbs me?" Both Deli Ali and Dronacharya take a step back at this point, as Dronacharya instantly goes butter-up mode as he said, "O great shaman! It is us, the blood merchants, the humble servants of the devil Lucifer, who have came on a mission. However, if it displeases you, we will return at once and never bother you again." Deli Ali glared at Dronacharya for making such a spineless introduction. However, Dronacharya did not care. He valued his life over the wrath of Deli Ali, as he continued to silently back off from the hut's entrance. Deli Ali knew better than Dronacharya. As for him, the success of the mission was extremely important. Hence, even though he too was scared, he stood his ground and said boldly, "The blood merchants demand an audience. We have came for a very important mission." There was silence for a moment, before the gruffy voice said, "Grr, the blood merchants, the dogs of Lucifer on Middle Earth, he. Till I remember, your leader is also a tier 4, is he not?" "Yes, he is," replied Deli Ali. "Then if he wants there to be dialogue, tell him to bring his A** over to my humble hut, or tell Lucifer to come himself. I am not an employee of an organization like you. Not a lowly member either. You want to talk with the boss. Then the boss comes to talk himself." Bam! A strong wave of darkness blasted Deli Ali 30 yards away from the hut, and slammed him onto a tree, as the shaman had made his decision clear. Either Scarface came personally to hold talks, or there would be no talks at all. This was a slap in the face for Deli Ali, who was a tier 4 existence himself. However, he could only hang his head in shame and take out his anger on the coward Dronacharya. As for now, the mission was a failure. However, not a complete failure. Meanwhile, back at the True Elite's kingdom, Purple Haze City, Rudra was doing administrative work for his kingdom, as he revised the tax structure and introduced many public welfare schemes. The first job he did as king was to completely wipe out all presence of the previous imperial government from all corners of his country, and oust each and every rebel guild out of his nation. He rewarded those who rebelled with him, and swore fealty under his crown, and punished those who chose to resist his rule. He stabilized the streets of White Cloud City, Green Cloud City, and the other revolt-affected areas, as he opened many food kitchens and economic relief centers to de-escalate public aggression. It worked perfectly, as Rudra's reforms were extremely popular, as not only did Rudra distribute food and grain, but also employed people by the masses into his city redevelopment projects. Alongside Ethan Grey, Rudra had made grand plans for the privatization of the entire Nine Clouds Kingdom, as the Grey International had given him a comprehensive plan onto how to maximize the worth of land under him. Grey's plan was to convert White Cloud City into a tourist city in Omega, with many tourist attractions and extremely rich culture. He wanted pubs, fighting arenas, libraries, hotels, taverns, horses and mounts, exotic food, exquisite local industry, and 5-7 local specialty buildings to be built inside the city, and turn it into one of the best places to visit in Omega, so that every casual player of Omega would want to visit the city as their first tourist destination. It was an ambitious plan. However, if successful, it would bring in unprecedented amounts of income, as the tourism industry was the best industry to be had by a government, as foreign nationals came to their city, spent a lot of money, and went away without utilizing any state benefits. However, for a strong tourism industry, the roads must be safe and clean, and a lot of development must be done, which needed a lot of capital. Currently, the elites did not have capital reserves enough to run not only the entire kingdom, but also support such massive amounts of development with their gold reserves. Hence, Ethan suggested privatization. He auctioned city parts in real life and generated incredible amounts of wealth for a 10-year lease on the land sold. In return, the companies that bought the land got licensed to develop predetermined pubs, clubs, etc., but also had to mandatorily make proper roads and 3 government-chosen buildings out of their own money. This way, Ethan sold bits of the city to foreign institutions, and not only raised immense capital, but also ensured an extremely fast development path, and got government infrastructure built for free. The economic upside for the city was also huge, as unemployment rates dropped by a significant margin, and so did crime. It was one of the case studies for the world on how to develop a city fast, and everyone paid close attention to it. However, not everyone had a massive corporation like Grey International backing them logistically, who could manage thousands of small contracts and get them signed and sealed within a matter of days. And even if one did have such a massive organization backing them, not many had absolute autonomy over a territory like the elites. Most guilds were only managing territories under a crown and not the owners of a kingdom. Hence, they had their own restrictions. Only the elite plus Grey combo had the power to achieve this incredible feat of business and power. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone. Enjoy. Slightly smiling face / Chapter 540 Rudra's Resolve. The next few weeks saw Rudra only focusing on administration work alongside his main project of looking for the 2 pages of the demon's diary that were not in his possession. However, no matter how he looked for them, or which country's library, he sent an elite to scour for information. There was little to nothing about the demon's diary. The rest of the elites in the meantime entered the special event dungeon that opened. That had a very high difficulty, and extremely lucrative rewards in the form of Tier 3 appropriate equipment. Rudra was the one who needed new equipment the most, as although he had the Doom armor, the rest of his gear was pretty trash. He needed boots that gave an agility buff. He needed shin pads that were lightweight and mobile. He needed an helmet that would provide him protection against critical head injuries. He needed a replacement for his replica of Excalibur, and he needed more accessories, like the Sun God's bracelet that had some offensive capabilities. There was a lot that needed to be improved in Rudra's gear that would take his battle prowess to a notch above it already was. As although Rudra had excellent reflexes and skill set, he had basically not updated his equipment with changing times, and now it was completely outdated. His outrageous battle style made his flaws less evident. However, basically the situation was such that he was worse equipped than most elites, who took full advantage of the guild's resources and equipment-friendly policy to always swap their less leveled equipments for more formidable ones. The only reason why Rudra realized this flaw was because Ruby pestered him to change equipment, as she sent him elven-made chain mail to wear underneath the Doom armor to increase his defensive capabilities even more than it already were. While she also made Rudra promise that in the coming month, he would completely change the parts of his gear that were outdated and unnecessary. Although Rudra had many ideas about where to obtain a worthy sword from, including the legendary sword wielded by Augustus One Knight. That was in the secret basement of the One Knight mansion. There were many other treasures that he had his eyes on that could become a permanent part of his offense. However, his fighting style was completely ingrained with Excalibur now, and he was familiar with its weight and shape and weight-changing abilities. Although it was outdated, it was a weapon that he could use to 100% of its potential. Hence, it was a good match for him. However, looking at the future, Rudra knew that his 100% would no longer be enough, as he needed to go a step beyond that. And for that to be possible, change was necessary. Hence, while Karna and the other top elites raided the dungeon trying to conquer it, they were under orders to try obtain a piece of equipment worthy for Rudra to gear up with. Rudra did not want said items, as he was sure that he would not replace the Doom armor with anything else. Hence, the choices for him were now to take best individual items and make a hodgepodge with it. Thankfully for him, a chance did present itself for him to buy essential equipment in the form of the 7th system auction, which was a global affair this time. Everyone from the same continent could participate in this auction, which would be a 3-day-long event, with the minimum entering amount being 10,000 gold coins. The current exchange rate for gold to dollars was 1 gold equals $500, which was stable despite the increased market demand, as now the real-world economies monitored and balanced the Omega economy closely, and prevented massive market manipulation or needless pump. This requirement made it so that most of the independent adventurers would find it hard to enter the auction. However, half-decent third-rate guilds to super guilds would all be present at the auction arena. And although Rudra had little to no memory about the coming system auction, with this time of his life in the previous lifetime being extremely tumultuous, with his mother dying and various real-life problems gripping him, and him not having much focus in the game, he did have the confidence to enter the auction and successfully bid for quality items with the money he had now. Ethan had basically sold off the entire White Cloud city to private companies, racking in incredible amounts of wealth, as the elite treasury was full of gold at the moment. This coupled with the fact that he did not need to bid for needless small fry items that he could get otherwise anyway meant that he could undoubtedly enter the auction and fight for select items without any problems, with his only requirement being some good equipment for himself, and something good for the guild if it shows up at the right price. Rudra was basically preparing to enter the auction as a lightweight for a change. However, with his eyes of truth and his monetary prowess, he was surely not going to let extraordinary items slip through his hands. In 2 days' time, Rudra was prepared to enter the 7th system auction with all his might. Meanwhile, Dronacharya was desperately liquidating all his assets as he tried to raise capital for the coming system auction. Initially, according to his original plans, he would have already attacked Purple Haze City at this point, and defeated the elites to take control of it, before entering this auction to buy the key to unlocking the secret ruins. However, with Rudra displaying unprecedented strength and conquering Nine Clouds Kingdom after allying with the Russian Mafia, all his plans went south, as the invasion of Purple Haze had to be delayed. With the elders and the core members of the elites all inside the event dungeon, this would have been the perfect time to attack. However, never did he expect that Rudra would actually choose to not enter the event dungeon and stay back at the capital city. Dronacharya was thankful that he did not attack the city when Rudra would still have been around. Or else, he might have tasted defeat due to Rudra's presence in the war. However, with his new alliance with the Blood Merchants, the probability of defeat was near zero, as although a bit delayed, he had absolute confidence in beating the elites now. Hence his only goal now was to somehow enter the auction and obtain the key to the ruins, before defeating the elites and entering it at a later date. According to his memories, the key should go for 2 million gold coins, $1 billion. However, he, $1 trillion, to bid on the item as a worst-case scenario. The item meant everything to him, as the inheritor of that ancient ruins was undoubtedly going to become number one in the future. No doubt about it. Which was why it was not only worth 1 trillion, but even 100 trillion if the price should be that high. Sadly, with him helping the Blood Merchants monetarily, Dronacharya was really hard-pressed for cash, and the 1 trillion was already the very best of what he could muster without going broke. Even then, before going to the auction, he had to agree to one condition of the Blood Merchants, which was to bid for some page of a demon's diary should it appear, and he no choice but to give in to their demands. Little did Dronacharya know that his biggest rival Shakuni was also going to the auction with hopes of getting his hands on the same item. Meanwhile at the Cuber Corp, "Are you sure you want to release the bronze grade cultivation manual in the coming auction?" an official asked. "We have no choice. The talented individuals of our planet that break through to the cultivation ranks have no techniques to move forward in their cultivation journey. We need to make information more available, as only with them progressing can we progress as a race," the senior Cuber official said with a serious face. The Cuber Corporation was planning on releasing 4 bronze-grade cultivation manuals, one for each continent in the upcoming system auction. It was not part of the initial plans for the game. However, with the global situation changing so drastically, they needed to take desperate measures themselves. // Alright guys, congratulations on hitting the Power Stone target bonus chapter soon. I am planning to release 5-7 chapters today, and hence the bonus will be included within those chapters that I do as a mass release. I plan on making April a month like December with mini games and events and such, and also random mass releases. It takes me about 2-3 hours to write a chapter. Hence it is literally 3 days of non-stop work for me to prepare for the coming mass release. So apologies for including the bonus within it, but hopefully you guys enjoy it. Slightly smiling face. If you do, please leave a comment in the comments section below // Chapter 541, the 7th System Auction. Rudra still had 6 days left until the restriction on his body was lifted, and since Karna and the others were still inside the event dungeon, Rudra decided to take Amelia with him to the auction. This was the first time Rudra was taking Amelia out of the guild, as basically she was the shut-in boss of the guild, who worked 24/7 365. However, with Rudra experiencing the perils of administration life in the recent days, he grew to value Amelia more, and hence brought her along with him to have some well-deserved vacation. Amelia was very upbeat about this suggestion, as except the initial parts of the game where she did level up a bit and play the game as a player, she was basically stuck at the same level since years, and had never really explored other aspects of the game. Hence a field trip with the boss Rudra sounded amazing to her. Finally, when the time for the auction came, all the registered parties got a system invite. System invitation. You have registered for the 7th system auction. Click yes to be teleported to the special system space where the auction is being conducted. Yes. No. You have confirmed yes. Validating your credentials. Asterisk infamy 0. Asterisk wealth detected in excess of 10,000 gold coins. Asterisk wealth detected in excess of 1 million gold coins, upgrading to upper row. Asterisk wealth detected in excess of 10 million gold coins, upgrading to balcony. Asterisk wealth detected in excess of 100 million gold coins, upgrading to VIP. Asterisk fame detected in excess of 70,000, upgrading to VIP+. Asterisk detected player is an influential figure on the continent, and a king and a leader. Upgrading to the maximum room, King's Room. Asterisk VIP benefits. The player can invite 7 people to accompany him in the room. Who would you like to invite? Asterisk sending 1 invite. Asterisk prepare to be teleported in 10 seconds. Enjoy the auction player Shikuni. A series of system logs appeared before Rudra, as he looked oddly at the system notification screen. Apparently this time around only having a lot of money would not land someone the spots in VIP room, as fame and influence were also being factored in by Gaia, making it more closer to the real-world scenario than just a game. This was the general theme in Omega, as slowly the game was fading away from a fake virtual world towards a total independent world, as it followed the law of actions of consequences. At the first system auction nothing mattered, as everyone with money could participate, whether it was individuals or sects or whoever. However, now at the 7th system auction, the capability of a single player was completely challenged, and many other factors were factored in for the bidding, with preferential treatment given to special people. This was exactly how reality worked, with some people having advantage over others, even though they were not as rich as the other party. This was because money is not everything, and power and prestige is also a huge part of life, and hence Gaia factors everything as time went on. Rudra could technically have brought 7 people with him. However, he chose to only bring Amelia with him, as the other members, who he would usually hang out with, were all inside the dungeon. Naomi, Karna, Fatty, nobody was around to accompany him. Karna's absence was particularly regretful, because Karna was the chosen son of heaven, and his insane luck got the gilded designs for the Archballisti, a weapon that was still used for nationwide defense by the guild. Hence it would only be the 2 of them for now, with Amelia given the freedom to bid on any one item that she wanted for herself, with a budget cap of $1 billion. Or 2 million gold coins. Rudra paid Amelia an annual salary of $3 billion, making her the highest paid individual in the guild. However, her work deserved the price, and her management of the guild was just picture perfect. Hence, no matter the price, Amelia had to be kept happy. Amelia naturally fought over Rudra with this proposal, as she would much rather take cash rather than an item in game. However, when Rudra refused to budge from his proposal, she accepted the deal, warning Rudra that taking women shopping was an expensive affair. However, Rudra had faith in her. Amelia literally did all the logistics for the guild. She knew better than anyone just how filthy rich this guild was, and what kind of a backing was that of Ethan Gray. Hence, if her eyes were to have sparked from money, that would have happened a long time ago, and not in this auction. However, her eyes did spark when the duo entered the uber luxurious room at the auction house. That was practically at the very top of the auction house, that looked as big as a football stadium, with many full-screen HD display TVs that would show a close-up of the item being auctioned below. Velvet interior with gold-lined furniture. Everything in Rudra's room screamed luxury. There were 3 different monitors built inside his room. One which displayed the item that was being auctioned. Second, which displayed the item stats and other important information. And third, that showed the person who was currently bidding for it. This was a feature exclusive to the king's room, as even the VIP room only had 1 monitor built and that showed the same thing that was being shown on the big screen monitor. Whistling sound. Amelia whistled, looking at the room, as she nodded at Rudra and said, "Not bad. Bring Ruby here, and you might have had some action." Rudra blushed red. It was a very inappropriate reference made by Amelia. However, he only coughed and let it slide, as he tried to focus on the auction that had not started yet. Unknown to him, inside box number VIP 3, his self-proclaimed biggest enemy, and the man with one of the deepest pockets sat in this auction. Dronacharya was ready to rumble. // bonus, chapter 1/5 / Chapter 542 System Auction 2. The scale of this auction was unlike any other auction Rudra had ever witnessed, as he saw hordes and hordes of humans flooding the lower booths of the auction house, as he estimated there to be nearly 70-80k guild leader of 3rd and 2nd-rate guild who had participated in this auction, who sat in these lower seating area. The competition for these guys was going to be the most fierce and the most unfruitful, as there would be hardly 20-30 items that would fall into the laps of those in the lower seating area, and estimated 70-80,000 people bidding for it. Hence, the difficulty of obtaining one at a suitable price was just that much more difficult, as it was practically impossible to buy an item without overpaying for it when seated at the lower seats, negating the profit for entering this event to zero. Even then, obtaining a single item in the auction regardless of what was obtained would skyrocket the guild share price the next day, as the share market was exactly such an unpredictable place that fluctuated violently for the small-cap guilds over the slightest of news. This was why, despite knowing the downside, those 80k guilds still competed with each other fiercely for even getting a single item. The scene, however, completely changed once one got to the upper levels of the auction. The upper levels and the gallery were usually filled with either extremely prominent solo players, or adventurer parties, or first-rate guild leaders. These were the people who maximized profits from the auction, as they could easily outbid the lower seeding players with their deep pockets, reigning supreme over low-grade items. However, the profit derived from these items could easily propel their small party to new heights, which was why the trade was extremely profitable for them. After the gallery came the VIP boxes. There were 53 VIP boxes in this auction and 12 VIP Plus boxes, with only 3 King boxes. The VIP boxes and onwards were the big leagues. Nobody could underestimate anyone sitting in these boxes, and higher ranking boxes did not necessarily translate to more economic prowess. The whole point of the airchi within the auctions was to alert those who were below to take note of who they might offend should they bid for a said item against that said party. The higher the box, the bigger the big shot that sat inside it. Hence the more should one think before antagonizing them. While the VIP boxes gave the user inside anonymity inside the auction, as they were to spend millions of gold coins to buy stuff, sending much needed gold reserves back to the system AI, regulating the currency supply market. The VIP boxes only protected a user until the auction was over. With only 68 big shots of the big shots present, there was not much room to hide or deny the purchase of any items once the auction was over. Hence, although there was reasonable doubt, there was always a way to find out later on about the authenticity of the purchase. Hence VIP boxes and above. Although there was a layer of anonymity attached, it was basically a clash of power and monetary prowess, as a party had to basically bid for an item with their chest out with a bold declaration of "this is my item back OFF." For them to win a bid, anyone who did not have the capability of safeguarding the items that they would procure from the auction were basically giving their enemies free money, as the bloodthirsty hounds would not even take a week to suppress that organization should the money be sufficient for it. Which is the reason why solo players without any backing cannot perform well inside Omega. The limitations of going solo become more and more obvious the higher one tries to reach. To go higher, one needs to have a wider base, and a solo pole can only reach so much height before it bends and breaks. However, the bosses were undoubtedly the ones inside the king rooms. Rudra had one, however he had no idea who the other two were, as although there were many notable organizations within the northern continent, it was impossible to know which ones would have a king status, and which ones would be VIP+. Rudra was in King Room 2, which was all that mattered at the moment. As for this auction, he had a huge money pool and hardly 2-3 items that he wished to bid for, giving him excellent odds. After a while, once everyone settled, the auctioneer came to the stage. The auctioneer this time was from the Beastman race. As an elegant-looking foxman adjusted his spectacles as he announced the rules of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th edition of the Cuber Corporation auction. This auction will take place in 3 phases, each phase lasting 1 entire day. Leaving the auction and re-entering is prohibited for everyone except the VIP members, while restocking and transfer of funds is permitted without limit. In case of emergency, there are currency to gold conversion centers available within the auction house, and it will be active at the stable rate of $500 to 1 gold throughout the auction. However, a 1% convenience fee will be charged on all transactions. Phase 1 of the auction will begin in a short while, and it will be the rapid selling round. An item will be displayed, with its features listed, and one needs to type in the amount they wish to bid for the item within these 90 seconds. There is a lowest amount and a buyout amount specified, and one must enter their bids in that range itself. The one who enters the highest amount inside wins the item. And in case of 2 people wishing to buy out the item, the player who would have pressed buyout first would win the item. There will be no round-robin bidding and outbidding during the first phase. Please prepare for the auction. The first phase starts in 7 minutes. I wish all of you gentlemen good luck. / bonus, chapter 2/5 / Chapter 543 System Auction 3. Rudra was not much interested in the phase 1 of the auction, so he was pretty laid back in his king room. However, Amelia was extremely interested in only this phase of the auction, as he womanly instinct wanted many cheap things rather than one grand thing. She took a self-imposed budget of 200,000 gold coins and splurged to her heart's will in the first phase of the auction. She would buy everything pretty like hairpins or small objects that would look good on her work desk, much to the dismay of many small guild owners who were baffled to see the king room meddling over such petty items worth only a few thousand gold coins. Even though she could easily click buyout on each and every item, she would always quote a price just below the buyout price, as if saving 50 gold gave her a sense of great accomplishment. However, when she lost the item to some other person who did a buyout, she would lose her temper and groan. Rudra was thoroughly entertained by this display by Amelia, as although she was rich beyond belief, she acted like a miser who loved to save money, making the waiting time that Rudra had to endure till the first phase ended much more entertaining than just watching items go by every 90 seconds. However, the auction itself was pretty useless at this phase, as all the items that were being auctioned off were pretty basic in Ridra's eyes. As some blatant basic items, like a pack of advanced mana potions, was being sold for 1,000 coins, when the same could be bought at the Elite Lifestyle store for just 250 coins. This was a clear waste of wealth and resources. However, just the pride of winning a single item in this auction was worth more to these third-rate guild leaders, who desperately did not want to go home empty-handed. When Ridra looked at these lower-seated guild masters, he could see his past self in them, as he realized how hard the rat race was. When competing in the rat race, your opponents are 80k. But at the top the competition is only 68. That's how the food chain worked, and how Ridra had turned his second life around. Only because he knew that pain of the rat race. He could stand at the top of the world and carve his own space. This was an ability that the second-rich generations would never have, no matter how competent they are. The founder of the company is the one that always does the heavy lifting. Hence, no matter how greatly the second-rich generation succeeds, bringing the company to unprecedented heights, they would never have the same business acumen and cutthroat mentality as the founders. Hence, although Ridra felt sympathy, he also knew that the reason the others were stuck in the rat race was exactly because of this pointless showboating that they did, that compelled to show them how big they were when they were actually not even ants. Showboating and crab fighting was the reason why the third-rate guilds did not become second-rate guilds, and why the second-rate guilds could not become first-rate guilds as fast as the elites climbed the ladder, because they simply did not have the same Sigma mentality. This was why Ridra pitted them, the rats stuck in rat race, who never realize how they are the masters of their own fate. Amelia bought a total of 17 items in the first phase, as she had a happy and satisfied expression at the end of it. Apparently shopping was a great stress buster, and she much appreciated the mini vacation alongside Ridra, as work had been pretty stressful lately with Ridra's coronation and the management of the new kingdom. Ridra was also happy that Amelia was happy. However, his time to focus was starting now, as the auctioneer announced the start of Phase 2. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we close the first phase of the auction. The first phase lasted a total of 16 hours, and saw 640 items being auctioned off. The auction committee would like to extend our heartiest congratulations to all those who managed to successfully bid for the items. We will now take an 8-hour break, where there will be entertainment and food, while those that need to refill their pockets can take the time to gather the money. The catalog for the items being auctioned in the second phase will now be distributed. All those who are present here can participate in the second phase. However, the minimum bid price shall start from 10,000 gold, and each increment will see at least 1,000 gold being added for the base items, while the latter items will see an opening price of 100,000 gold and a minimum increase of 10,000 gold. Hence, all participants be prepared. The second phase items will still have a buyout price, with the buyout of the ones wielding a higher seating trumping those of a lower seating. While within the same ranks, it will follow a first-come, first-served model. The second phase will see non-stop bidding for 300 items for an estimated time of 18 hours. Hence, all esteemed participants be prepared. The auction will now go on an 8-hour break. The Foxman announced. Ridra was surprised by the manner in which the auction was being conducted, as he never expected breaks and chances to refill money in between be given. However, this was undoubtedly an extremely smart move by the Cuber Corp, as money was going to flow because of their tactics. Not only would guild leaders, who were usually miles away from each other on the continent, socialize, there would be alliances and enmity formed, increasing the bidding potential of each party for an item. The second phase was undoubtedly going to be cutthroat brutal. No question about that. // bonus, chapter 3/5 / Chapter 544 System Auction 4. Ridra was pleasantly surprised when his king room saw exceptional room service by the auction house, as not only was he given premium refreshments, but also a private money transfer agent that would instantly mobilize money if he needed it. The agent was also a beautiful fairy wearing a suit which made it look extremely adorable. However, her work was professional, as although she was in Rudra's room, she would keep a straight face towards the opposite wall, not peeking at what Rudra and Amelia were doing in the room, but only being stationed as security. Surprisingly, Rudra also received many invites from VIP rooms for a meet during the break, as his screen would show that VIP 3 requests a meeting or VIP 7 invites you to their room, etc. Rudra was naturally not interested in coalitions, because he had very specific goal for this auction, and his own capability was more than sufficient for the upcoming bidding. However, he realized the threat of these meetings being permitted, as under the pressure of the bids, if one had an ally with a line of credit one room away, the final result of the bid could change at any moment. The only time Rudra raised an eyebrow was when King Room 1 invited him over for a chat, And while Rudra wanted to know the identity of the other king rooms, he was not overly curious either. After counseling with Amelia, Rudra decided that it was not worth going. Hence he ignored the invitation, neither accepting nor rejecting it. Meaning that although he did not go over, he did not mean any offense to the other party. This was a smart move, as the King Room 3 did the same, not responding to the invite by Room 1. The mid-auction show was entertaining as many faces performed many shows that were very impressive. However, with everyone having only money on their minds, the genuine appreciators of talents were very few, as the show was only a distraction from the main event. Rudra spent his 8 hours leisurely strolling through the catalog for interesting items. However, regretfully, he did not find another page of Demon's Diary in this phase of the auction, rendering his main purpose useless. What was interesting, however, was the skill book, One-Footed Leap Rare. It was only a rare grade book. However, Rudra had never seen any copies on the free market for a skill as functional as this. The skill move used very little stamina in return for an explosive one-legged jump that could be very useful in practical situations. With a buyout price tag of 1 million gold coins, the item was listed at a ridiculously high price. However, Rudra wanted to buy it nonetheless, and he assumed it would fall in his lap in the reasonable range of 7,100,000 gold coins. Other than that, there were 3-4 interesting items in the auction that Rudra would definitely bid for. However, nothing earth-shattering appeared at the moment. Rudra was fairly certain that the best items would be kept reserved for the third phase, where the real bidding would begin. Nonetheless, he was still more interested in the second phase of the auction than the first, as it displayed items that were otherwise unavailable in the free market or extremely rare at that. Dronacharya was having a mini panic attack at the moment, as he distinctly remembered there being the key to the ancient ruins as a part of the second phase of the auction. However, the catalog did not that item being a part of the second phase, which led to Dronacharya having a meltdown. He seriously started to question the authenticity of his memory, as time and time again, it was giving him wrong information. He distinctly remembered there being only 2 king auction rooms being in the previous auction of Parallax's life, however this time there were 3. And the only item he came here to bid for was also missing. These were huge variables that he had never considered. Hence, he was feeling lost and out of control, as he banged his head on the floor of his private room trying to figure out what was going wrong. The buyout of the key was supposed to be 2 million gold coins. It was the amount that he had prepared for the auction beforehand. He had also factored that due to the different timeline prices may be different. Hence, he had prepared 1,000 times reserve in case of emergency. However, at the time of the auction the item itself did not appear. Maybe it went to the third phase after its price increase, thought Dronacharya. However, no matter how he thought about the situation, he felt helpless. Nothing was going to plan in this accursed world. The auctioneer started the second phase, as there was a lot of excitement from the crowd. The first item being sold was an ancient vase containing unknown liquid. The auctioneer announced, base price of the item, 50,000 gold. Minimum increment, 5,000 gold. Buyout price, 1 million gold. Please start the bidding. The instant that the auctioneer said those words, there was absolute chaos in the auction hall, as nobody was able to make sense of who was bidding what in the frenzy. Thankfully, the AI was omnipotent, and could make sense of the frenzy bidding with the auctioneer always saying the right amount. 55,000. 65,000. 105,000. 155,000. The bid skyrocketed in a matter of seconds, and it was hard to keep track of who was bidding what for the general public. However, thankfully Rudra had a private screen that tracked the log of who bid what in a perfectly arranged manner, giving him a better insight into what was going on. Needless to say, the item finally resulted in a buyout by one of the VIP boxes, as nothing excited the rich more than the unknown. They would rather sleep knowing that the liquid inside the vase was trash, rather than waking up to find that a fish turned into a dragon with the help of the unknown liquid. However, none of the VIP Plus boxes or the King boxes bid for the item. // bonus, chapter 4/5 / chapter 545 system auction 5. The second phase of the auction continued, as many interesting items popped up on the stage, including one item which Rudra bought out once he inspected the stats of the item on his room's personal screen. They were kneecaps that decreased stamina consumption and provided protection against cut damage from sword attacks. They were made from white lion's muscles and skin using a special weaving technique, hence were extremely light and durable. They were absolutely worth the 80,000 coin buyout price tag, and Rudra bid for them without hesitation. Apart from that, there was also a very interesting item called Spider Tears Dark Gold, an extremely combustible substance suitable for making alchemy products. Rudra was wondering if he could experiment with the item to come up with some new sort of bomb. However, before he could bid for the item, King Room 3 bid for the item. Hence, he could only shake his head and let it go even if he wanted it. The auction had a first-come first-serve rule for the rooms of the same class, hence, since Rudra was not first, there was no point in bidding anymore. Moreover, every item saw a budding frenzy, as the bidders to items ratio was insanely apart. Almost every item was sold for a buyout, with one of 3 items that were bought out being poached by the trumping bid of the upper VIP seats. This made it so that usually the VIP and VIP Plus guys won their preferred items easily, as the king rooms hardly participated in an item or two. Although the entire auction arena was interested in knowing the identity of the VIP rooms, the excitement was particularly high for the identity of those within the VIP Plus and the king rooms, who could be considered elites amongst elites. Up till now, the only VIP room whose identity Rudra knew for sure was VIP Room 9, where Adam was seated bidding for the Grey International Guild, the subsidiary of the elites. As Adam had private messaged him regarding this once, his room was assigned and told him to maybe not interfere in his bids for as far as possible, or buy items that he wanted should he be outbid by a VIP Plus member. And Rudra was more than happy to oblige. Rudra was also a part owner of the Grey International main guild now, and the guild's prosperity was one of his concerns as well. Moreover, he never mistreated his underlings, as not only did he buy 2 items for Adam, he also refused to take payment from him, as he was more than happy to spend 200,000 coins for his sub-guild. It wasn't until item 147, the skill that Rudra had his eye on, came around, that he felt things getting interesting. As the moment the skill came up, VIP 3 chose to press buyout in an instant. This was Dronacharya's box, as he had bid for the item knowing that it was one of the items Rudra coveted in the past life and had won over in the auction, making it an integral part of his moveset. It was one of the moves that Rudra had used in his eventual rematch with Parallax, where he coupled the one-leg leap with the overhead slash to apply the finishing blow to Parallax. It was a vivid memory in Dronacharya's mind, as it was one of Parallax's most dreaded moments in his past life. Not only did he fail to defeat Rudra after a long time of waiting and struggling to improve, moreover he lost with only one move, and that too without having the chance to show his class. It was one of the greatest regrets in Parallax's memory, and one of the reasons why Dronacharya felt compelled to press buy for the item the moment he saw it. He wanted it at all costs, which he made clear by the bid he placed. However, much to his dismay, his bid was instantly overshadowed by King Room number 2, as Rudra's rank completely outranked Dronacharya's, as he lost the bid for this item. Rudra cursed when he pressed the buyout option for 1 million gold, as he glared at VIP 3 room in anger. Rudra was a multi-trillionaire now, hence, he could definitely splurge on items that he wanted. However, overpaying for any item was never a good feeling, hence, he was angry over how the situation turned out to be. The item was sold at a whopping 1 million gold coins, and it was an astronomical sum for a rare, rated skill. That made the entire arena buzz with heated talks. Not only a VIP room, but the king room also wanted the skill that seemed so ordinary to everyone else. However, because of this move by Dronacharya, Rudra now had his eyes on VIP 3, who so mindlessly bid for an item that was not even worth 1/4 the price that he paid for it. This would turn out to be Dronacharya's undoing, as Rudra was pissed about having to pay such a huge amount for this skill, as now he felt like making the life of VIP 3 miserable just because he could do it. Rudra had decided that no matter what item VIP 3 made a bid for, he would bid for it as well, with him making pay VIP 3 for this item. Usually Rudra was not so petty. However, something about VIP 3 made him feel repulsed for no reason at all, as he felt like it was an ant that needed to be crushed. Dronacharya, on the other hand, realized his worst fear, as he connected the dots between Rudra not entering the event dungeon, and there being 3 king rooms this time around in the auction, and King Room 2 bidding for the item that usually no one else would bid for. He had a strong gut feeling that King Room 2 housed the leader of the elites, as this one small exchange had sealed his fate, changing his destiny forever. / bonus chapter 5/5. But wait, that's not all, guys, there will be 2 more chapters coming right out after this as well. Isn't today a partying face? / Chapter 546 System Auction 6. The Phase 2 of the auction continued without Rudra or Dronacharya placing a single bid. Although Rudra was interested in a few items, his mood was completely ruined after the antics of VIP 3, as he did not feel like spending any more money. This was especially true when a beautiful sword made from red steel came to the auction. It was epic grade and had excellent practical skills inbuilt inside. It was a good blade, and Rudra would have usually bid for it, had he not overspent on the leaping skill. However, because of that, coupled with the fact that an epic grade sword was not going to cut it out for him anymore, he did not bid for the item. Hence, phase 2 of the auction was completed without much action for Rudra, as he was a bystander for the most part except bidding for a couple of items. However, the moment the second phase of the auction was over, things really started to get serious. Ladies and gentlemen, with this exchange we enter the final phase of the 3-day auction, as the next phase will be the third and last phase of the event. For the third phase, only those who are seated in the upper galleries and above shall be contesting for these items, as the base price of the item shall exceed 1 million gold coins at the minimum, and every increment shall be more than 100,000 gold coins. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at this announcement, as many in the lower berths felt their hearts tremble at the ridiculous prices that were being thrown around so casually. 1 million gold could easily run their guilds for over a year or two, and still have more than 40% of that income left for reserve. However, here just the base price of the cheapest items was more than 1 million gold. It just showed how high the difference was between them and those that seated in the upper gallery. The Fox announcer continued. The third phase will see a total of 20 items being placed for auction, with the items having no buyout price. The highest bidder wins. The third phase will start in 8 hours' time, and money refueling lines will remain open even during the bidding session for all those that participate in the final phase. The gold conversion will remain stable at $500 to 1 coin, even for the largest of volumes, with only a 1% convenience fee charged. While those at the lower seating areas cannot participate in the last event, they are more than welcome to stay back and spectate the auction. The 8-hour break will see even more entertainment and mini shows taking place, so please stay back and enjoy. Chatters broke out all over the arena, as people contemplated on whether they should stay and watch the auction or go away and not waste their time. On one side, just spectating the auction was a complete waste of time. However, on the other side, getting to watch extraordinary items and the intense multi-billion-dollar bidding frenzy for those items was an adrenaline rush of its own kind. Hence, even if they could not participate, over 70% of the crowd chose to stay back and watch the auction, as now they enjoyed the 8-hour break with all their hearts, with having nothing more to bid for. Rudra and the others who were participating, however, felt the pressure of the event starting to mount on them. Rudra knew for sure that the manner in which the auction was proceeding was designed to pit the biggest competitors against each other for every item, and hence get the maximum price for each item in the process. He had no doubt in his mind that everyone in the VIP room and the VIP rooms had the capability of dishing out a few $1 billion like it was nothing, which meant that although the starting bid price was 1 million gold, it would be rare to see any item being sold under 50 million gold coins. There were only 20 items and at least 68 upper-class bidders, and over 200 gallery bidders, which made the competition for every item extremely intense. If any party walked away with more than one item from this phase of the auction, then it would be a testimony to their capability, as otherwise it was a mad dog-eat-dog auction, designed to make those with insane amounts of wealth bleed money for crazy overvalued items. Amelia asked Rudra, I understand that you are a very stable guy, and that's why even though you are completely useless at management, I respect you as my guild leader. However, just for a confirmation, you have your head in the right place, right? You have the clear idea about guild's finances, and how the money you are spending here can be used for many useful infrastructure projects to boost economy. Just think about what you are buying and at what cost. Okay? Rudra nodded as he calmed down. Amelia was right. Even though he was rich and had the means to buy items in this auction, did not mean that he could spend such ridiculous amounts of money without care. There are a lot of projects pending at the elite's headquarters that need a lot of money to be set in motion, since every increment in bid price was potentially billions of dollars. Rudra had to think thrice before placing a bid. This was no game. It was an extremely high-stakes auction. // special shout-out to Magnum 932 for gifting 3 magic castles back-to-back at once. This just made my day big time. I feel incredibly motivated and focused, as this is exactly how I wanted to start this month. However, I cannot help but notice the clever use of gifting me thrice to squeeze out maximum bonus chapters. Nonetheless, the rule still stands. Since there are 3 magic castles, 3 bonus chapters will follow soon. Slightly smiling face. // Chapter 547 System Auction 7. The very first item of the System Auction's third phase had Rudra scrambling for breath. A page from Demon's Diary, unknown, one of the many pages of the Demon's Diary. It contains untold secrets. Starting price, 1.5 million gold. Basic increment, 0.5 million gold. Buyout limit, no buyout limit. The moment the auctioneer put up this item, Rudra felt his heart beat faster and faster as he placed the very first bid. 1.5 million from King Room 2, announced the auctioneer as the bidding went underway. 2 million from Upper Gallery. 2.5 million from VIP 1. 3 million from VIP 4. 5 million from King Room 2. The price was increasing rapidly. 5 million gold was already $2.5 billion. This was the annual turnover for most billion-dollar corporations around the world. An astronomical amount that could buy n number of sports cars and luxury products. However, the price of the item took no less than 15 seconds to reach from 5 to 15 million gold. 15 million gold from VIP 3, the announcer said. It was Dronacharya who was bidding for this item with a complicated emotion, as he was under orders from the Blood Merchant organization to get only this single specific item. Hence, even if it pained his heart, he needed to bid for it with all he got. Rudra took a nasty glance at VIP 3, who was meddling in his business again, as he incremented the price considerably to give a clear signal that he was interested in this item, and everyone else should back off. 50 million from King Room 2, the announcer said in a joyful voice, as murmurs broke out all over the arena. The item was only a page, and its functions were not clearly listed. Hence, only those with a clear knowledge about the Demon's Diary could seriously bid for it. At Rudra's price point of 50 million gold, everyone from the upper gallery was out of the race, as they could not simply afford to pay such ridiculous prices. While those who were only bidding to satisfy their own curiosity about the mysterious item got a signal to back off from it, as a King Room member was serious about it. The threat worked for a while. No one else bid. However, then the punk from VIP 3 decided to mess with Rudra. 51 million from VIP 3, the Foxman said. Discussion broke out in the audience as everyone looked towards VIP 3 box, who was competing with the king for an useless item, as the clash provided some entertaining drama to the auction. 60 million from King Room 2, the announcer said. This was Rudra's last warning to VIP 3, as anything after this was unforgivable. However, VIP 3 did not take to his kind wishes, as not even 3 seconds later another bid came. 60.5 million from VIP 3, the Foxman said. Laughter broke out all over the arena, as it was obvious now that VIP 3 was toying with King Room 2, as it had understood that King Room 2 desperately wanted the item, and hence was purposefully making things hard for them. Many tried to figure out the nature of relationship between VIP 3 and King 2 and the identity of the two parties, but it was only pure speculation without substance. The real identity could only be figured out if someone is invited to visit the room. 100 million gold, the Foxman almost screamed, as he was absolutely delighted at how things were turning out to be. The price of the item was only estimated to be at 16 million gold. Hence, the increase in price was quite significant for the auction house. Silence engulfed the arena after this bid, as everyone took a deep breath. They had completely misunderstood this item. It seemed that it contained great secrets. However, what followed was even more shocking. 1.5 billion gold from VIP 3, the Foxman announced, as even he needed to drink a glass of water to stomach this pricing. The entire arena went into pandemonium as glances were thrown towards VIP 3, who was responsible for bidding such preposterous prices. Rudra was absolutely baffled, as he found his fingers trembling to put in the next bidding amount, as he contemplated if the item was worth the money he was putting in for it. Rudra had infinite hatred for VIP 3 at this point, as 1.5 billion gold meant $750 billion in real life. Although it was not a sum Rudra could not afford at all. It was not a sum that he could throw away without any thoughts, as well as the position of the guild was such that it needed a lot of running capital to fund its massive expansion projects. And forking out such huge amounts of money for a piece of paper that will not see any tangible benefits for the guild in the near future was a tough call to make. Rudra knew in his heart that since Lucifer wanted this item this badly, it could not be a coincidence that VIP 3 was so hellbent on buying it. VIP 3 had to have a connection with Lucifer somehow, which meant that the value of the item was definitely worth the price for the ruler of hell. However, the only thing stopping him from pressing the next bidding amount was that he knew in his heart that it was not worth the price he was paying for it, and that the guild had more practical uses for the money than squandering on a piece of paper. Hence, he looked towards Amelia for advice, as she was also an extremely level-headed and stable person who could discern right from wrong. What do? I really need this item, Amelia. But the price has gotten ridiculous now. What do? Rudra asked in a troubled voice. He needed help. / bonus chapter 1/3 for the super gift by Magnum 932. More coming right after this. Also for this month, for every 400 GT, there will be a bonus chapter as well as one for every 1000 PS. We can potentially have a lot of bonuses, guys. Let's get to hitting those targets ASAP. / Chapter 548 Auction 8. Dronacharya had messed up. He had simply messed up, and he felt his heart throbbing out of his chest while suffering from internal bleeding as he screamed at the top of his lungs. He was only trying to type in 150 million. However, he messed up the number of zeros in his bid and made a ridiculous bid of 1.5 billion gold coins. He had prepared nearly $1 trillion for this auction, with only one item in mind, which was the key to the ruins of Purple Haze City. However, never did he think that 750 billion, a full 3/4 of that budget, would be spent on a stupid page that the Blood Merchant Organization wanted. Although he was rich, it was not free money handed down by his father for him. It was money earned through his blood, sweat, and tears. Hence, when such a large amount of money was used on something that he personally did not want, it hurt his damn soul. It was one of those moments in life for Dronacharya, when he had promised to pay for dinner for a celebration of an occasion. However, the friends he took out ate like there was no tomorrow. Hence, although his heart ached at the thought of the food bill becoming too excessive, being a good host he had to suffer in silence and pay the bill with a smile. Such was his relationship with the Blood Merchant Organization, as he had to give them face and buy the item that they wanted. However, he would never want to pay so much for their cause, or pay such an outrageous amount for the item. In his heart, he was begging King Room 2 for putting up another bid. However, to his absolute dismay, the bid that he so desperately wanted never came. 1.5 billion going once. 1.5 billion going twice. 1.5 billion going thrice. Sold to the gentleman in VIP 3. The Foxman announced. Cheers and light clapping erupted all over the arena, as a common man had stood up to a king existence and paid a ridiculous price for a page. However, the two individuals involved both had a completely different reaction to the conclusion of the item's bidding. Dronacharya, who had won the bid, was feeling complete despair, and Rudra, who had let the item slip through his hands, breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that he had made the right choice. It was not that Rudra did not want the item. However, he had to be responsible and put the greater interest of the guild above his own agenda, as $750 billion was not a small amount, and could achieve a lot when spent correctly. Housing projects, defense spending, cultural spending, and many other areas that needed immediate attention by the guild were put on hold because of lack of sufficient funds, as well as the elite's war chest needed to be filled to the brim, to prevent situations that led to them toppling the Nine Clouds Kingdom happening to themselves as well. Hence deciding to suppress the VIP 3 once the auction ended, now that he knew that the page was in the hands of a player, rather than having no lead at all. Rudra was confident in obtaining the item one way or another in the next few months. However, the bidding had set in stone his hatred for VIP 3, who kept meddling in his business time and time again. At first it was for the leap skill that he desperately wanted, and now it was for the only item that Rudra had attended the auction for. Rudra was sure that come what may he would make the other party pay for this, as he resolved in his mind that whatever item that room was bidding for, he was going to be a busybody and bid for that item as well. And fate made it so that Rudra did not have to wait for his chance for much long at all, as the second item that came for bidding was the special key to the Purple Haze City ruins. Item: a mysterious orb leading to unknown ruins. Description: this orb leads to a mysterious ancient ruins in an undisclosed location. Fortune and dangers lie at those ruins. This is an item for those who dare to explore the unknown. Base price: 12 million gold. Buyout price: no buyout limit. Immediately the first bid came at 12 million from the upper gallery. 15, 16, 18, 20, 25, 30, 35, 50. The bidding was happening extremely quickly in the early stages, as everyone wanted to get this item with the promise of the unknown. However, Rudra's eyes sparked when a particular individual bid for the item. 60 million from VIP 3, declared the auctioneer, as Rudra found his chance to meddle in the other party's business, instantly pressing 100 million. Rudra upped VIP 3 by a large margin. 100 million from King Room 2, the Foxman said as everyone took a glance at King Room 2, who was bidding big numbers once again. 200 million from VIP 3. 300 million from King Room 2, the Foxman said with excitement, as the chatters in the crowd increased. It seemed like the two big shots were at it again, and now it definitely seemed like a round of personal drama, as the sheer numbers that they were incrementing were ridiculously high. Damn you, King Room 2! Cursed Dronacharya, as he felt his heart in a pinch when he saw the item he so desperately wanted being pushed to the limits of his monetary prowess. He only had $250 billion left for this auction in his fund, which meant that he could only bid for so long until it would become out of budget for him. The orb was a must-have item for Dronacharya, as without it all his future plans would crumple down. He cursed his luck to have excessively bid for the page of the Demon's Diary and the Blood Merchant Organization. as now his own ambitions were in serious peril. / bonus chapter 2/3 for the super gift by Magnum 932. Please thank him in the comments for this one / Chapter 549 Auction 9. Dronacharya only had nearly 500 million left in his budget, and Rudra's bid for the key to the ancient ruins was already 300 million gold coins. This meant that should Rudra surpass his bid for 500 million, he would have to give up on the one item he so desperately needed. Damn you, King Room 2! May worms eat your intestine, and may your teeth rot by eating too much sweets. Dronacharya cursed. He placed the new bid at 350 million, and waited in anticipation over what was to happen next. 350 million from VIP 3, the Foxman announced. However, immediately a bid for 450 million came from Rudra. Bang! Dronacharya banged his hands on the table, as he felt rage boil up inside his body. He was sure that nobody in this world should understand the secret of those ruins as much as he did. However, some idiot still seemed to bid billions of dollars on an item, which he did not truly understand. 500 million. He typed with shaky hands, as this was the utmost limit of what he could bid for. However, the system immediately warned him, as there was a system notification. System notification. Insufficient balance for this bid. Available balance 498.6 million gold coins. Please revise the bid. Dronacharya felt like vomiting blood. He had nearly prepared $1 trillion for the auction, for an item that did not even sell for 100 million in his past life. However, here, he was bidding up till his last penny, becoming completely broke in the process. 498.5 million gold, announced the Foxman auctioneer as Rudra raised an eyebrow at the number. He had a strong gut feeling that the reason for bidding such an odd number could only be that the player in VIP 3 was at the extreme limits of his monetary fund. Hence Rudra found himself in a dilemma on whether to bid for the item anymore or not. He thought about it for a second, and then decided that he would do the minimum increment of 0.5 million gold, and then let fate decide if this item was meant for him or not. Should the person in VIP 3 place a higher bid, he would let it go, or else this item was his, and so was revenge. Rudra placed a bid of 499 million gold, as everyone in the auction arena started to whisper and talk. 499 million from the gentleman in King Room 2, the auctioneer announced, and everyone felt that the new bid from VIP 3 was just around the corner. However, shockingly, that bid never came. 499 million goes once. 499 million goes twice. Sold to the gentleman in King Room 2 for 499 million gold coins. Dronacharya felt like banging his head on the ground, as miserable was not even a correct way to phrase his state of being. He felt anger, hatred and helplessness at once, along with stress, anxiety and depression. He felt a cocktail of negative emotions and negative energy as he looked towards the heavens and wondered why. Why him? Was he not supposed to be a chosen who was going to stand on top of the world with his reincarnation cheat? Was he not supposed to trample every opponent that came in his way to become the undisputed number one? Then why was fate playing games with him time and time again, with him losing at every turn of the way? The fact that the opponent won the bid with the minimum increment over his budget limit also served as a hateful event that burnt his soul. Not only did that person get the item, but he also did it at the best possible cost. I need to find out who is King Room 2. I need to make a backdoor deal with him. Sign a contract to pay him $2 trillion for the item over a period of 3 years. Yes, I must do it. I must get that key. I must. Dronacharya had lost his mind. Even though at the start of the auction, he had suspected that King Room 2 might be Shikuni of the elites, he still went ahead and sent an invite to meet the person in King Room 2 at this moment. He had completely forgotten about his suspicions as his mind worked in a unilateral direction at the moment, which was to get the item. However, never would he realize that this was the greatest mistake he could have ever made in his life, as this one small event would turn out to be his undoing. System notification. VIP 3 has requested a meeting. Accept. Reject. A system notification popped up on Rudra's King Room screen, as he raised an eyebrow at this unlikely invitation. However, since the owner of VIP 3 had the item he wanted and Rudra needed to know the identity of the man in VIP 3 to get it from him sooner or later, Rudra decided to accept this invitation. With him accepting, landscape-changing events were set into motion. As while the auction continued with other mega items, Dronacharya was making his way from VIP 3 towards Rudra's room. He had thought about it all in his mind, and how he would convince the owner of King Room 2 to lend him the item, as Dronacharya was even ready to beg and sign a contract worth up to $5 trillion for the item. However, he was about to receive the biggest shock in his life when he would enter the King Room 2. Fate had brought two arch-enemies Shakuni of the elites and the prophet Dronacharya together under the same roof. / bonus chapter 3/3 for the super gift by Magnum 932. Sorry for the delay on the last one. Congratulations on also hitting the PS target for this week. We will have a bonus chapter for that today itself. Also, this is the first riddle for this month. The first 10 people to solve it can get 100 coin redemption code from me. So if you know the answer, DM me on Discord. Question: what does a liar do when he dies? Looking forward to your answers. Smiling face / Chapter 558 Destined Meet. Sir, the gentleman from VIP 3 is requesting permission to enter your room. The fairy guard standing at the edge of Rudra's room said professionally. Let him in, Rudra said expressionlessly, as he turned to face the man who would enter. Amelia, who was also in the room, used her secretary instincts as she activated game recording as soon as Rudra asked the other party to be let in. This was something she had learned after a lifetime of being in the business, as she knew that having incrementing evidence never hurts. The fairy opened the door, as a young gentleman in his early 20s entered the room. He was wearing a suit as opposed to battle gear, and looked as thin as a butter stick that would be blown away by a single breath. However, his aghast expression, as if he had seen Lucifer himself, was something that Rudra could not understand. The moment Dronacharya saw Rudra, he felt the world spin under his feet, as he lost balance and fell flat on his bum, as he stuttered for words. Itis you, he said, panicking, as he felt his heart beat out of his chest as a feeling of intense panic rose in his chest. King Shakuni one night, the guild master of the #1 guild in Hazelgrove Empire, the true elites. And you are? Rudra said with confidence, as he found Dronacharya's reaction to be amusing. However, hearing Rudra introduce himself, Dronacharya felt his soul leave his body, as everything that could have gone wrong for him at this auction had now gone wrong for him, as he felt completely facing this one enemy of his that he wished to destroy more than anything in the world. Yet their first meeting was when he was not prepared for it at all. Rudra did not know who Dronacharya was. It was his first time meeting such a character, as even in his past life, he was sure that he had not seen this guy, who was influential enough to bring $1 trillion in wealth to auction. Although when Lita chased Dronacharya's organization, she was almost able to zero in on Dronacharya. His appearance and in-game ID was never confirmed, with the only information being that the enemy called himself the Prophet. Hence Rudra could not recognize Dronacharya at first glance. And you are? Amelia repeated Rudra's question as Dronacharya did not introduce himself. However, Rudra had the eyes of truth, and at Dronacharya's level, he could not escape Rudra's inspection, as soon his stat panel was revealed before Rudra. Player name, Dronacharya. Class, Swordsman. Subclass, Alchemist. Level, 174. Tier 3. Rudra raised an eyebrow. Level 174 meant that this guy was top 10 in Light Faction overall rankings, even slightly higher than Neatwit, which meant that this guy was a serious grinder and an excellent player. My in-game name is Elite Fanboy, and I'm just a fan of your guild, Sir Shakuni, Dronacharya said as he dusted himself up. Finding himself in such a perilous situation, he decided that he would sweet-talk Rudra and try and win over him, just like he did with the blood merchants before backstabbing him once his goal was achieved. However, little did he know about Rudra's eyes of truth, and how from the first sentence uttered out of his mouth Rudra knew he was a liar. Elite Fanboy, huh? Well, you cost me quite the item there, son. So much for being a fan, Rudra said calmly, not calling Dronacharya's bluff, as now he had the upper hand in this conversation. Amelia also looked at Dronacharya funny, as although she did not have Rudra's skills, her womanly instinct could smell BS from a mile away, and Dronacharya seemed full of it. Oh, that item. It's nothing. I'm sure it's trivial to you, sir. A gentleman of your stature could have easily outbid in the poor solo player like me. It's your generosity for letting me keep such a thing. Ha ha ha. Dronacharya started to weave his trap of bullshittery. However, Rudra was unaffected. Well, $750 billion for a solo player. You must be quite a solo player then. More capable than entire nations from, as that's the yearly income of many developed countries on Earth. Rudra replied emotionlessly, as he put the ball back in Dronacharya's court. Ha! Surely, sir. You are as funny as the rumors make you out to be. I'm a nobody compared to you, Dronacharya said. Well, I'm a very serious guy. Whoever started this rumor clearly does not know me. But you are right. You are nothing compared to me, fanboy, Rudra replied savagely. Dronacharya dug his nails into his own flesh, however the smile on his face never broke. He had to weather the humiliation today to strike back tomorrow. So what are you here for, fanboy? Autograph? Rudra asked in a derogatory tone. Ha! Yes, yes. An autograph will be good. While an autograph on a lucrative deal papers would be even better. Ha ha ha. Dronacharya replied. Rudra paused for a minute as he started making a scheme of his own in his mind. As the mastermind strategist started to weave his own trap. Go on, he said in a deep voice as he stared straight into Dronacharya's eyes. Well, sir, that item that you just bought for $250 billion. How about I pay you $5 trillion for it? Dronacharya said as he showed Rudra his teeth, which when coupled with his frail body made him look like stickman. Huh? If you had 5 trillion, then why not bid for it, fanboy? Could have been yours for 300 billion, you know. Rudra replied as he showed Dronacharya teeth of his own, as he looked down on the guy for playing with fire. Ha ha ha, rightly said. It is a very good question, sir. Let me clarify. Although I don't have the money at the moment, we can sign a binding contract that makes me pay you EMI for the item every month for the next 2 years until I pay you back in full. Dronacharya finally revealed his true intentions to Rudra, as he anticipated Rudra to bounce on his lucrative deal. However, Rudra played hardball. As looking at Amelia, he smiled and said, I'm interested. But you see, how can I trust you that you can even produce such money every month? What if you are completely broke and default on all payments? What's my security here? Dronacharya's face paled at this question. He had never thought about this. He had not thought that Rudra may question his credentials. When he was preparing for this meeting, he had thought about everything he would say, however he never thought the opponent would question his credentials. It was not like he did not have the money. However, it was like, how does he prove that he is worth more than the debt he is taking? As although he knows it, he cannot prove it without revealing most of his secrets. He was left gasping for air, as he did not have answer for Rudra's extremely reasonable question, as he felt despair in his heart, as the item he so desperately needed seemed to go further and further away from his grasp. Ugh, air, that... Dronacharya stumbled to give a reasonable answer, as he found himself paralyzed by Rudra's question. However, he decided to play with fire, as he gave his next proposal. I could trade you the page you wanted for this item right now, if you want it, Dronacharya said with a smile. He felt confidence return to his body once he made this proposal, as although this deal would see him lose $500 billion at once, it was still worth having the key to the ancient ruins than the stupid page for the blood merchants. He could always deal with the blood merchants later, and make a story on how he was forced to give it up. However, he could never let the key fall into Rudra's hands. Rudra made a surprised face as he acted like he was seriously considering the proposal for a second, as he seemed to talk with Amelia in hushed voices. It's a good deal, sir. You saved nearly $500 billion today. And you get what you wanted and I get what I want. It's a win for the master and the fan. Dronacharya tried to convince Rudra even more, as Rudra looked at him with an amiable smile, as everything felt like it was going to go as planned until Rudra opened his mouth. As the moment he did, Dronacharya's confidence was shattered into a million pieces. Rudra said, An excellent proposal. A truly generous one, I must say. As you are indeed correct, you have the item I want, and trading it with a lesser valued item I just bought. It's practically me getting free $500 billion. And only a madman would say no to free money. Fortunately, I'm not a madman. And I can't say no to free money. But unfortunately for you, now that I know that you are willing to pay $5 trillion for this item, how can I let you have it for only a profit of $500 billion? TCH, I'm not that kind of businessman. Hearing this, Dronacharya's soul escaped his body, as he swallowed back a mouthful of blood that came up his throat. Courtesy of Rudra's blatant shamelessness. / special shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 15,000 coin gashapon. I can't show enough gratitude to you for always enjoying and supporting my work, as it is because of fans like you that I stay motivated every single day to produce the best work I can. As for every super gift, a bonus will hence follow soon. This chapter was a bonus chapter for hitting the PS target. We are also very close to hitting the next GT target at 400. Let's get it, you all. /